nation. We need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt
I feel like I just want to say, let's do it. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Salt the Streets podcast, a show where we discuss news, government, culture, politics, and how it pertains to you, the individual, and, of course, your natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I am that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin, and I, as always, am joined by my wonderful and beautiful co-host, Donovan, the original Salt of the Street, the Nero of Neoprene, the ultimate bee. I'm not going to say that, but hi, buddy.
Hello, thank you very much.
Oh, what do we got going on today? What's the date? What's the time? What are we talking about?
Yeah, so today is Saturday, October 1st. It is 12:01 p.m. now. We have lots of stuff going on today. Obviously, local stories first. We're going to have let me ask you this. With local stories, we're going to be talking about some Starbucks unions, Seattle budget, or the Bruce Harrell's budget that he introduced. I want to talk about a coffee house that I found that someone tried to burn down, and then you're going to talk about some more Jenny Durkin texts, some updates on Jenny Durkin texts.
Oh, we got
right?
all the updates,
Yes,
bro. Some
all
heavy
the
shit from
updates.
the courts came out yesterday.
Yes, and then part two, I believe you're calling it fraud, all the fraud, right?
All
Is
the
that-
fraud.
all the fraud. That's
All
what it
the
is,
fraud, baby.
So we're talking about some PPP loan fraud, some food aid fraud, and then some different fraud accusations that are coming out for Donald Trump. We've heard these things before, but now it's a civil case coming out of New York, and then we're going to talk about the new spending bill that is coming out, or
Boo.
to keep the government going.
Continuing
and then,
resolution or whatever they call
yes,
it.
and then the renewed conversations about the congressional stock trading ban. In part 3, we have some international talk, right? World War III, as we were calling it. So we have some updates on Ron
We're
DeSantis.
not burying the lead there.
Yeah, exactly. Ron DeSantis also, we might talk about in part 2, part 3, we'll see however that fits in. Updates on the Ukraine situation. It is getting hot. Things have happened. A lot of things have happened just in the last few days. You have some more updates on the Iran protests that you talked about, not yesterday in your live streams, but last week.
Indeed.
And then in part 4, we have the grab bag. Obviously, we have lots of different stuff. Some stuff about fentanyl. We're going to look for the commercial about the ABC reality journalism show.
Yep.
We can find that in between the two. And then food equity, talk about the DHS video game study. And then, of course, it was announced this week that Edward Snowden is officially a Russian citizen.
Jawohl, comrade.
So we have lots of stuff that we're going to go over this week. It's going to be a fantastic show. I want to thank everyone for joining us here. There will be more people, of course. And, of course, you're watching us here on our YouTube at Salt of the Streets. We also have our Instagram and our patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. You can find all this at saltofthestreets.com. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things.
All the things.
Yes. And
I keep it simple, baby.
Yeah, that's right. I want to ask you to go and like, comment, subscribe on this video, share it with your friends so
Do
more
it.
people can find out about this. If you're on the Patreon, we have the newsletter that dropped yesterday. We have the review preview that dropped today for the book club. We have the beer show that you just did yesterday. Also, the beer show live stream spectacular that you did. Is that spectacular?
Yeah,
That feels
it's
right.
definitely
So,
spectacular.
spectacular, yeah. And this first segment is brought to you by Swell Blended.
Woo.
So with that, I want to remind you to evaluate and adjust your relationship with the CCP, right? And after that, Colin, let me ask you this, right? So I don't really have like a big question, but you were talking to me this week while you were trying to work on your piece, your article about Anarcho Syndicism.
Yes.
Right? So I was wondering if you might talk to me a little bit about that, or at least what you learned so far, so we can hear about that, because I think the idea for a lot of people of group-based anarchism is difficult for people to conceptualize, you know?
Yeah, right.
But I think also modern anarchism is difficult for people to conceptualize in and of itself. So I'm interested in hearing a little bit more about that.
About
Anarcho Syndicism.
Anarcho-Syndicism.
Yes.
So, yes,
At
a
least
little,
what you know
little
so
backstory
far.
to this. Yeah, because I went to go write my piece, part 2, I guess, if you will, of the ongoing anarchist writings. And I was going to do it on anarcho-capitalism and anarcho-communism, the two that you usually hear about. And through the research, I discovered this anarcho-syndicism thing, and I started to look at that and realize. So anarcho-syndicism is essentially kind of like, ultimately led me to write the piece that I wrote this month about unions and stuff. It's kind of like if you were to take all the unionization efforts that are going on now and then just broaden them out to every aspect of society and culture. everything is done in large base group collectives. So you're talking unions and NGOs and all these different things that ultimately kind of run society. So everything is this large collective group that, you know, kind of in kind of a federalisty type manner, speak to each other and arrange things and all that. But ultimately, you're just a part of this giant syndicate of different aspects of labor and society. And it is, I mean, it's basically one step removed from anarcho-communism, which is just essentially just full-blown communism, but without a central authority at the top, which doesn't make sense. But we'll get into that in next month's piece.
Right.
But yeah, it was a different concept. It's kind of like, you know, what happens if everything is nationalized but without a national government?
Right.
You know, if like U.S. Steel, if the steel union ran everything to do with steel in the entire collective, you know, and then you have like the construction
and everybody
workers.
gets a say in it.
Ideally,
That's weird.
It's a weird concept, and that's what really threw me off. Is like, well, I don't know anything about this. I can't comprehend it very well.
Right.
I can't understand it. So I'm in the middle of grasping this new unknown branch of anarchist thought that I didn't even really know existed. But, you know, it's important there to remember too, like our views on like contemporary anarchy is just essentially without the state, without a single governing authority to have arbitrary authority over you. You could place authority in any one or any group. It's just you consent to that and you give your authority to that. You give them the authority to do that.
Right.
Versus, you know, and so when it comes to something like a syndicate, I have a hard time grasping how you kind of tilt that into an anarchist mind frame.
Without someone
really
running the whole thing.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of that what is it, 1989 maybe movie Demolition Man with Sylvester Stallone and Sandra Bullock, Wesley Snipes. Great movie.
Okay.
But everything in that is Taco Bell, right? Everything is the nicest restaurant is Taco Bell and the cheapest restaurant is Taco Bell. Everything's Taco Bell. That's kind of what I get the gist at this point of what anarcho-syndicalism is.
Weird.
I might be off base right now because I still only have like a real surface level understanding of it.
Yeah.
So I will, but I will have updates as this goes along.
I like it.
And be sure everybody to check out the next piece that'll drop at the end of October 31st.
Halloween. Closing day.
Yeah, that's right. Boom! All the big things happen.
It's been
in
a big week. It's been a big week. Yeah.
Yeah, Carolina graduates from her academy, her flight attendant thing that weekend. You got your house closing, my brother's birthday.
Party at empty house.
Dude. It'll be great.
Everyone can come over for a beer.
But it's BYOB.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. So yeah, I'm really interested to see where this anarcho-syndicalism thing goes. But,
yeah.
And we'll be interested to see how it dances and plays upon the page once I get there.
Excellent. The newsletters do come out, like you said, on the last day of the month. So we did have one come out yesterday, newsletter number 11. That came out, salty newsletter. So if you are on the $5 tier or above of the Patreon, you get that newsletter and you get access to all of the ones before that. What the PC wrote this month was about unions, right? And
which will dovetail real nice when we talk about Starbucks unions.
That's right. Yeah. And then I wrote a piece that was reflecting on a conversation that we had in part 2 last week with Joseph in the comments about single leadership and stuff like that. And so I kind of expanded on some of the topics that we talked about and dug into those a little bit more. So go and check that out.
Do it.
Yeah, with that, we can get into some local stories, right? So
I have a very, very small one to lead off with.
Let's do it.
Seattle or Washington State is officially raising their minimum wage again this year.
What is it now? Let me guess.
So yeah, you guess.
The state minimum wage. Oh, jeez, okay.
No peeking.
No. When I got my first job, it was $10.50. I'm gonna say that it's $12 an hour right now.
No.
Is it more
it's
than that?
more than that.
Oh,
yeah.
Jesus Christ.
We're not,
oh, God.
We haven't officially gotten the fight for 15 complete in the state yet. But let's pull out a calculator because I don't exactly remember how much. I know what's going up to and how much it's going up. So we're just going to work backwards. The new minimum wage as of January 2023 in the state of Washington will be $15.74
That's
per
gonna be the
hour.
state minimum wage.
Yes.
Damn, son.
Yeah, which is up from $14.49, which it is now, just under $15.
When I got the job I have now, I didn't make that much money.
Word.
And that was making good. Like that was a good wage when I started this
Oh
job.
yeah. Well,
Jesus Christ.
at the new minimum wage, the average minimum salary for a 40-hour-a-week worker that takes all the holidays and as much paid vacation and sick time as you can possibly have is roughly $30,000 a year, just a little over that. So you can now get two people on the new state minimum wage can make $60K a year in 2023 in the state of Washington. Which, if you are a small business in, say, a rural, lower class town in, say, Eastern Washington, you just got priced right out of the job market. You can't afford your employees anymore if that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
That's a big jump, man.
You
It's a
said
big jump.
$60,000 a year. That seems
Yeah, it's
like...
roughly $60,000 a year for two people.
for two people.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
for
$30,000 a year.
Okay. I got it.
Yeah, you're like, wait. That math doesn't check out. Yeah, no. So this is just a random story I came across last night. I was like, oh, that's. Hey, fight for 15. You've been fighting for how many years, and you finally made it. Statewide. That's.
What is it in Seattle? What's the Seattle minimum wage?
I thought it was 15.
It's got to be more than that. It has to be.
Yeah. Let's pull it up real quick. Seattle minimum.
Amazon's
wage.
is 15.
Okay, so the state $14.49. Seattle.
Well, that's it, huh?
Seattle minimum wage. Wow. Let's pull this up here. We are working Washington. Effective January 1st, 2022. Seattle's minimum wage $17.27 per hour.
Holy shit!
The most workers effective, or for most workers, so not everybody apparently, but most workers.
Damn.
I wonder who doesn't get that. That's interesting. It used to be $15.75 an hour. Wow. That's a whole deal. So yeah.
And minimum compensation if you work for a smaller company or chain with 500 or fewer employees globally, where you do receive tips or healthcare benefits from your employer, your minimum compensation is the sum of your wage. So you can make $15.75 if you make the difference at least in benefits. Tips and benefits.
Well,
yes.
that's okay.
So if you're a server, then you can make $15.25 or whatever, $15.75. But if you're not in a service industry, or you don't have benefits, then you have to make $17.27.
That's so jacked up because
a lot of money.
It is essentially required,
it's not a lot,
right?
But it's a lot.
It's required for businesses above a certain threshold to offer like healthcare coverage in the state now, right?
If you have a certain amount of employees,
right?
yeah.
And that alone is probably like $800 between like $600 to $800 a month per employee.
Lot. Yeah.
So you're already over the fucking coverage, right? I mean, if you have healthcare, boom, you're already getting paid more. You're already getting paid more equivalent in benefits. So go fuck yourself. And then if you're a server or something like that, already you get that lower act, which is funny because that just really only affects like the most oppressed, people in the world, which I think is real.
It's not very woke of you, Seattle.
Real regressive of you, Seattle. How dare you?
How dare you?
Good God.
I like it.
And one last other little thing that I just saw last night too. We talked a lot about Tiffany Smiley last episode, and the debates that they were supposed to do and all this stuff that they've essentially guaranteed one debate between Tiffany Smiley and the reigning, Empress Supreme Patty Murray.
Empress Supreme.
She likes Taco Bell, and she's so bad. She's so terrible. But they agreed to one. They'd locked down one debate well after the mail-in ballots have gone out.
Yeah.
And Tiffany Smiley's been making a big push, and she did a little interview with, I think, News, I think Cairo 7, is that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, King 5, Cairo 7.
And because they're one of
Local
the
news channels.
they're one of the affiliates that run the statewide debate program and shit like that.
As they should.
And so they did a little interview with her, and it is found out through that it is very atypical for any large state race, even small state race, to have less than 2 debates. It is generally, it's happened a few times, I guess, over the last 10 or 12 years that they've only had 1 debate. And this is one of those exceptional cases where they're only going to have 1, and it's going to be after the ballots go out. But Tiffany Smiley is pushing the Murray campaign extremely hard right now to set up an initial debate before the ballots.
As they should.
As they fucking should, because that's ridiculous.
It should be like tomorrow, because the ballot is supposed to be on the 15th, or the debate is supposed to be on the 15th or something, right?
It's like it's later than that. I think it was like the 27th or something.
Jeez.
Which is like a week to 10 days after mail-in ballots start going out. So yeah, it's not
because they start going out here in October, right? Like way before
before say like mid-October.
Yeah,
which is not good. And the response the Smiley campaign has gotten, it said, yeah, we're interested in doing that, and then just nothing is ever happening. So they're kind of just pushing them along, and I guarantee you there will not be a debate before elections get taken place, which I think is fucking insane.
What a shyster.
Good thing the Democrats stand for the sanctity of the vote and a good solid democracy and all this stuff.
Right.
When they can just go quiet, she can hang out in D.C. her entire life and then never show the fuck up to debate her opponent, who is surprisingly close to her in the polls.
The mail-in ballot thing, right? Okay, so we talked about this a ton during the last election, because in Washington, all of the voting is mail-in, right? You can do everything mail-in. You can go to a polling place as well. There are polling stations, but they also mail you a ballot, so you can do everything from your house. And I didn't know until maybe even 2016, it might have been 2020, it wasn't like that everywhere. I did not know that. It was like, what do you mean this is not typical?
Yeah.
So I feel I've also had, because I've had ballots returned to me, I've sent them in and they've said, these things, your signatures don't match. I need you to sign another thing like 3 times and then you can whatever. So I know that someone is looking at something. I don't know how often they're doing it, and I don't know like how prolific that is, but I know someone is looking at something to try and make sure that it's legitimate. So I always struggle with it, but I also know how much weird stuff we saw during the 2020 election that was verified, and we talked about the ballot harvesting and stuff like that, and whether or not people should be allowed to do that. Currently, you aren't allowed to do that, and that was happening. And it's not a big deal. You know, people need to get
states breaking their own constitutions.
People need to get their ballots turned in. So who cares if one person is just helping a bunch of people turn in their ballots? Like, I feel you genuinely. I don't disagree with that notion, but it's against the law as it sits right now. So we probably should do something about it if we know that it's against the law and we know that it's happening.
When it was a bunch of race people down in the South back in the day going around and collecting ballots from people, you were like, well, that's sus. You can't be doing that. That's that's voter suppression. Just like our lovely what her official title now, I believe, is election denier and conspiracy theorist Stacey Abrams.
Oh, okay.
That's her big deal, because she's got that whole conspiracy theory now about there's no such thing as an infant heartbeat.
Yes, Jordan just asked me about that this morning.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy built by the patriarchy.
Yeah, I was talking
a huge
about.
Deal.
I don't remember who I was talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene. I watched an interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene that was from the Epic Times, and it was about the January 6th prisoners, and they were talking about how many people were hemmed up and the conditions that they were in, because Marjorie Taylor Greene and Louis Gohmert are the only 2 representatives that have gone to the prisons to see the conditions that the prisoners are in, and they were talking about how many people have been in prison and in solitary confinement since like right after January 6th, and there's one particular guy that they were talking about, but he is not the only one, that got hemmed up on the 16th of January and has been in solitary confinement for 18 months, and his trial is not for another year, and he will continue to be in solitary confinement for the entire length of that time. for going into the Capitol.
That sounds like a justice to me. It sounds like an operating justice system that gets you a speedy trial and doesn't put you away without charge or trial. It sounds legitimate.
Yeah, so I was talking to Jordan about Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she said, "Is she the one that said that the heartbeat isn't real?" And I said, "No, that was Stacey Abrams." And I said, "And she, ran for governor in whatever one of these states that, and she lost, and she never
Georgia.
Yeah, that's what it was." I said, and she never conceded that race, and so she's just kind of operated and become famous off that. And Jordan was like, "Wait, what?" And I was like, "Oh, 100%. I was like, there is no real reason that she should be prominent at all, other than she didn't win this race for governor, and now she's everywhere." So I don't.
Huge deal. Well, it's because it was racist. Remember that was the big thing, is voter suppression because racist, and that's what they went. And when Brian Kemp won, and by not a small margin, they just never got off that tilt, which I believe, by the definitions of 2022, makes her an election denier who doesn't believe in democracy and is basically a domestic extremist.
And they talked about that particular election in the HBO documentary, whatever it is that I called it. I don't know, something about a fire, something like that, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's weird because when Steven Crowder talks about it,
Stop Fire? No.
Something like that. I don't remember. I've said the name a bajillion times.
Yeah.
I just don't remember right now. And when Steven Crowder talks about it, he says that they say in that movie that Stacey Abrams messed with the machines, and that's not what I got from that. What I got from it is that the machines could be fucked with, and that Brian Kemp knew the machines could be fucked with, and that it wasn't necessarily a secret that the machines could be fucked with. And if you had the capability to do so and the want and the wherewithal, then you could fuck with the machines if you want to. So it doesn't remove the possibility that Stacey Abrams had somebody to try and fuck with the election machines, but also kill chain. But also she fucking lost. So
yeah.
What really are you talking about? Because she lost.
Yeah.
So she didn't do a very good job hacking the election if she didn't fucking win, right? It always confuses me when he brings that up. He's like, "You can go watch it right now. That's what it says." I've watched it multiple times now to talk about it here, and I don't think that's what it says.
Yeah. That's old Crowder for you. That dude's been on fire lately.
The Jan 6 episode was good.
It was
I will
good.
give him that. That one was good.
It was good.
Yeah.
There was some issue with some of the things he said, obviously.
Right. They burned the church down.
Yeah, they burnt the church down. That was the big one.
Down to the ground.
Because what was that? The 529 insurrection, I believe, where a bunch of leftist protesters and stuff. Literally, they lit a small fire in the church next door to the White House in the basement, and there was rioting, and the cops were getting beat, and so I think it was the National Guard or whatever did tear gas and all this, and then it was Trump's a fascist and beating up on protesters, but yeah, the photo and he wouldn't let it go. He wouldn't let it go during the show. He's like, "Yeah, they burned the church down. You can find the pictures. You can find them. We'll pull up pictures." And they obviously didn't, because they didn't burn the fucking church down.
Burn to the ground.
They they did light a fire in the church, so you're doing a disservice to your own argument because you're exaggerating what actually happened when what actually happened was bad. And it was bad enough. I don't know why you have convinced yourself that they burned this fucking church down when they didn't do that, because it's still there.
It doesn't need to be exaggerated.
No, man. And you just, you do so much more discredit to your own argument when you say shit like that.
It's like if you're going to talk about Kyle Rittenhouse, you're like, there were 30 people that were all trying to beat him to death. And you're like, well,
not really.
That's not what happened, but it also was fucked up at the base of it. So I know we can just start there and it's fine, It's too much. So let's talk next about the Starbucks unions, right? So you wrote your piece about the unions in general.
I did.
There is
fucked on Starbucks a lot.
Yeah, there's some 200 plus Starbucks stores that have unionized, right?
Yeah, it's over 220 now.
Yeah. So what's the update on this? Right?
The update on this is that it continues. The unionization effort continues like in full force, right?
It's keep going.
And it's keep going, and the union's webpage is up and ready to go.
Because it's one union that's going across all the different stores, right?
Yeah.
And so
It is the Starbucks Workers United.
Okay. Look at that's the fucking. Do they have merch?
They got
Oh God.
official merch, baby. Let's see how much
You okay?
Look at this.
I know. Okay, I know.
$27 must be union made.
Our T-shirts are 15. I make them with my hands. They sell masks.
There's no slave
Okay.
labor
All
involved.
right.
We
All
make
right.
them ourselves.
I know. First of all, I know that we sell merch, stickers, T-shirts. Order them wherever you want. We'll send them to you. But I feel like you're kind of a piece of shit if you're a union and you're like, buy our merch though. I get it, like this. We're funding ourselves and I don't know. It
Doesn't make you less
feels
of a
very
piece of shit.
sellouty. I don't like the way
Yeah.
that it feels for the union to have a merch page. Like that doesn't feel good to me.
Yeah.
Their logo is funny. I will give them that. The hand with the Starbucks cup, but
Real power fisty too going on there.
yeah. Well, also a little hammer and sickly, and so
Which is,
but.
the workers of Starbucks Unite.
And so Starbucks is going to start having its first meetings for collective bargaining, right? Is that that's what's going on?
And this is it comes at the same time when the CEO of Starbucks, what's his name?
Yeah.
Oh shit, where'd the article go?
Chuck something, right?
Yeah, it's Chuck Schultz or something like that.
Charles, no, that's the Peanuts
Is
guy.
that it? Okay.
Charles Schultz is the Peanuts guy, right?
I don't know who the Peanuts guy is.
Like
Mr. Peanut.
No, like the comic Peanuts, like Charlie Brown. I mean,
Yeah. No. Yeah, I think it's Chuck. Yeah. We'll go with that.
It
That
was
sounds
Charles
right.
Schultz.
And I'm trying to remember if this is the actual article or not. But regardless, the big story is they had a big company meeting like that, and they're going over all the pay raises and the increase in benefits that they're going to offer all of their partners, as what they
Yes.
call their employees. If you work at a Starbucks store anywhere, you are considered a partner. That's just what they call them. But he did make a point to say that everybody in the union will not be a part of that because that's not in their contract. So the contract that will be bargained for by the union is going to have to go in and try to get something equivalent, because they don't have to offer them the same shit anymore because they're not their standard employees. The union has fucked themselves over by this. This is a power move, because they are also at the same time Starbucks is closing stores, oftentimes at locations that were unionized, because if I was a business owner, I'd probably do that too. Because now all of a sudden I don't get to run my business the way I want to. I have to do it the way my employees tell me I have to. And I have built this giant empire, so go fuck yourself. I know how to do this. You don't.
If you own like the Starbucks down by the ferry, or something like that, and you're just making racks on a daily basis, pure off location.
Oh, yeah.
Howard Schultz, by the way.
Howard Schultz.
And they named a new
Chuck Schultz.
a new Starbucks CEO on September 1st.
Okay.
And his name Laxman Norrisman. And he's going to be the next CEO. He's going to take over in
Sounds
October.
Norwegian.
Oh, today, actually.
Hot dog, October 1st.
After relocating from London to Seattle, and he'll work closely with Howard Schultz
There you go.
before assuming the CEO role. So today actually is his first day as CEO. So congratulations.
There's a
There's a lot of shit going on in this
there
company.
is, right?
I hope you're ready.
Yeah, good luck. So yeah, it continues. It originally started in Buffalo, New York, of all
Yes.
places, and then it spread out from there. And they've gotten, like I said, 220 plus is the latest and greatest from the union that
How many
says we got
Starbucks
it.
stores are there? Do you know?
I do not know,
I will
but I
look
would
it up.
imagine there are thousands at this point in time. Because literally, God, I remember even when I lived in New York City, you could literally every other block, damn near, without being too exaggerated, in any commercial district, every other block there was a fucking Starbucks that you could go to. There were more Starbucks than Dunkin' Donuts, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Which used to be a staple out there. But it's gonna be a problem because the benefits of Starbucks are astronomical. If you
there
are
are 15,444
Tens of thousands.
locations in the United States.
Good Lord. And they are international, I do believe,
Yeah,
too.
nearly
So.
9. Yes, yeah. There's 33,833 open stores across the globe in 80 countries.
Good Lord.
Yes,
80.
and
They're basically McDonald's.
There are 9,000 corporate-owned stores in the United States.
Wow. That's interesting.
Damn, bro. In California, there's 3,005. There are 3,000 Starbucks just in California.
Wow.
And that is the most by almost double. The next after that is Texas with 1,287.
Dude.
So by twice.
By double. Wow. That's that's so many Starbucks.
And they only have 10 million more people. They have twice as many over twice as many Starbucks. That's awesome.
Oh my gosh.
That is awesome.
That is so crazy to think about. That's so many Starbucks. Good Lord. But yeah, for the average Starbucks worker, right?
Right. Sorry.
Like your average pay is not that great. It's obviously going to go up, obviously, but there's no official tips involved in Starbucks, though you do get a healthcare plan, so you will be, I guess, if you were in Seattle, you'd be below that state minimum wage, but
$15.75.
But still, nobody can get around the state minimum wage, I'm fairly sure.
No.
So you're about to make that as a barista. Even if you're a part-time worker there, you get access to healthcare benefits, which they actually publicly show their plan on their website. You can go to like employee benefits and find out what it is. It's better than the average employer-based healthcare
most
system.
healthcare sucks. So
Yes, and yeah, they have a much lower deductible than most places I've ever seen, which is pretty nice.
that's probably what they focus on if their if their pay is not going to be $20 an hour. And they're like, let's just try and get it to the smallest deductible as possible.
Yep.
And we'll handle the vast majority of the premium or whatever.
Yeah, I think it was like $2,000 to $3,500, depending on which of the packages
And
you
that's
chose.
not bad.
No, because most of them start like 5 to 8.
Yeah, comparatively
You know.
to other healthcare plans. It's
Yeah.
all shit. No one.
It's all terrible.
Yeah. No one up in the comments like, that's fucking too much money.
Yeah.
I know that. I fucking know that.
But yeah, you get healthcare benefits. You have essentially access to a free 4-year bachelor's degree from ASU Online University through their partnership
I know
with
multiple
ASU.
people who have gotten their degrees through that program working at Starbucks.
And that alone is worth more than whatever salary you're going to make there. Obviously, because at minimum wage, we're talking about 30 grand per year. What does an average ASU tuition cost? Probably close to like 24 grand a year on the low end.
Yeah.
So boom, there's the majority of your salary right there. You can just get in free benefits plus your health care. You're already making more in benefits than you are in salary.
For slanging some coffee and dealing with some Karens.
Indeed. And you also get free coffee. You get like a free bag of coffee and shit like that. I think it's like once per pay period or something like that. You get discounts. There's
Free drinks.
401k. There's, let me pull it up because it was rather extensive. I went over it all in my piece.
As far as, service industry, barista job goes, it's not bad.
Yeah. It was, benefits and perks. This is good. So let's pull this up. Yeah. So healthcare coverage, stock, 401k, and financial well-being. You get paid time off, obviously. You have a pretty decent amount of parental leave. Education, student loan management. That's that ASU program we talked about. Plus,
Yep.
they have other different programs you can apply for.
Will Wallace. Thank
What
you
up,
very
Will?
much, sir. Good to see you.
Commuter benefits. If you have to commute, if you take public transit, blah, 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 they
Okay.
will essentially reimburse you for all of that, which I
Word.
think is interesting.
Bus passes and stuff.
They have partner assistance. So this is kind of a cool little program they have where they will help cover childcare to a certain dollar amount and stuff like that, up to like 10 or 12 days a year. So if you need emergency, hey, my kid's sick today, I got to be home. I think whatever that cost, if you need to come into work or find a babysitter or find something like that, or if you need to take the day off or whatever, they will charge you $1 for that. And then the rest of the day you can get your full pay. And up to I think it's 10 days a year
Really?
for something like that. So, and that's, yeah. Plus they also have other programs for other kind of child care assistance that you can get while you're there.
That's pretty interesting.
And it's open to anybody that works 20 hours or more a week. Dude,
right.
I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think there's a union out there that will get you those benefits. You might get a higher pay, but
Yeah, and not for
You're
20 hours
no.
a week. For full time, maybe. They'll
Maybe
give you
for
that,
full time, yeah.
But you could likely get comparable benefits for a full time employee, but not for 20 hours a week.
No,
That's not how
no.
that's going to work.
No, that's a pretty big deal. So it begs the question: why the unionization effort?
Also, they're like, plus, we love minorities. Look
Yeah.
at this picture. They're like, we love
love it.
minorities.
Oh, yeah.
If you didn't know, that's really funny.
And you know,
The
they're
Starbucks
all-
union doesn't, though. That's all white people in that picture.
Oh, there was.
Do you
they had
see
a good
that?
one
Do you
here.
see how Starbucks likes minorities and the union doesn't?
Let's go to their FAQ page is for the frequently asked questions on the union side. They usually there's like 5 or 6 where they're frequently asked questions. They have
Oh,
an
damn.
epic document about
Ooh,
this.
someone got paid money to write that.
Yes.
How do we bargain a contract?
Yep.
This
What are
is
your
for-
union dues? That's right. Because if you want to be a part of a
Okay.
union, you got to pay into the union so that they can fight for better contracts and stuff like that.
So this is
It's,
what?
$10.84 per week for a full-time employee and $5.47 per week for the anybody works less than 25 hours.
So this website is meant for people who want to join the Starbucks union or
Yes.
are considering joining the Starbucks union. Also, you can buy some merch. For,
Yeah. This is the
to
official
support the
Starbucks union page.
Oh, so okay.
Yep.
So this isn't to rally the people for your cause. This is to convince other Starbucks workers to join the union.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So, this one I love. It's like, what does this even mean? It says start organizing. So it's got a fist over
yeah,
a
what's it
bottle of
squishing?
sanitizer. I guess I don't, hashtag COVID or something. I don't
Are
understand
they
that.
flavors maybe? Maybe they're coffee flavors.
Oh, maybe they're the flavors.
Okay.
Let's do that. Let's go with that. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt here. There's a couple minorities in there. There
All right.
you go. That's good.
Animated ones.
Yep. Baristas Union, Starbucks Workers United, Strong Coffee, Strong Union. Woo, woo, woo. Also buy our merch. So yeah, you can sign up right now if you're a partner in Starbucks.
Can give
you
us
can do
money
that.
before you give us money.
Yep. And really, the one of the funniest things about this is when it comes to different shops like this unionizing, anybody can attempt to form a union
Right.
at their in place of employment, right? You only need it's not a very high majority of the people that you need
Right.
to vote. But when you think about the people that work at Starbucks, each store doesn't have that many employees. So most of these votes are like 18 to 4, 22 to 5. It's like less than 50 people all voting to join these unions, and it's
I wish that
God, it's
someone
a
would
weird
try
deal, man.
and unionize our job so that I could just see what Tim's face was like. I'm like, I want to start a union. I just wish that I could see him be like,
oh my gosh.
get the fuck out.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah. Because one of the most important things that I wanted to stress during my article, right, is if you are in a position at which you think you deserve more financial compensation for your
Yeah.
job and stuff like that, you know what doesn't help your case in most cases? Joining a union. Because your individual right to bargain for the worth of your own labor goes right out the door. And you give that right of bargaining over to someone else, to a collective group of people who do not actually care about you.
But if you
They
wanna
care
quiet
about the
quit-
organization, and they care about the strength of the organization, and ideally what they can kind of, we want to protect our members. Yeah,
Right.
definitely. We also want to just make sure that everybody can do as little work as possible for the most amount of money.
We're all trying to quiet quit out
Yeah,
here.
they're just an NGO version of quiet quitting.
Yeah, we're all trying to quiet quit out here.
It's
Let's
not
quiet
good.
quit together.
Yeah. It's not good, man. Nobody's winning here. It's very surprising to me that an industry with such an incredibly high turnover rate too has gotten this rally of support for unionizations. And we've also seen this coming to various fast food places now, like Chipotle got into it. Grocery stores like fucking Trader Joe's is, certain of those stores are starting to unionize. And why? I don't get the push. I don't get the push. I don't get the push unless if you're just pissed off about not making as much money as you think you deserve, then why would you not want to go someplace that will pay you what you're worth?
So let me present like a question scenario, right? Because I think that there's a little bit of difference in mentality, and I question this myself, that I think someone like Crystal Ball would probably argue that, you know, these are not livable wages. Like, you can't get an apartment off of this one wage. You can't support this for all this type of stuff. And I, growing up, and maybe even now, I would have to think a lot about it, was always under the perception and understanding, like, not every job is going to support your entire life. That's not every job is meant to support your entire life. Not every, like, some of the jobs are meant for, ideally for young people who are maybe still living at home or who don't need to pay for an entire life. Or if you are doing that, then it's meant for you to have a place where you have roommates or some shit like that. And you just, so, and I don't, maybe that's a weird, fucked up, backwards way of looking at things, but that's just what my perception of the job market has been, that not every job is going to support everything that you want. And that's why there are circumstances like low income housing, like houses where people, 4 or 5 bedroom houses where people have roommates and stuff like that. That was always my understanding, my perception of the market and the way that housing and bills and whatnot worked, was that if you didn't have a job that paid for you to live by yourself and all of those things, then that was the circumstance that you lived in until you had a better job.
Yes, I think what we're dealing with here is essentially like a need and a desire to require simple solutions for extremely complex problems.
Yeah.
Which is never a good thing to do. It always ends very, very poorly. The job market, jobs and what it is that you get paid at a job, they are not necessarily in direct relation with the outer economic state of, say, the housing market or the commodities market or anything like that. Like, they don't work in tandem together as people, you know, socialists like Crystal Ball believe they should.
Right.
They are not that, because the market, as it should be in a true free market sense, they're not explicitly tied to each other. There's all these different externalities and all these different factors that come into play that make housing cost a certain amount of money. And that just because housing costs are up doesn't mean that your average salary is going to go up to match your housing market. Jobs do not necessarily, to get a job doesn't mean you have to get paid enough, you know, a quote living wage. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't have any relation to what it is you're getting paid to do. You know, businesses operate on we make a product. Ideally, we make a product, and we have a workforce that we invest in to put out this product that we can make a profit off of, and that means we can continue to do this wonderful dance that we call capitalism. It's a whole deal, right? Every business is different, but that's essentially the deal. Goods and services, shit like that. That is the relationship to a salary or a wage. Has nothing to do with how much houses cost outside. The overall market at which that business would need to exist in, the price of the good or service or whatever it is that they produce and allows them to continue to operate, is in some fashion priced at a point at which that relates to the greater economic market in place, housing, groceries, the whole 9 yards. It's all kind of intertwined, but nothing's really directly related that well. So this concept of a living wage is nonsensical. It doesn't mean anything. To ask a company to pay their employees enough to buy groceries and a house doesn't mean that company can exist. The argument gets easier to make when you have a massive corporation like Starbucks, where the executive makes millions and millions of dollars and all that shit. Yeah, which the only reason they have over 10,000 stores in America is because a good chunk of those profits go into, getting those benefits, getting those, those brick and mortar, facilities, getting all of the inventory and the supply chain and all the contracts to go to making sure that employee can show up and work and bring home some kind of money. But there is much more of an argument for people to ask for more money when a small portion of leadership is getting, cashing in, millions and millions of dollars. That is understandable to a point, but that's a different problem, though.
The relationship you're talking about with the different markets inside and outside is to compare it to a different aspect, right, or a different topic. The problem, quote unquote, with what the Biden administration did with the student loan payments, where they limited the amount of money that your student loan payment can be, that it's only a certain percentage of what your monthly income is.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's not necessarily or inherently a bad thing, but it's also not a win for you because it doesn't change how much your loan is, and it doesn't change how much someone can charge you for going to school.
Yeah.
Now you're just going to pay it back slowly over a way longer period of time. Maybe the government is just going to pay it off again. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Maybe.
That's only a half a win because it's not lowering the money they're paying, and it's, if anything, it's adding to it because your interest is going to keep going for longer. You're going to pay more over time.
Yeah.
This isn't really a win. This is just, it's an ideological win so that this is more affordable for you, or you feel like it's more affordable for you in the short term when really you're paying more long term. That's the beautiful thing of, like, the thing on your credit card statement, that's if you make only the minimum payment, it will take you this long to pay it off and you'll pay this much extra in interest. Like, that's on all of your credit card statements. And I don't know if they're doing that with student loans, but if they're not, they should tell you, if you only make the minimum payment, it is going to take you fucking this long to do this. And the government should tell you, once we readjust this, if you only pay this percentage, it's going to take you this much longer than it was before we changed this. So you can either pay this amount and it will still take you this fucking long, or there's a new amount and it will take you fucking 7 more years because all the interest that we added.
Or it'll just bring you until you die, and then your kids won't be burdened with that debt because we're not letting that debt go.
Right. It doesn't realistically correlate with the market like you're talking about. I think that's very good.
But it does make sense when you look at their whole broad outlook on how the economy and money works anyways.
Right.
Where nothing really matters. We can just print.
Well, in the
print,
same deal,
print,
we've
print,
heard Crystal make the argument that they believe in continual debt payment of people who are going to school. They're like, well, just make it all free anyway.
Yeah. Just unionize it or nationalize it.
Nationalize it.
Just
It's fine.
nationalize it.
Yeah.
That'll solve the fucking problem.
Well, I'm interested to see what's going to come of this. Let's hit just one more thing because we're going on an hour now.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the Durkin texts, right? Because nothing else is like really big from here. It's just other local stuff. Seattle, just really quickly, Bruce Harrell introduced a new budget, and they're adding back to the police budget.
Refund the police.
Yeah, from what they took away from it, because obviously shit is really bad in Seattle. They're also giving a bunch more money to the housing alliance, the people who deal with homelessness there, right? And my only deal with that is that's not like, it's not inherently a bad thing, but we've also seen California's a great example. If you just keep throwing money at a problem, that's not necessarily going to solve it.
Yeah, that just means the leaders of the charities get bigger paychecks.
Yeah, at least I will give them some credit in Washington. They are trying very hard and actively working on the housing thing, getting people into housing, like free housing and shit, so they can get clean and get figured out, like cleaned up, and get onto this back into the job market. But
paid for by the taxpayer.
We've also talked about Pendleton Place and stuff like that, where they're not doing that. People just live here, and you use drugs, and you can be a prostitute, and you can do whatever the fuck, and it's fine. We'll take care of it, and it's not a problem. You know, so. That is an example of throwing money at this is not always the answer.
Generally, it has not been.
Yeah.
I think it's not so much. It's not throwing money at the problem. It's throwing money it's throwing money into a system that is inherently flawed to the point where the vast majority of the funds you're sending do not go explicitly to what you think they're going to. Something we'll talk about a lot more in the future segment as we go along. But generally speaking, most of the money that gets sent there gets abused in all sorts of ways, in overpriced markets because they're all government contract markets. Nonprofits have a very, very bad track record with their leadership and the administration of these said profits, taking massive amounts of money in salaries and then leaving very little at charity, which something Steve Bannon is going to go to jail for, but nothing like that happens every day.
They're adding 13% to the King County Regional Homelessness Authority. That's what.
Oh, so the government agent aspect of it. Agency.
Yeah, and we talked about them last episode with what the the international district. They have that big ass housing complex. So these are the people that built that. So again, an example of this is a great idea in theory, just like Pendleton Place. Great idea in theory, and then you fuck up neighborhoods. You put it across the street from a fucking funeral home. You do all this shit.
Yep.
Just a horrible location to do any of these things.
Yeah.
So
What's the reverse of gentrification called?
and just add a bus route, right? Put it farther away somewhere and give it its own bus route in which there's just a fucking trolley almost, that just specifically runs from there into town.
Yeah, dedicated public transport. Look
Yeah,
at
that way it's not fucking with anybody's neighborhoods. It's
Yeah.
not fucking with the industry. They can still get in and out of town. It's fucking one bus route. You could even use a short bus, right? Like, and I'm not talking shit.
Like a smaller size.
Yeah, I mean, and that's I say that because in like Kazap County on the more urban routes, they're small buses. They're just short. You don't need an entire city bus if there's going to be 5 people that ride it every day. So
Let's get one of them new green electric buses that they're so proud of these days.
the bus route that I took to leave my house was the 23, and that was a small bus, and it also only ran every other hour. So sometimes I had to sit and wait at the transfer station for an hour for it to come, and then I could go.
Oh
home.
yeah, that case where you just miss it and you go,
Yeah.
fuck, I gotta
Yeah.
sit here forever.
Yeah. So I would take that one and then like the 13 to the college or something like that.
The 13, huh?
Yeah, something like that.
Gotta take the 13.
I think that's what it was. Yeah. So
Better.
that's all. So we'll see, obviously, if Seattle gets markedly better over the next few years because of
Yeah.
all of this money.
I wonder what the over-under is on that.
Yeah.
So we have an update on a continually evolving story that is revolving around former mayor Jenny Durkin of Seattle, who was the PIC in charge. The PIC person in charge.
Person in charge in charge.
That's right. During the infamous Summer of Love, dubbed by her,
Yes.
the Chaz Chop time,
So
when
it could
the
be a summer of love.
when the semi-autonomous zone of I forget what they ended up calling it, but yeah,
Right.
it was done during the George Floyd protests. It was there on top of Capitol Hill, essentially for about a month. It went from early June to July before they finally stepped in and shut it
Capitol
down
Hill
after all those.
occupied protest.
Boom,
That's
there it
what
was.
ended
That
up
was
being.
the
chop.
That was the chop because
Yeah.
originally it was the Chaz.
Chaz chop.
It was Chaz was Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone.
Yeah.
And then they were like, well, you can't do that because then you're like, actually, that's like a treason or something like
Yeah.
that. You're not a breakaway province, bro. You can't be doing that. So they had
Idiots.
to change it. Otherwise, the National Guard could have come in and literally just taken them all out, which would not have been a good look. But hey,
And people go there during the day and there's like art going on. They're like, look at how fucking peaceful it is and beautiful.
Yeah.
In the nighttime,
And
the
then as
woman's
soon
getting
as-
raped.
yeah.
And kids are getting shot when they're fucking driving through. They're wilding and shit.
Yeah, and old what's his name, Simone.
Raz Simone.
Raz Simone comes out there and tries to lay down the law and gives a bunch of guns to people, which it is what it is. Hey, look,
Well
the
said.
studio's falling apart. But anyways, the
get
big
rid of that face
update
on the
in
back.
this one is there's been an investigation going on into a bunch of deleted text from the head of Seattle government
Yes.
during this time. And what we have here is an official report.
Oh.
It's the forensic report from all the various cell phones at use and the deleted text messages.
She had 3
She had 3
at one time, I think,
Yes, at one time. Yeah, they were all. And this investigation actually covered more than just her. It's kind of like her and a bunch of other
right?
people.
Carmen Best and other
Yeah,
people.
former Chief Best, Chris Fisher, Kenneth Nefsey. I can't read that right now. Maybe I'll zoom in. Nefsey, Chief Scogins, Idris Biergard, and Assistant Chief Greening, all major officials in the administration during this time. And ultimately, it's a 27-page report, but they have all sorts of really cool breakdowns of what was going on with the phones, right? They are having a hard time recovering these texts because most of these phones were at multiple times reset to factory settings. And when that happens, that's kind of like what they go over, like what that means. And it's
Why are you
essentially
doing
scrubbing
this? Yeah,
because
why
you're
are you
scrubbing your phone.
doing
You're
this?
scrubbing the evidence.
Oh, you pieces of shit.
So Mayor Jenny Durkin, she
of
was
them reset.
manually deleting texts for a long time. I think the headline of the original story was she manually deleted 191 texts But that's not to include all the other techs that were wiped out during the multiple periods of factory resetting.
Because she's like, I don't even know how that happened.
Yeah. And
I don't know how it got set to 30-day reset. It's probably happened when I fucking reset my phone to factory reset settings.
When they okay,
you piece of
well,
shit.
see, and that's the thing too. When they go over this in the report, which all you got to do is just Google Durkin Court phone forensic report, and it'll come up. It's a 27-page report that's available for been officially released to the public. But yeah, when you did the factory reset on those particular phones, it would auto default to retain the messages forever. And so you would have to manually get in there and change that setting within the various iPhones. And she did. And multiple people did. Carmen Best did not. Her phone was reset to factory settings after she turned it in. And all of her text messages were wiped out at that point because they reset it to factory settings after she turned it in. It's not good,
Come on,
dude.
man.
It's not good. And so,
like, what did you guys do? What did you do that is so horrific that you now need to delete it all? All of you collectively decided to delete this.
yes, probably under her, authority,
what was
obviously,
it?
but and
Gas them. That's
we'll
what
never
they said.
gas them.
Fucking gas them.
Well, yeah, that was at that time. I mean, that was one of the big things. I mean, there was a bunch. The George Floyd protests were popping off, and the protocol of riot suppression and stuff was in question. There was a lot of like, you can't use tear gas anymore. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can do this, but you can't do this. And it was a really big deal. The looking at some of the tables here, it shows what device it was: iPhone 8 Plus, iPhone 11, and it shows you what date the back was, how many messages were on there, how many deleted messages
Oh,
were
come
there.
on, man.
The deleted messages as a percent, on one of them, this shows like before the Chas Chop went down, and then July 2021. That was all post George Floyd stuff, right? But then you look, so you're at 22%, and then boom, once you get into that 85%, 77%, 72%. So it don't look good for Mayor Durkin. She be doing a bunch of such shit, and now I don't know if they have any ability to actually recover any of this, like what was actually going on.
And what?
But it's not a good look. It's not a good look, bro.
You're worse off now for trying to cover it up than you would have been if you were just like, listen, we're just trying to handle shit. Like, we did do that, but we're trying to handle shit right now. You would have, the city would not have been happy. The protesters would not have been happy. But you quit after that anyway.
Exactly.
You're already not the mayor anymore.
Yeah, like you already knew you weren't going to be able to be mayor again after that period. So I don't understand.
It wasn't a summer of love.
And now you might be looking at some, like, if there's any way to nail this down.
Potentially jail time, right?
Word.
For sure, a big-ass fine.
Not cool,
what
dude.
An idiot.
Yeah.
What a gang of idiots.
Yeah, so good stuff there. Good stuff there.
It's a good thing we have the best and brightest running our goddamn governments, isn't it? Isn't it great?
Every government from the smallest on up, bro.
Yeah, only the best for us.
Only the best.
Wow.
This is, how do you become an anarchist? This is how.
You guys are terrible.
Every one of these government institutions is completely incompetent. And they're real good at doing a bunch of shit that they'd more than be happy to throw you in a cage for the rest of your life for. But they'll do it and probably get away with it. So yeah, there's uplifting local news for you. And I'm sure this is not the end, I'm sure. This literally just came out on Friday or Thursday night. So we will see. And we have been tracking. We will keep tracking.
We just talked about this last episode.
This is great. It's good stuff.
Deborah.
Hello. Every single agency is crap.
Yes, she
Amen,
is.
Deborah.
Every major institution hates you and wants you to die.
Boom.
It's horrifically sad, but that is the outcome I have arrived at. Deborah,
That's
you are
right.
just in time for us to take our very first break. We'll be back in 3 minutes Deborah, we will be back. And we're going to go into part 2. We're going to be talking about some national issues, right? We have some fraud that we're going to be discussing, the PPP loan fraud, the food aid fraud. We're going to talk about Donald Trump stuff that he has going on.
Oh, I'm going to have to save this one. I forgot. I'm going to have to save this one for the grab bag.
Drivers, car makers, and states are leaving fossil fuels in the review as Washington.
Governor Inslee wrote a new Medium post about going green and how awesome it's going to be to go fully green by 2035. And yeah, we'll save that one for the grab bag because
so
I got to tear the shit out of this thing because it's terrible.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So we're also going to talk about the stopgap spending bill.
Yay!
And then the potential congressional stock trading ban. So
yeah, super disappointed. No government shutdown. Super bummed about that.
So we will be back, everybody, in 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Boom.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. consultation with real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us. This is Salt of the Streets Part 2. My name is Donovan,
I'm Colin.
and we are happy to have you here. You are watching us here on our youtube.com/Salt of the Streets. I actually don't think it's /Salt of the Streets, but it's youtube.com. Search for Salt of the Streets,
Yeah.
and you
yeah,
will
yeah.
find us.
We're
are there.
not big enough yet to have our own YouTube / yet.
Excuse me.
You got to be real big.
You will find us. Go there. Look for Salt of the Streets. We also have our Instagram at Salt of the Streets and our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there. Sign up. Help us make more, better content like this. We just dropped our 11th newsletter yesterday, which is an article written by Colin and I individually. And we had the beer show live stream yesterday.
That's
We
right.
had the review preview that drops today right here on our YouTube. Share, like, subscribe to this content here to help us make more just like this. All this at saltofthestreets.com. You can find all this information right there. This segment is brought to you by Location Skate Shop in downtown Bremerton. If you need a skateboard, you're in the local area, go there. Zeke,
Zeke,
happy to
my
have you here. Thank you
man.
very much for joining us. You are just in time for part 2, sir.
Shit's about to get real,
Thank you.
boy.
That's right. It was just local stories, so that's okay.
I always get
and we
super
talked-
nervous with this.
It's tough. It's a tough one. You got it. This
They're
is a
heavy,
good looking.
bud.
The growler, yes. I will usually hold it a little bit like a football and kind of put one
Word.
finger through the ring.
Yeah, I'm
and
like super
just-
nervous about this
Yeah.
because of like all the shit.
It is tough. That's a night where that's so clear.
Okay, so this is the illustrious beer I've been preaching on for like weeks now.
Ooh.
This is the Icarus Pale Ale from Silver City Brewing.
Right.
Cheers,
Cheers,
buddy.
sir.
It is one of their seasonal brews. It has become one of my favorite. It's fucking fire, dude.
That's very good.
Like it's slightly hoppy, not too much.
Right.
It's got a good balance, a good
Yeah.
everything, man. And it's like 6.8, I think. It's not too crazy, but
Not bad.
it's up there. It's good shit.
Not bad.
Yeah, good stuff.
Okay.
So I had before
yes.
we kick off, a couple things. I wanted to ask you about this. Have you ever gotten or heard about Dr. Squatch
Of
soap?
course, I might watch YouTube. Of course.
Okay,
I've heard about it.
right.
I've
Have
never
you ever
bought it,
used it?
no.
Okay. I have become a Dr. Squatch
Oh
fanatic.
God. This is not an ad, by the way.
I'm like a huge soap guy now.
Well, if it is, I don't know about it. But
It's not. I wish it was. They're a big enough company. Smell this.
with the stuff in it, I like soap
Yeah.
with things in it. to
They have
exfoliate.
different levels. This is a heavy grit soap, and it's got oatmeal in it and sand.
What's the scent?
This is pine tar. Now the crazy thing about this, it doesn't look like that now, but if you get wet, it's black as night, and when you're washing yourself with it, literally, it's black.
Yeah.
Like it's wild, but it's fucking
How
awesome.
long does it last? Because I had a piece of soap like that once made out of goat's milk, and it did not last very long.
They don't last that long.
Yeah.
They don't last that long, but it's because it's not synthetic detergent, as they say
Yeah.
on the commercial. This is real life soap.
How much is it?
You could buy them at Walmart now, and I think they're about $5 or so. Or
How
you can
long
get
does
it
it
from
last?
about a week,
That's it?
maybe. I don't know. No. Let's
For
think
a
about it.
regular-
Probably 2 weeks.
A bar of
I
Dove
don't know.
soap will last me like a month, probably.
You know what? It really depends on how manly you are and how much hair you have. Because obviously, if you're more hairy, it rubs that shit off more.
Right, okay.
And of course, because I'm the manliest of all men, which I'm not wearing plaid today to justify that.
Right. You get your Eddie Bauer shirt
I got
on.
my Eddie Bauer shirt on, which means I'm not doing very well in this department.
I
But
don't have any chest
no,
hair.
it's fucking phenomenal, and I've become such a.
It smells good.
It's legit, and they have all sorts of different, scents and types, and you can have heavy grit, medium grit, no grit. It's pretty sweet.
It seems like you wouldn't really need to wear cologne, if your soap smells that like strong. You probably wouldn't need. I don't know if you wear
Yeah.
cologne anyway.
I do.
Don't.
I got a nice bougie one. Carolina brought it back from
There you go.
Canada.
You seen the Versace I got, brother? Versace's nice.
Yeah,
So
you know,
it was a
bougie,
present
bougie.
too. Yeah, it was a present.
Hey, that's Is it? This seems like a very dude thing to have be gifted cologne.
I told Jordan that's what I wanted. I said I want cologne. I don't want to pick it out because I don't want to pick one that I like. I want one that you like. You know?
It's not really for me.
Yeah,
right. It's for everyone else in my orbit.
So I tasked her with it, and she, stresses about presents, and then because my birthday and Christmas, she always wants like them to be special and unique and fucking whatever. So she's always tripping until like the last minute. And I just don't know what to get you. I want to get you that thing. Blah blah blah. Fucking get me cologne. I want cologne. Just go and fucking buy cologne.
How long does your average cologne last you? About a year?
I think I'm probably just over a third of the way done with this one, and I got it for Christmas last year. So,
well, maybe year and a half or so.
Yeah,
good overlap,
Right. Maybe
like
2 years. I think I could probably get out of this one, which is pretty good. I don't know how much it was. Obviously, it was a present. It wasn't cheap, but it wasn't like $100.
They don't fucking give that shit away, man. It bothers me.
No,
unless you want to go like the industrial strength, like Brute, that you buy at the drugstore or whatever.
Axe, Axe body spray.
Bro, I was a teenager once.
Yeah.
That's it. When I was a teenager, like when I first started to go through puberty and shit, that was when Axe first started to come out. And so everybody at my high school smelled like shit.
Yeah.
Just like that. Junior high, high school, it was
horrific.
Everybody smelled like fucking hairspray on Adderall.
Gross.
Whatever Axe smells like, it's not good.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, let's
Okay. So first, I actually want to talk about.
You like the beer though?
Yes.
What do you think overall about it? Just a nice, generally rounded pale ale.
Yeah, it's pretty bold up front,
Yeah. And then it chills the fuck out though.
Yeah.
This is why you could sit there and drink a few of these.
Yeah. Stanky.
Stanky.
Yeah. So I want to talk about Jan 6 and the Oath Keepers, right? Because we were going to talk about January 6th today, but the January 6th
rain delay
committee, there was a delay because, and it's Steven Crowder, I think, hit on it really good, like very dry. But the committee hearing is in D.C., right? And then
do your best impression of do your own announcement of it in your best dry Steven Crowder persona.
Oh, dude, I don't remember that.
Just do it.
So yeah, because the D.C. hearing was happening in D.C. and there's a hurricane in Florida, and so they had to call off the hearing because of the hurricane in Florida.
The day before the hearing.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm not really sure what the deal is with that, but yeah, they canceled the hearing in DC because of the Florida hurricane. I believe Steven Crowder surmised or guessed that it was because of the ratings, right? They don't want to miss out any ratings because obviously that's the only thing anybody's talking about is the hurricane, obviously, which everybody's fine.
I believe there was even one of the dailies even mentioned something like that. Like they did that because they didn't want to. They wanted to make sure that when they did that, everybody had an opportunity to view this most auspicious event. And so they didn't feel like it was fair to the people of Florida that they wouldn't be able to participate in this and be able to view this. And so we had to delay. And we still to this day don't have a date.
So we were going to talk about January 6th, about the new updates, because they were supposed to go over new evidence and cover some new video footage and things like that. And that didn't happen. But there's also the beginning of the first jury trial for a group of Oath Keepers, right? And the Oath Keeper is like some militia group. It's who fucking knows? Any of these, the 3%ers, any of this bullshit that these fucking guys do.
They're a loud and annoying militia group.
Yeah, when you're, I don't want to delegitimize anybody, but when you're that big,
got to be smart.
I'm not into it. So,
how effective can you be as a local militia if you're that big?
The point is, we want to talk about this because we think that it's really important. And I think the conversation that we had with Joseph last week or last episode made a very legitimate point that there are political prisoners in the United States right now. And it's something that should be more prevalent, and the discussion about it should be happening more often. So we wanted to try and bring more light to that. And the Oath Keeper thing specifically, we will go over more because there's like an audio clip that I want to play and stuff. And the Oath Keepers, a lot of the stuff that they're being accused of sounds like a lot of the shit that you guys listen to us talk about every time you're here. And that's why I want to talk about it, because if those things, just simply owning body armor and buying weaponry and saying that you think a civil war is going to happen, if those things are considered seditious conspiracy because you're in a certain location, then I think that should tell us something about the conversations that we're having and the way that they're being interpreted by the federal government and the powers that be. Not that we don't know that already by the domestic violent extremist labels and things like that, but so when I heard the way that they were describing that, just simply the conversations that he was having, the leader of the Oath Keepers, it sounds an awful lot like the conversations that we are having here. So
Yeah.
because of that, because we're all having these conversations, I think it's important that we all know what these people are going to potentially spend time in federal prison for. And I talked to Colin either in the first part or before the show about the interview that I watched with Marjorie Taylor Greene, talking about the way that the January 6th prisoners are being treated. Some of them have been in solitary confinement for 18 months since just after January 6th, and will continue to be in solitary confinement until they get their trial date, which for some of them is not, a year or more from now. So this is extremely dark treatment, and to think that that's happening for purely political purposes in the United States should not only concern us because we're having this conversation, but should concern anybody because it's happening for political reasons, and it can happen to you if the people who are in power don't like what you have to say. So we will go into that more probably the next episode, because I would expect the January 6th hearing would happen before then.
Yeah.
But if not, just know this is something that we will be tracking. We are going to be talking about this because we think it's very important.
Yeah, and the Oath Keepers trial will have actually really kind of kicked off. Right now,
Jury selection,
they're doing
right?
jury selection stuff, so there hasn't really been any major movement on that, unless you're one of those people that have a great legal mind and like to pick through jury selection. But again, if you're going to be charged in Washington, D.C., you're only getting one kind of juror anyway, so it's not a... I don't like where this is going to go, but also I will add that part of the reason these people are being treated this way and in this manner is because of where it was at.
Yes.
There's a reason why the everyday militia guy isn't getting picked up somewhere else, or even one of the larger who's the guy who was on IRL recently, has another big militia survival group. I can't remember his name.
Mike Glover.
He was not in that. He was not there at that time, putting himself in that position. So he is not being pursued with that great reverence, even though he is also on the domestic extremist list and shit like that. So
His group and everything.
Yeah, so he's getting a different degree of it. But a lot of this stuff, I think, really only stems from them being at that time and at that place, being right there. And that, I mean, it's very interesting to see, because it obviously is a very selectively assessed situation.
Right.
And so yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll be following it. We'll be watching. I would imagine some of legal YouTube, like Viva Fry and shit like that, will be streaming those things, and I'll be trying to watch as many of those as I can, so we could be as tuned up as possible.
Yeah.
For that trial, and then of course, to go, like you said, hand in hand with that, the next installment of season 2 or season 3. I forget what season we're on at this point. Of season 3 of Jan 6.
Yes.
Which they got to hurry, because they're about to lose Cheney. They're about to lose Cheney, and if the writing on the wall is any indication, that select committee is not going to be around very much longer. So, season 3 is going to be a shortened season, obviously, and I don't think we're going to get a return to season 4.
Right.
So we'll see.
So now let's talk about some fraud.
Fraud.
Right? Let's start with the PPP fraud, just because that's what I have here first. So if we will all remember, take a look back, the PPP program, the payroll protection plan, was a government program established because the government shut everyone down. And so because you were going to have to lay off all your employees,
like
because you were
COVID
potentially, during the pandemic, it's right, pandemic era government program. So to help small businesses avoid firing their employees. Instead, you were just supposed to lay them off and keep paying them, so they didn't also have to go on unemployment, because the unemployment system was so insanely overloaded and fucked during that time. So this was the scraps essentially comparatively that were thrown to the plebes after the massive bailouts of the corporations that are now fucking you over. Hello Airlines. Hello Airlines. And right at the end of the day, I don't think that we will ever have a full accounting of how much money was taken from this program, was like stolen from this program. But we will find out.
Yeah.
I don't know that we'll ever even know how much money was taken from us by the government, and then in turn by whoever defrauded the government after that. So we'll find out. But we have just a couple of different examples of different PPP loans. So let's see. This one is from Missouri that I have, and this is actually a woman who did a whole bunch of types of fraud, and one of them was PPP fraud. So she was pled guilty. She's pleading guilty of embezzling $727,000, but she also admitted to fraudulently applying for 3 PPP loans worth $40,000. So that was just on top of all of the other types of fraud that she was doing.
There's layers here.
Yeah, this particular article, this is the one that I was telling you about, is from the Chicago Tribune, and I'll actually send this one to you. And it is about a group of inmates, actually, that applied for PPP loans over the phone while in prison.
Love that.
And then, check this, and then used the money for bail. They bailed themselves out of jail with PPP money.
All they would have had to do was wait till they started releasing everybody.
Yes.
They would have gotten out just fine. Didn't have to steal any money.
So Joliet police and federal authorities have arrested 15 people for filing fraudulent PPP loan applications while in custody in Will County Jail on felony gun or drug charges. Law enforcement officials said some people used jail phones to complete the PPP loan process. Some sent the PPP money to bond out of jail. About 24 individuals have been indicted in the investigation dubbed Operation Triple P. Authorities said at the news conference 15 have been arrested as of Wednesday, and another 10 had warrants out for their arrest. Most of the fraudulent loans for $19,000 to $20,000. Authorities said many of the suspects were already incarcerated for felony offenses when they filed for the fraudulent loans. During the course of the investigation, it was discovered that some of the targets being investigated were in custody and used jail phones to complete the fraudulent PPP loan process. The majority of suspects had open felony cases, which would disqualify an applicant from receiving a PPP loan. Bank records also indicate some of the suspects used the illegal loans to bond out of custody. So
they really had a lock on this shit, apparently.
Oh, yeah. They're fucking balling out, right?
And also, we know now that when you get the call, hey, this is a call from so-and-so detention facility, nobody's listening on the other end. Because they didn't find out until afterwards.
Right, not right then. And then this article that I'm sending you now is from NBC, and it is entitled
Fucking ads.
Biggest Fraud in a Generation, the looting of the COVID relief plan known as PPP. So this whole article is about, obviously, as the title says, the amount of money that was taken from this. And in the third paragraph, they came into their riches by participating in what experts say is a theft of as much as $80 billion, or about 10% of the $800 billion handed out in the COVID relief plan known as the PPP. That's on top of the $90 billion to $400 billion believed to have been stolen from the $900 billion COVID unemployment relief program. Okay, so
that's almost half.
Yes. Yep. It could no. It could be as much as 10% or as much as like almost half. Anywhere from 10% to 47%, roughly. That's how much it could be that was stolen from the unemployment program. Yep.
For fuck's sakes, bud.
Yeah.
This is your taxpayer dollars at work right here.
At least half taken by international fraudsters. Yeah.
Balling. Thank God you got to pay taxes so that the government can just throw away approximately 47% of it.
And maybe get back a fraction of it.
Oh, yeah.
They're not going to get all that money back.
Because all these things, they all pled guilty, right? But these are all plea deals, I'm sure, that'll come down. So they're not going to get back the full amount.
And people have spent the money. If you spent the money and you're going to spend time in prison, you're not going to pay the government back $40 billion.
No.
You're $40 million or even $2 million. You're not going to do it. It's never going to happen. No.
Oh.
And another $80 billion potentially pilfered from a separate COVID disaster relief program.
Oh, somebody bought themselves a Ferrari,
Yep,
dude.
just
Look
under
at
the
that.
picture. Even if the highest estimates are inflated, the total fraud in all COVID relief fund amounts to a mind-boggling sum of taxpayer money that could rival the $579 billion in federal funds included in President Joe Biden's massive 10-year infrastructure spending plan. Literally more than what we're going to spend on infrastructure is what was stolen from us during COVID. Right? It's what the government allowed to be stolen from you because they blew the fucking doors off these programs. They're like, fuck it.
Yeah.
Because we couldn't take 5 seconds to think of a better way to do anything. And I don't want to talk about it too much. So,
That was a big thing at the time. It was like, you guys, we can't be doing this.
Well,
Somebody like
fuck
Rand
it.
Paul and all that
Yeah.
were like, you guys, we need to know where this money's going. I was like, you just hate America. You hate the people of America because you don't want to help them during their time of need.
Yep.
This is what you get, man. This is the government doing their finest fucking work.
Yes.
Good God. There's so much money.
Oh, my God. Much of the losses are considered unrecoverable, but there is still a chance to stanch the bleeding because federal officials say $600 billion is still waiting to go out the door. But we need more, right? In the article that I have from NPR that talks about the spending program, one of the sections is what's not in it. And it's like, there isn't funding for any more COVID shit or vaccines. There's still $600 billion that has yet to be spent from the money we already allocated from that. And of the money that has been spent, half of it has been stolen. Why should we give more money? Why should we put more money into these programs?
What are we talking about? What is this? Is
We're
insane.
talking about fake numbers. None of this is real. It's all fucking fake.
This is fucking mind-blowing.
The Biden administration imposed new verification rules last year that administration officials say appear to have made a difference in curbing fraud, but they acknowledge that programs in 2020 sacrificed security for speed needlessly. So we didn't need to do it. We're acknowledging that now. We didn't need to do it, but we did do it.
You could have just let everybody keep going to work.
And now here we are.
Oh my God.
Yep.
I tell you, dude, this whole era is gonna go down in the history books as probably the killing blow, the slow bleed that led to the downfall of America. This has massive consequences. Yeah, inflation is high now, but we're only just starting to feel this bullshit, man. This is all stemming from this exact time.
And we've already, so it also says that nearly 10 million PPP loans have already been forgiven. So can you imagine how many of the fraudulent loans have already been forgiven? So these are just the ones that we know about that have been caught, right? But if you're really good at it and we weren't able to catch you, then you already made however much money you made on the PPP loans and we forgave it. So you don't have to pay it back because you kept your fake employees, right?
Yeah, man. That's fuck.
Yes.
Like, it's just,
there's another article from Fox
insane.
Business. The SBA doled out $684 million in PPP loans to potentially ineligible nonprofits. Those are just to nonprofit companies who shouldn't have got it. That's not even fraud. That's just people who weren't eligible, applied and shouldn't have got it.
and I'm not about to shill for the government's ability to recover all this money, but
Fuck no. They're not going to do it.
but there's no way they could. There's the amount of manpower you would need to
impossible.
run all of these investigations. It's surprising that they've been able to get as many as they've been able to get so far.
Do you know what we need? 87,000 more IRS agents. That's how we get back this money.
Maybe this is going to be their job.
Yeah,
Wrong.
I'm sure.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be coming after your ass. Definitely not.
Yeah.
Good Lord, man.
So let's talk about some food aid now,
Well,
right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So you have a whole database, right?
So this is a database from a private firm, Arnold and Porter, who I'm assuming has been contracted by the government to litigate some of these cases. But they have an entire database of cases ongoing from, you can see here the program PPP, PUA, EIDL, which I don't know all of these, but like the vast majority of these things, with a small summary of how much and what it is they're potentially, the case against them.
Awesome.
So you got 337,000. Alexander, some crazy Polish name that ends in ski, is alleged to have used fictitious charitable entities such as Love and Bliss Inc. to fraudulently apply for loans. I mean, it's a really good database if you want to have an idea of a lot of these cases that they're litigating. I mean, there's hundreds of these things, man, and they tell you 8.8 million. Oh my gosh, Benjamin oh man, I don't know him. Pled guilty to falsely submitting EIDL and PPP loan applications on behalf of his company, Bencho Jewelry Inc. Oh, you're a jewelry company. In the application, he falsely claimed that Bencho generated as much as $758,000 in revenue, had been operating for 20 years, had 78 employees, and an average monthly payroll of over $350,000. Through his false statement, he obtained more than $850,000 in PPP loans and used the money for gambling, vacations,
Balling.
and other personal expenses.
Balling.
That's just a small sample.
Balling.
That's insane, dude. That's nuts.
So isn't that wonderful?
Isn't that just great?
So let's talk about some food aid, right? We can talk about this one that I have and one that you have, because we have. That's the one that I'm talking about, the Feeding Our Future, right?
At least we got one of them that was right. There's so many now, as it turns out.
Multiple.
Could throw a fucking dart against the wall and just pick one.
Yeah, so Feeding Our Future, there are 47 people that are being indicted. 47 people were charged across 6 separate indictments based on 3 criminal investigations with charges including conspiracy, wire fraud, money laundering, and bribery. So these people defrauded a food aid program for children who don't have food, right? The Feeding Our Future organization, the government alleged, set up more than 250 bogus federal child nutrition program sites around Minnesota and collected money while falsely claiming to be serving food to children. The scheme also, it is alleged, includes shell companies, bogus documents, and fake names, which prosecutors say were generated from a website called listofrandomnames.com. They're literally fucking fake names. They're literally fucking fake names that they used.
Oh.
Yep. It also alleges that employees of Feeding Our Future solicited and received bribes and kickbacks for individual and companies sponsored by Feeding Our Future. So they're double dipping out here.
That's healthy.
This was a brazen scheme of staggering proportions. This is from the U.S. Attorney in Minnesota. These defendants exploited a program designed to provide nutritious food to needy children during the COVID-19 pandemic. Instead, they prioritized their own greed, stealing more than $250 million in federal funds to purchase luxury cars, houses, jewelry, and coastal resort property abroad. I commend the work of the skilled investigators and prosecutors who unravel the lies, deception, and mountains of false documents to bring this complex case to light.
Man.
Yeah.
I wonder how long it takes to do that and how somebody gets flagged for something like that. You know, how do they even start looking?
Enough fake names, you know?
Yeah. Just go, who visited the fakenames.com, list of fakenames.com in the last, 2 years.
The website is no longer up, by the way.
Oh.
That site is currently down with internet message that says, "We are currently undergoing an upgrade. The site will return soon. Thank you for your patience and sorry for the inconvenience."
That's bad. Because people that write fiction and stuff like that use stuff like that all the time to come up with random names because, sometimes it's hard to pull a name out of your ass.
Right. So the food fraud is maybe a little darker morally because the aid was meant for hungry kids, right?
Yeah.
It's fucked up on one level that you stole money that was already stolen from people to begin with. You are reverse Robin Hooding the whole thing. You're just stealing shit that was already stolen from other people.
Robbing the rich to give to me.
Yeah. It was a big topic during COVID, the number of kids that were facing what they're called food insecurity, right? And how many kids rely on school lunches for a consistent meal. And these people did all of the work to pretend that they were good people, and they were actually pieces of shit at the same time because they're just stealing money to put in their own to buy cars and houses and shit like that. They're like, yeah, we're feeding mad kids out here.
That's so fucked up, dude.
Multiple locations.
That is so fucked up.
Yeah, and you have another story for this, yeah?
Yes, this one here also, because they're out of Minneapolis, right?
Yeah.
This is also out of Minneapolis, I believe. Let's pull this one up. McFarah Hassan defended her work feeding needy children. Prosecutors now accuse her of buying a Tesla and other goods with money intended for those kids.
Fuck yeah.
This one is a little bit more gray because she did do some work, but also decided to take a big chunk off the top to, take care of herself too. More than a dozen family members and supporters showed up at the federal courthouse in downtown Minneapolis Thursday morning to support McFarah Hassan as she appeared in court dressed in neon green jailhouse clothing. To many of them, she was a respected leader in the local Oramo community, but to authorities, she's one of dozens of suspects in an alleged $250 million embezzlement and federal food aid funds. One supporter spoke highly of her. She's left an amazing legacy in our community. She's a role model, the youth look up to her. The women look up to her. She's just an amazing leader. A day after federal agents raided more than 15 properties nearly earlier this year in an opening salvo of what is now the largest COVID relief fraud in the nation, Mikfara told Hassan Journal that her nonprofit was above board and that she welcomed scrutiny. The FBI was investigating several organizations like hers for alleged falsely reporting that they serve meals to a large number of low-income children in order to receive federal money to subsidize that food. Mixed with nonprofit, Miss Hopes is headquarters in Shamsia Hopes is headquartered in Brooklyn Center, which is also home to the local FBI office. Bad move there. Prosecutors this week painted a starkly different picture of McVeigh, accusing the Shakopee woman of trying to flee the country on a one-way ticket to Ethiopia. She was booked into local county jail on Tuesday, the same day her flight was scheduled to take off from Minneapolis, St. Paul.
She tried to dip, huh?
She almost got away with it.
Try to dip, huh?
It was also the same day U.S. Attorney Drew Luger announced charges against 47 other defendants in the food aid investigation. So yeah, this is another one that she got accused. So they locked her up because they don't. And this one sounds like it's actually going to be more of a court battle because she also did do the thing that she said she was going to do. Just took a
not all the way.
Just took a lot off the top, I guess. So that one's going to have to be litigated in court. But it's not a good move that she tried to bail out of the country. That everyone's innocent until proven guilty, but fuck, that don't look good. That's fucked up, man. Because these are all
the needy children.
Yeah, stealing from the needy children. It's not good. I mean, in her defense, other 501c3 charities do this shit all the time, way above board. They just do it with privately gathered money instead of government money. So. Yeah. And they get away with it all the time, giving themselves $1 million salaries and putting 5% of the overall company proceeds to actually doing the mission of their so-called charity work.
Black Lives Matter?
Yeah, word. That's a great organization for an example there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've misappropriated all sorts of funds.
Couple houses out here. Balling.
Couple few big old mansions.
Marxist as fuck, right?
Oh, yeah. More for me and none for thee.
So let's talk about Donald Trump, right? We'll talk about this tax fraud. So we've talked about these allegations before, but in a different context. That was when the district court was going after him, right, for the tax fraud. I mean, that's still going on, yeah?
Oh, yeah. They're all still going on.
Yeah, the tax fraud, the district court tax fraud is still going on, but within the last week, the Attorney General for New York, right? That's what it is. Letitia James.
Yes.
She announced a civil case against Donald Trump and his children for the same thing, for these allegations of tax fraud in which he would apply for a loan and inflate the value of his assets and then file his taxes and deflate the value of his assets so that he could take a loss and then come out on top of all the things, right? So we've heard this same thing before, but now it's a civil case from Letitia James. And I was interested in listening to commentary talk about it, right? Because the...
Pause button real quick. Do you remember when we did the New York Times article about his dad?
Donald Trump's dad.
Doing essentially the same exact thing.
Yes.
It all has to do with property value assessments and who does that, how they're legitimized, and then who's willing to loan money on those examples.
Right.
Sorry, commentary.
No, 100%. So commentary was talking about how for the civil case, Letitia James is going to have to prove that someone was done harm because of this. That is an interesting way to go. I don't know who you're going to prove was done harm because Donald Trump lied about his taxes, right?
Yes.
That, I think, is going to be a hard thing to do. And so they were, on commentary, making the assumption that it's almost like she was just signaling to try and bring public attention to something that she hopes other people are already looking into, and if they're not, then put their feet to the flames to make them do it or rush on it or try harder or whatever, because the civil thing I just don't see sticking. I don't know who was they're talking about. In some weird general sense, you could see the taxpayers were done harm because he's stealing from them and is not paying his fair share. But that's not going to hold in court. That's a rough case to try and make.
Yeah. When in reality, the closest you can get to like a legitimately aggrieved party would be the banking institutions that would loan the organization money. But that is also withstanding the concept that these banks and financial institutions have, they don't do their own due diligence into the assets that they're going to use as backing for the loans that they're going to give themselves. It removes all responsibility from them, which they always will do some form of assessment to make sure that whatever loans they're giving out has some kind of security backing to it. And it's up to them whether they accept the assessment of the value of the collateral in question at that point.
Right.
It's on their dime to do that. And so if that's what they did, that's what they did. And then if it turns around and then you claim the assessment on, when it comes time to pay taxes, who does the assessment of your properties at that point? The fucking state does.
Right.
The government does. I don't have any say. There's a weird loophole you can try to, you could try to
an appraiser.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, you could question the county or the state's assessment of your property, but then that gets into a whole deal. But more or less, I have no say into how much my property is worth to the county's assessment. They update it every year, and generally speaking, it just goes up and up so they can charge you more fucking taxes. But that's on them, man. If that's what they assess the value at for his properties, that's what they assess the value at. Whatever the banks decided to accept as accessible value is what they accepted at the time.
Right.
It's their problem. There is no aggrieved party here to be had.
No.
But what's her name? Letitia James has been trying to do this type of shit to him for as long as possible.
She said she was going to go after Donald Trump.
Yeah,
that was like
she
part
has
of her jam.
Yeah, that's been her jam since, he showed up on the scene in any popular fashion.
Deborah says, but the banks don't suffer losses as they are making interest on the notes. 100%. And that's what we're calling. Yeah, there is no aggrieved party. There is no one who has done harm here.
Except for her. She goes, you pissed me off.
Very upset. Yes. So let's talk about the difference between these examples, right? So the first ones, and I have this under like what does this have to do with freedom and liberty? So the first ones we bring up, the PPP fraud and the food aid fraud, we bring up because these first stories to me highlight that this is the natural function of government, right? They throw endless piles of stolen money at a problem and then collect whatever fraction of it can be reclaimed at the end of it. And when it's all said and done, they're going to call it a win. We recollected this X amount of dollars from the people who defrauded you, who stole your money from you. That's what they will say to you at the end, is we reclaimed this much money, right? That's what they're doing now. They're running around saying all these people stole this much money, $250 million for this, $250 million for this. There is no doubt. Isn't that weird? It's saying that no one is watching, no one is chatting, but Deborah just said something. We definitely have people watching. Isn't it? It says there's people watching right now, but the number says 0. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's fucking YouTube.
YouTube don't give a fuck about us. So this is the natural function of government. This is how this is going to go every single time. They couldn't take a moment to talk about maybe what might be the best way to go. They couldn't have an actual discussion or a debate or a something. We're just going to open the fucking taps, and whoever gets money is who gets money. And we'll apologize at the end because it's unprecedented and we can't ask anybody anything. So this is how this will continue to go. And now they'll stand back and they'll just shrug their shoulders. Why is everything so bad? Inflation is terrible and gas costs so much. The mortgage rates are nearly 7%, but it's not our fault. We're doing everything we can. We're crushing it out here. We're cutting money off the fucking deficit out here.
Dude, we've got the best
infrastructure
economy
payments.
ever.
We're fucking balling right now. We're balling right now.
Joe Biden has created more jobs than any American president in fucking history.
They're
right?
lying to you. This government, any government, doesn't care about you. This is their function, to steal your money, to give it away, and then tell you that you should be happy about it. This is how this is going to work. They will devalue your currency. They will take everything they can from you, ruin the fucking assets that you have, and then still try and take more from you. This is the functional government. This is how this is going to continue to work,
It's
right?
the only thing they're good at.
Then they take somebody like Donald Trump, and I fucking hate to defend the man because I'm not like a Donald Trump guy. We talked about this a million times. I'm not a Donald Trump guy, right? But when you victimize him all the time, when you put him in that role, there is no choice but to do this, right? So purely as an example, you take someone like...
Expect us to be grateful.
You're 100%. They expect you to wipe your chin and say thank you, right? So...
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Yes. So... Then they take someone like Donald Trump, who didn't steal taxpayer money, right? And this is why I want to compare and contrast these two things, right? Donald Trump did not steal taxpayer money. He adjusted fraudulently the amount of money he was going to pay in taxes, right? Taxation is theft to begin with. I'm not going to fault somebody for trying to limit the amount of money that is stolen from them by their government every single fucking year, right? There is a difference to me, demonstrable, between someone who is stealing money that has already been stolen from you and someone who is trying to limit the amount of money that is stolen from them. And instead, Donald Trump is the same type of piece of shit as these people who tried to tell the state that they were feeding children and they weren't. These are not the same thing, right? I'm not going to say that they're both on the up and up because it's probably not. He's lying about something, so it's morally questionable. But these are all subjective things anyway on what you think is right and what you think is wrong, right? I'm telling you from where I stand, if you're stealing money that's already been stolen from somebody, you're a piece of shit. And if you're saying that you're doing it because you're feeding children, you're a double piece of shit, right? And if you are actively trying to limit, I don't care what your fucking name is, what business you own, what business you don't have, how much money you have. If you are doing what you can to lower and limit the amount of money that the state steals from you, I will slap you the high five all fucking day. I don't give a shit. That doesn't matter to me. They're stealing money from you and everybody else in this fucking country. Taxation is theft. They're stealing your money. I don't care about that.
Nope. No, I'm there for it, man. I'm there for it. And think about the amount of money, too, they're going to cost this family. You know, the Trumps have the money to burn, obviously, but
maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe. It doesn't sound necessarily like they do.
I mean, yeah, they might be, I don't know.
He has some money, but no, it doesn't sound like anyone really knows how much money he has.
That's true.
His campaign has a fuckload of money.
Yep.
How much money does Donald Trump have?
Yeah, because, you know, this is a way, essentially, he's operated his entire life, was he operates in the red.
Trusts
based off of, you know, assessed value of what he owns, right? The businesses and stuff, because then
his apartments and things.
If your net worth due to, you know, your non-liquid assets is worth $500 million, right? Then any bank is going to loan you X amount of dollars based off of the fact that if you for some reason didn't pay, they have non-liquid assets that they could repossess and take into their own and recoup their losses. Right. And he is essentially, since the 80s, operated in that realm. And this is the way a lot of those fucking kind of more shady end businesses do. They operate off of that kind of, you know, and then they buy and they sell other companies, and they make slight profits on them, and then they pay back the loans, they do this, they do that.
Take losses,
you know, and then when sometimes the bill collectors come to call, you know, the banks come calling and stuff, there's legal things that you can get, you know, involved in the courts. You invest a bunch of money in lawyers to slow things down, then boom, all of a sudden you're liquid over here again, and you do this, and then you pay those guys off, and then this goes away and that goes away. I mean, it's a whole really strange, like, knife's edge way to like live your fucking life, but
it's because all this is fake. All these numbers are fucking fake. None of this is real anymore.
It's all just ones and zeros in buildings and businesses.
That's why it can be done this way. It says, anyone calculated the amount of money Donald Trump lost serving his country for 4 years? So for sure,
at least what, $1 million? Because of $250,000 per year?
No, it's 400. It's 400 grand a year.
So at least 18.
Yeah.
19,
So right. Yeah. So somewhere around 18, because it's like 4.5 or something like that. So somewhere around 1.8 million of just salary that he chose to donate to whatever charity it was that he was donating all the salary to. And you know, one can only speculate as to how different his businesses would have gone were he running them full time versus being in the White House full time. So who knows? But for certain, you know, $1.8 million, because that's the amount of money he turned down as a salary. So that's why we bring up these things. And when it comes, one last note on Donald Trump, I don't fault him for trying to pay as little as possible on their tax, right? I fault the government for being so greedy and bloated that they need to squeeze every penny they can out of every taxpayer, regardless of how much money they make every year.
Yeah.
Right? Doesn't matter how much money you're already paying in taxes. We're still going to get just, let's see if we can get a little bit more, you know? Just, it's horrific because they're already, even if they tell you if you make $20,000 a year, like, well, you don't have to file your income tax because you don't make that much money. You're still paying sales tax every year. If you live somewhere where you pay another tax, you're still paying tax all the fucking time. You're buying gas. Everything you buy still has taxes included into it. You're still paying taxes.
Every penny that is exchanged between one thing to another, you are paying some form of tax on it somewhere, whether it's in your car, driving around, whether it's buying and selling things, whether it's getting in your paycheck, or if you're writing checks as a business, or if you're just operating a business. I mean, anything. The government is always stealing money from your pocket consistently,
every turn.
And then once a year, you know, and it's, you might get back a pittance of what it is that you've input into the system at some point, and then you feel all happy about it, and you go buy a TV and you do all this shit because, yeah, I got a tax return. But realistically, it's a pittance of what you've put into the system at this point, what they have stolen out of your pocket under threat of imprisonment.
Before you even get it.
Yes, 100%. And honestly, like I said, I do not fault any business owner or any rich person or anything like that in lowering the amount of money they have stolen from them
No.
any way possible. Well,
No.
it's whether or not it's keeping money here or moving it offshore. Like, I don't, if you really wanted to have broad public like sentiment towards like having that be like a really bad concept socially, like, you would need to make this tax system incredibly equitable, if you will,
Yeah.
and transparent and fair to the point where everybody feels like everybody understands what the taxes would be. You know what I mean? Like the simplest version of this would be like a flat tax, right? If everybody, no matter what happened, just had to pay 10% of any money they made at all, period, people would understand that, and then you could be more upset at Jeff Bezos for not paying his 10%.
Right.
But you have no concept of what Jeff Bezos's tax liabilities are and why, because the tax code could literally fill this house 10 times over. Nobody understands that, so they just say you should be mad at these people, and then a certain portion of the population does, because these people are very, very rich and powerful and essentially live in a completely different world than you. But
Right.
like, it's none of this shit is real. It's all just tactics. It's all just tactics to turn people against each other so that they can manipulate us more thoroughly and more easily.
Right.
That's all this is. It's all just a bunch of bullshit. Nobody should give a shit that Trump gets out of paying X amount of money in taxes.
It doesn't do
Good
anything
for him, bro.
you whether or not he pays them. It doesn't change anything. The government is going to continue to operate. They're not going to lower their operating budget because Donald Trump paid less in taxes, right?
No.
There might be an argument if the operating budget of the government was solely based off of the amount of tax revenue that was brought in every year. Maybe. There might be an argument for it, depending on the size of the government, the way the money was being spent. There might be an argument for that.
Yep.
But even if you assume that is what is happening now, which it is definitely not, right? Even if you assume that, you can't take a look at the federal government the way that it sits now and say it's perfect. There's not a thing you need to cut out of it. It is operating exactly as it is meant to be.
Yeah.
Right?
Literally over half of the money they just spent saving people was stolen from them.
Doesn't exist.
No.
It does not exist.
No. And at this point too, like you said, I think you alluded to there for a minute, taxation makes no sense anymore.
No.
Because none of the spending that they're doing is based off of tax revenue at all.
It hasn't been for some time now.
We are tens of trillions of dollars in debt. Your taxes do not matter at all.
No, it's never been based off of that.
They just print it and go, man.
The federal government has been assuming people's debts since its creation, right? That was one of Alexander Hamilton's first ideas of the actual government was we're going to take on the debt from all of the states, so they have to be paying us money so we can have money to operate. We can have revenue going because we have money coming in all the time. And then we have some legitimacy because we have debt and we have revenue coming in to borrow money from other places so we can get shit done.
Yep.
Literally since its conception, because Alexander Hamilton was George Washington's Secretary of the Treasury, it's literally since the conception of the federal government, this is how it has operated.
Yep.
We have never balanced budget. None of that has never existed. That has never existed. It has always been off of debts and repayments through taxes and other weird dealings that's going on.
Since its inception.
This makes no difference. This does not matter. All they are doing is stealing money from you.
Yep. It's funny how the Coast Guard started, because Alexander Hamilton, he started the Cutter Revenue Service, which ultimately morphed into and is absorbed and all this stuff into what became the Coast Guard. It's funny how the Coast Guard used to be a tax collection branch, essentially. Weird deal. Alexander Hamilton was not a good dude as far as
Fuck you! They made a musical about him. He's
true.
awesome.
He's awesome. Also, I didn't realize he was black.
Alexander Hamilton.
According to the musical.
Right.
Just kidding.
Everyone's Mexican and black in there. Don't you know everybody was a minority back then?
I've seen I've seen like clips from Hamilton. It actually looks pretty good.
I've never actually. I
like a good musical, to be
yeah.
honest. And I don't know. I just don't get a lot of them in these days. But from everything I've heard, even from people that are like John Podhorns, he says it's
supposed to be very good.
It's supposed to be
Yes.
very good.
I only talk shit about Hamilton himself, not the musical, because like I said, I've never seen it. So.
Yeah, and I hear only good things.
Yeah,
about
it's all done in rapping and shit. It's supposed to be very good. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
And there's a movie that Dax is into right now. It's called Vivo. That is about.
I have heard of this.
It's an animated movie on Netflix that is about a kinkajou that is friends with an old man, and they do music together. The kinkajou performs for people in Cuba, and
I really like this word.
the
What is-
kinkajou.
I want to know what this animal
It's
looks
a
like.
monkey. It's a type of monkey. It's a small monkey, the kinkajou. And
That's not how you spell it. So
no,
there we go.
it's pretty close. But
Oh my god, I love those things.
yeah, so Vivo is a kinkajou, and
little buddy.
he wears a fedora and sings. And the old man gets invited to rejoin VIVO, it is called. And Lin-Manuel Miranda plays Vivo. And he also writes all of the songs. So the songs are super fucking catchy. You know, they're super crazy catchy because he writes all the music. And so, yeah. So that's the old man, and that's the Vivo, obviously. That's like the beginning part. They're singing in the...
Man, they really churched up the Kinkajou, man. He don't look nearly as ugly as he does in real
No,
life.
he's super cute.
Oh, that
And
little buddy.
he pals up with this girl who's like the great niece of the old man that he's with, because the old man gets invited to Florida to perform with his old partner that he's like in love with and whatever, and then dies like the day before he's gonna go. And so Vivo
Damn.
accompanies this young girl, and
Oh, hey, what that is a good day.
and the young girl she lives in Miami, so he goes with the girl to Miami to the place to give the song to the woman.
Nice.
So it's all about their journey there, getting lost in the Everglades and whatnot.
This is a lot of sweet Latino music.
Yeah. Like I said, all the music is super catchy because he wrote all of it, so it's very well written, and it's all very well performed.
Very cool.
And he's a good singer. He's very talented. So he's the monkey. So it's all very good. It's quality. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I like those movies,
right
man.
here.
I
Vivo.
like those movies. The last cool like animated movie I saw was Coco. Did you watch Coco?
Yeah. Coco
That was good, man.
Yeah, Coco was
good
good.
music too.
Yeah, for
I was,
sure.
I was a big fan of that.
Yeah, Dax was really into Coco for a while. Around Christmas time, someone gave him a guitar for Christmas, and
Nice.
I was forced to be Ernesto de la Cruz. I mean, day in and day out. Yeah. Yes, I sang a lot of songs from Coco when we were watching that. So
That is great.
yeah,
Oh man. Well, I have one really fun fraud story to hear.
let's hear about it.
If you want to talk about it. This would be none other than the illustrious Brett Favre.
Oh,
And he's getting hemmed up pretty severely at this point for a fraud case involving another, might as well be the children. But
It's the same deal.
The same
You're
deal.
kind
This
of a
is
piece of shit. Yeah.
welfare fraud. And it all has to do with the financing of a volleyball stadium in Mississippi where his daughter is going to school because they need a new volleyball thing. And obviously he doesn't want to pay for it. So he is in tight with the governor, and so the two of them are talking. Now, former governor, I believe. And
I
so,
like Brett Favre, man.
Yeah,
That
I know,
sucks. I don't
dude.
care
It
about
was
the
a
dick
big
pics.
deal.
I don't care about any of that stuff.
But through
Come
the
on,
court
man.
filings and stuff like this at this point, text messages have been coming out. The different parties at play now are trying to kind of turn against each other, and so they're releasing, sections of text messages.
Let's
and
just get the forensics report, okay?
Yeah,
because
exactly,
apparently
right?
that's where all the juicy deets are.
That's what we need. And it doesn't look good for Mr. Brett Favre. Doesn't look good for the political official involved at the time as well. But it looks as though they knowingly took advantage of welfare block grants from the federal government to the state to help fund the creation of this volleyball stadium. And then to kind of add insult to injury, to cut costs, they were looking to see who could build it for, on the cheap. And they were looking at trying to hire prison labor to build the volleyball
come on,
stadium.
man.
Too, man.
When Crystal was saying there's text message of him like, so you're sure the media won't find out, right?
Yeah.
Like shit like that.
Yeah. So
Like, fuck,
obviously innocent until proven guilty, but
Come on, bud.
I'm not into Brett Favre anymore, man.
Come on,
John
bud.
Madden is rolling in his grave right now. He had a hard on in the grave, in the coffin for Brett Favre.
Yeah.
He used to love that guy. And everybody used to love him say, Brett Favre.
Come on,
And he did the circles and, over there. It's a sad state of affairs, but yeah, Brett Favre stealing money from the poors. Not cool.
So the next story that we have is about the spending bill, right? The government funding bill that was just announced yesterday, I think, maybe the day before. So the
Yeah, they
stopgap,
just got it across the wire.
yeah, out of the Senate.
I was hopeful government would temporarily shut
was
down again.
close. The stopgap funding bill will keep the government up and running until mid-December. It's like the 16th or something, I think.
Yeah.
The backdoor deal made with the mansion during the previous one, during the Build Back Better, right? Or the Pared Down Build Back Better. Is that what it was?
More or less, yeah.
Yeah.
They
So-
can't call it that because that died at some point, but essentially, yeah.
Right. So the backdoor deal, the pipeline deal, and the other, it's like it has to do with verifying new infrastructure for green, right? So that was cut after Joe Manchin finally relented, said that he would take it out. So I'm interested to see how Joe Manchin is going to behave for the rest of the time that he's in office, because you don't really have shit to lose now.
Yeah, it's
So-
over now. You are done. Your party burns you
Yeah.
because you fought back on Build Back Better, and you made it so that they couldn't get this massive, giant spending bill done. And you did that because you trusted your leadership to make a deal with you. Chuck Schumer and him made a deal so that he can get this pipeline deal going, and
Right.
these certain, it's kind of weird. It wasn't exactly that straightforward, but more or less. And then ultimately in deliberation and through all this voting process and stuff, it didn't happen anyways. So again, Joe Manchin, part of the reason we have an incoming 87,000, 86,000 IRS agents because of Joe Manchin making this fucking deal with Chuck Schumer, who turned around and stabbed him in the back and said, actually, fuck you.
Right.
We're done with you, motherfucker. You try to stop a bill that I put forward, I'm going to end your fucking career now.
Right.
That's exactly what he did. It's fucking over, dude. It's
And
the act like we're doing something bill
Yes, exactly.
while spending all of your money.
Exactly. Backdoor deals like this are just another way that you are deceived every day by your government. They're not unique to any one particular party. This is just how these things operate. I said earlier when Deborah was talking, when we responded to her comment, every major institution hates you and wants you to die. That's
Check.
That is how it is. They don't care about you. They will do whatever it is they're going to do to benefit them, and that's all that matters. So Joe Manchin might say, "Oh, I did it for my fucking constituents. I did it for my guys. I'm trying to be down." But he's going to make money off of it. He's definitely going to make money. What?
Oh, this is so good. It's just the plot thickens,
Oh,
man. So
Jesus.
I just real quick, I was curious. When is Joe Manchin's? When is his term up? His term ends, and he's up for re-election in 2024.
Nice.
Which means there's going to be a West Virginia fucking Senate seat up for bid, which he is not going to get. Which means I at this point I would severely doubt West Virginia is going to put a fucking Democrat up. But you never know. But anyways,
Let's go.
that's going to be a big deal.
No.
If we survive until the 2024 election, that seat's going to be a big deal.
And I want to say, because when Joe Manchin was asked about this, he's like, "Oh, it's really sad that people don't care about energy independence and they want to fucking whatever." So, I want to say, and I'm pretty sure that Joe Manchin doesn't care about energy independence. He might, after all this stuff with Russia, he might give a shit just as an American of well, we should really have this squared away. But there's no parsing now with the fact that he was definitely going to make money off of this, and it was going to benefit him. Even if he's not going to directly benefit, when he's done being a senator, he's going to make money off of that.
Yeah.
So This guy's a piece of shit. The fact that the government can not only not balance a budget, right? That's horrific as it is, but they can't even pass a totally skewed one. All they have, they're just keep slapping more money because they can't even pass one that's totally fucked out of whack.
Yeah.
Like they can't even agree on where to spend more money at because it grows and grows and grows every year. Like we can't get it together. Just slap a fucking Band-Aid on it and we'll move on. We'll talk about it again in 6 months. That's just not. It's fucking ridiculous, and people are down for it. They just love it so much. Like, oh, whoo! Thank God we averted another fucking last-minute shutdown,
Yeah.
right? The fucking Mitch McConnell's out here like, at least we didn't go to the last minute. You know, thank God. He really said that. He really says that. This is common sense bipartisan legislation, says Senate Majority. Oh, this is Chuck Schumer. Said on the floor Thursday after the upper chamber passed the bill. I'm glad we came to a timely conclusion and didn't go right up to the brink and risk a shutdown. Millions and millions of people can breathe easy knowing that we have done this in a timely way and the money to continue the government will be there. Thank fuck, right? Thank God you can continue to show up and fucking not do a goddamn thing until December, and then we can fret about it right before Christmas, right? Isn't that wonderful?
Well, and you should
9 days to Christmas, 7 days to 8 days to Christmas. I can do math. 9. Jesus fucking Christ. Now I'm thinking of my birthday. I'm like, no, it's less than that. 9 days to Christmas, and we can worry about whether or not the government is going to function, right?
And
Isn't that
also, like,
wonderful?
not cutting down to the wire is 11 hours to spare. That's not cutting
With
it down to the
11
wire.
hours to spare. It's not. It's very timely. Very timely. Right? Yeah. Isn't it fucking beautiful?
What that really means, though, is that they didn't have to stay up all night
Yeah.
to do this, and
I'm
that
not
he
as
got
tired as
to
I
go
might have
home
been.
and get his tea and watch his Matlock. Although that's what Biden does, but
I didn't have to take my second fucking Vyvanse later to keep me boosted for the evening. What's in the bill? It includes $2.5 billion to aid communities devastated by natural disasters. This is on top of the money that funds the government, right?
Yes.
So don't miss it. Don't misunderstand, right? Don't miss. It is all about the drama. It is all about the deliciousness and
it's a reality TV show now.
100%.
It's a reality TV show that
Yes.
has 0 producers. It's
not real.
and that is it is put out essentially for free through fucking corporate press and network television.
So, on top of the money that it costs to fund the government, which is, I mean, billions of dollars, right? And it's only for 2 months, so it's billions of dollars that it costs to fund the government. So on top of that, there's $2.5 billion to aid communities devastated by natural disasters. $1 billion in funding a low-income home heating program because you're
Can't use fossil fuels anymore.
No. That's because your energy prices are going to be so fucking expensive during December and October and the winter that you are going to have no choice if you don't make very much money but to appeal to the government to subsidize your costs. That's what that is for.
Yes.
Unlike the January 6th hearings that has a daytime 100%.
Yeah.
It's not a show at all.
And obviously that shows why the Jan 6 hearings ratings are so in the dumps, is because network television can't make TV shows to
It's
save
shit,
their life
'cause
anymore.
it's
So
all
they just
shit.
rely
Yes.
on the real world reality show
Yes.
that is the fucking federal governmental politics.
$20 million in emergency to address the water crisis in Jackson, which has been going on for, fucking a year now, and no one has done shit about it. So I'm sure $20 extra million will fix the goddamn problem. The bill also includes $12 billion in aid for Ukraine, which is totally open and it can be used for whatever they want. Yes. So that's exactly correct. For aid to Ukraine, right? That's what it says. Not for security aid, not for humanitarian aid, not for military. It's just aid to Ukraine.
This is the kind of shit that allows them to pay their bills.
Yep.
And
allotted for whatever the government feels like Ukraine says they need the money for.
like trying to get into NATO.
Yep. This package comes as a pivotal moment as Ukraine freedom fighters. That's probably adequate.
Oh yeah, on top of how much we've already given to Ukraine. Yeah, to the tune of, if you go back to before the actual invasion, we're probably after this 12, we're probably going to be closing in on 80 billion
Joe
over the
Biden,
last
the same
6-8
day, did
years.
another billion just out of the White House.
Yep.
So that's 13 just in 1 week. Just in 1 week, another 13 billion.
I don't know where I heard this, but at this point, I think we just need to go with the annual subscription model of Ukraine aid, because we're going to save 10% on the back
we'll
end.
save money, absolutely.
Yeah, we might get some extra content out of it.
More videos. Starlink will open up 2 more satellites if we do that.
Yeah, just put a camera on a couple of them,
Yeah.
Elon. Jesus, we want to see what's going on there.
The
Because
bill-
obviously we're not going to get the straight story from anybody else on
No.
the ground. So let's just get some sat views. Let's do it.
The bill also allows. No, people are saying
What the Ukrainian
2 days
Truman
ago.
Show.
2 days ago, there were people saying that they were already finding corpses with enlistment papers on them from the call up. That was fucking like 5 days before that. You're telling me that in 5 days, people are being strapped with weapons and moved to the front lines. I mean, I guess it's not impossible. I just don't fucking believe anything that comes out of the corporate media. It's not.
It's all hard.
They take one thing that someone said and they run with it. Like,
Yeah,
this is
it's
definitely the truth. Even though we
hardcore
don't have
propaganda.
pictures or anything else, this is definitely what's happening.
Yeah.
The bill also allows for the reauthorization of the Food and Drug Administration user fees for another 5 years, which Schumer said called vital if we want to avoid any slowdown in the review of new life-saving drugs. So I thought, that's weird. What's a user fee? So I went to the FDA website, right? User fees. What are user fees? The FDA, and this is per the FDA.gov, right? The FDA collects fees from companies that produce certain products, such as drugs and medical devices, and for some other entities, such as certain accreditation and certification bodies. Wait.
Yeah, man. You got to pay your.
I've heard about this
union dues.
before. Right. So the companies are paying you money so you can approve their drugs. That's what all these crazy people have been talking about, right? That's the misinformation that I've been hearing about. But we're going to make sure that we fund that for 5 more years.
Yes.
Fund their ability to take money. We need to give them money so they can take money. I'm sorry, is that what you just said? We need
Yes.
to give them money so they can take money from the companies that are asking them to approve their items.
Yeah.
That's totally on the up and up. It's not fucking sus at all, right?
Did you? It was last week, the 23rd of September.
It is bribery, Deborah. It is.
It's open and it's open and transparent for
Taxpayer
everybody to
funded
see.
bribery, actually.
Yeah. Did you happen to catch the Joe Rogan Experience episode on 23rd of September with Brigham Buller?
I don't think so.
Oh my God, he is used to be a drug dealer, like a legitimate pharmaceutical lobbyist, and would sell drugs to doctors and blah blah blah. He was involved in this medical field, did all this crazy shit. Now he has like a free market kind of like drug company and lab tests and shit like that. It's kind of a cool deal what he's gotten into. But the stories he tells about the entire medical establishment and their relationship with the government is fucking dark.
Yeah.
And it'll give you some context to where that fucking where that money goes.
And I had heard
It's fucking dark.
I had
dude.
heard of this concept before, just not. I'm sure I heard the term user fee, but I just didn't immediately connect the two. So as soon as I read about this, like, oh, this is now I know we were talking about.
Yep.
So
Yeah, you want anything run by us?
yeah, so that's nice.
Just pay us.
Isn't that nice? And this second paragraph, for most major user fee programs, the FDA and industry negotiate agreements on user fees every 5 years. As part of this process, companies within the regulated industry, and then in parentheses, industry, agree to the collection of fees in exchange for commitments from the FDA to meet certain performance goals. For example, to make decisions on drug applications within a predictable timeline. So it's an expedition fee. It's just a way to expedite the process.
Yeah. How are you going to get shit to market?
To implement the agreements
for
for
it.
the medical product user fees, Congress passes reauthorization legislation that enables the FDA to continue to collect user fees. Importantly, the outcomes of decisions the FDA makes, such as whether to approve a product, do not depend on the agency's ability to collect the user fees. The FDA's decisions are made based on science and are consistent with the legal regulatory standards that govern the agency. So they're not necessary. We're telling you that right here in the second paragraph of this whole fucking page, that we don't need them, but goddamn are they nice.
That's right. Gotta have them.
Yeah.
Gotta fucking have them.
That's nice.
That's nice.
Yeah.
It's wicked fucking nice, bro.
The last thing that we have here for this segment, for part 2, is the renewed conversation about a congressional stock trading ban.
Yes.
Right? We talked about this a few months ago. There were a few different ones floating around, Josh Hawley and some other people, and now there's just kind of renewed conversation about it, right? There's pressure from a few different places because all those bills still exist. I think what Elizabeth Warren has one, and I don't know exactly which one it is that's being brought up right now. It is the bipartisan ban on Congressional Stock Ownership Act, which would still allow legislators to hold mutual funds and EFTs. The suggested penalty for violating the proposed law would be $50,000.
Oh, that's a good one right there, Deborah.
Co-sponsored by Abigail Spanberger and Chip Roy.
Yeah, and Spanberger's pissed, by the way.
Yeah.
But Deborah, did the Supreme Court just rule that these agencies do not have the ability to access fees? That only Congress has the ability to access fees. We will have to look into that.
Yeah.
I do not know, but considering the makeup of the court now, I wouldn't be surprised.
No.
But it would also, and the Congress would have no problem to do that because they love handling money. But yeah, Abigail Spanberger. She is actually officially called now for a change up in House leadership over this bill not coming to the floor before midterms. She is fucking pissed about this. And Josh Hawley, I'll give him credit because the various lists that have been created about congressmen that are making money with stock trading and shit like that, he's on that list. Almost everybody, including our good friend Dan Crenshaw, is on that list.
Almost everyone.
They're all on that fucking list, damn near. Yet they're still fighting for this piece of legislation to go through, which I think might just speak to like populist politics, maybe.
Yeah.
Because we talked about this bill that was on the table before. Breaking Point's actually did a fairly good job covering that. I give it to Crystal. She's been following this like a hawk. But even in this latest bill, I think it was broadly overreaching to an extent because it didn't just cover members of Congress being ineligible to trade.
Down to their families.
Their immediate family members and white or executive branch officials, judges, Supreme Court judges. I mean, it kind of touched everybody. But then also there was that caveat thrown in there that said that essentially anybody that has a stock portfolio and all this, you could put it into a qualified blind trust.
Right.
And then it set the precedent to what is a qualified blind trust being set by the Congress. So essentially it left the door open for all of them to continue to do what it is that they actually do. Now, I would almost take that anyways, because at least you'd get some. You wouldn't get all, obviously, but you'd get some. There'd be some kind of play to it. But either way, Pelosi she ain't having it, and so they're not going to do it, and they're not going to put it on the floor.
Because she stands to lose too much money, man.
Fucking A, she does.
Yeah.
What's her husband? Her husband is a stockbroker type dude. He's an investor. That's what he does.
Better than S&P, man. He's fucking good.
Amen.
He's better than any of the top ones, bro.
The only bad trades he makes are the ones that get put into the public's eye. So he has to make bad trades on them so that he doesn't look like he's that much of a shill while he's fighting not to go to jail.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good.
So this talks about this Yahoo News article I have says that, let's see, though Congress created the law, the Stock Act, to prevent insider trading and force representatives to report their trading activity, Business Insider identified 72 members of Congress who violated the act. Axios reports that violators include Rep. Susie Lee, Alan Lowenthal, and Kevin Horn. The three representatives are also part of the top 10 Congress members trading stocks.
Does it tell you what the penalty is for violating the Stock Act?
$500 or something like that.
Yeah, it's something stupid.
Yeah,
like
the new one
cares?
it's $200, and the new one is $1,000.
Still.
A recent in-depth analysis completed by New York Times revealed that at least 97 members of Congress have engaged in buying or selling stocks, bonds, and other financial assets that were directly affected by the committees they served on. Some of those transactions were completed by the representative, while others are reportedly the work of their spouses or dependent child. Times reports reached their conclusions by analyzing transactions from 19 to 21, from 2019 to 2021, and from a database of members' financial filings called Capital Trades. They correlated the trades with related committee assignments, hearing dates, and congressional investigations. Excuse me. According to the Times report, several legislators defended the trades by stating that a spouse or broker completed them without their knowledge or input. Two of them reported the transactions as accidental.
Accidental
I
transactions.
didn't mean to make money. It was an accident.
That's so funny.
These people do not care about you.
I like the idea of having your kids do it. The old Joe Biden model. I like that. Just have Hunter do it all. It's fine. Can't be. I don't talk to my son about my business dealings.
Forbes reports that in response to February's proposal, Senator Tommy Tuberville said, "This is a free country." Last time I heard, the Times investigation identified Tuberville as one of the representatives who made trades that constituted a conflict of interest.
Where is the SEC on this? They're in on it too, Deborah. It's 100% insider trading, and everybody's in on it, except for us. We're not allowed to do that. Even Martha Stewart can't get away with it, bro. That poor gal. At least that spawned, like, at least she got a record, and then she can hang out with Snoop and make some cool content on the internet. It's not good.
We agreed before, right, that we are not for removing people's ability to make money just because they have committed to serve the government, right? This bill, like you said, seems like it provides Congress with too much oversight of their own activity, because you shouldn't be able to decide what is and is not okay when we're looking at the ethics of a certain decision. Your view of ethics, when we are viewing your ethics, it doesn't fucking matter to me. I don't care what you think is ethical. This is about what we think is ethical of your behavior, right? It cannot possibly be this difficult to find a medium for this, right? A happy medium where people can make money and also not be a piece of shit that is taking advantage of the country, right? There's got to be a nonpartisan place that you can put your money in your stocks that will still allow you to make money that you can't fucking touch or influence for the time that you're in office. That doesn't seem like it's that difficult.
I mean, people do it that work simple jobs every day. Organizations like Edward Jones, big national kind of like retirement plan handling people. All you got to do is sign over your fucking money, all your assets to these people. They will manage them for you, and you do not have access to it, period.
I have an Edward Jones agent.
I know you do.
She makes all the trades for me.
Yeah.
I just get to look.
I have a really good one, and I get to essentially be like, yeah, I want to put them in high risk, high reward, low risk, lower. You know, you get to make some choices, but they do all the managing. They do all that stuff. Why can't Congress be held to that as well? I want every congressman to once a year have to go down and see their Ed Jones, outfit guy, and then they go over the reports and they say, well, what do you want to do? You want low risk? What do you want? You looking to retire? What are we doing here? I want that type of thing to happen. But again, you always run into that kind of civil liberties question of, it gets problematic, but also, let's put it this way, right? There's a good
fuck you, then don't serve the government.
There's a good litmus test to be had here about essentially like the basic operations of the government. If you are in a position as a government employee, as a public servant who was like an elected representative, if you are in a position to ask yourself whether or not you're doing something that is ethical or unethical, it means you shouldn't have the power to do it. Because if the public cannot see what exactly you are doing, that should not be the remit of your job, and you should not, as a government employee or a public servant, have that power to do. If we are having these conversations about what is right and proper and allowed for them to be doing, they shouldn't have the ability to do that in that job, period. If you have to ask, you shouldn't be doing it. Doesn't seem that difficult at the end of the day. But hey, that's pretty simple.
Yeah, no, I like that. Yeah.
Every now and again, there's a thread of wisdom.
Yeah, the fact that I think the last real note that I have on this is the fact that there is so much opposition to this should tell you a lot.
Yeah.
Should tell you an awful lot about why those people are in government. You can make your own assumptions at that point, but there is a lot that you can surmise from this about why they are opposed to it, how much money they stand to gain, how much money they are making, how much information they have, how influential that is to the way they're making money. It's not good.
Yeah. If this is the only issue that if this is the only issue you as an elected politician have a liberty argument against, you can go fuck yourself. That's a red flag right there.
Yeah.
The only one you're making? Well, I thought this was a free country. Bitch, no you didn't.
Yeah.
You're just saying that because now you're the one in the target.
Yeah, no,
get the fuck out of the way.
That's not good enough.
Stupid.
Using your civil liberties to defend your ability to make money when you're actively infringing on other people's civil liberties, that's not a good argument. That's not a good argument to be making.
That's the Dan Crenshaw argument.
Yes. Did you or did you not tell me that I had to stay in my house? Did you or did you not lock down the fucking government?
Yeah.
Did you or did you not sign off on these fucking programs that now half the money has been stolen?
Yeah.
Fuck you.
And if you did, don't tell me that it is against your, it is a violation of your liberties to not participate in the free market.
Fuck you.
Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
I'm into it.
So.
That was healthy. That was
yeah,
healthy.
with that, we will take our next break. Yeah, and we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 3, where we'll be talking about some international issues. So thank you, everybody, for joining us. Make sure that you like, subscribe, share these things here, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Peace.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets Podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets Podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Action.
Thank you very much for coming back, for joining us here. This is part 3 of Salt of the Streets, episode 134. My name is Donovan.
I am Cupcake Cousin.
We are happy to
I'm
have
Colin.
you here. Yeah, Cupcake Cousins are here to play hug attacks and yummy snacks on a sunshiny day. And then it's going to be a sprinklicious time. It's cousin time. It's going to be a sprinklicious time. It's cousin time. That's in the song ends, and they're
I
in
am
the next room.
so happy right now.
That's it. So,
We're gonna need some sprinklicious cousin time because it's about to get fucking terrifying up in here.
Yeah, we'll have a sprinkle party afterwards. Dax will tell you all about it.
Sweet, sweet.
Yeah, Jordan makes these things. She'll call them scrappy bowls, which is just like just cake scraps and then leftover buttercream, and she'll throw some sprinkles in there, you know. So she'll make one of those. And Dax goes, sprinkle party.
Oh my god,
The boy loves sprinkles. He's obsessed with sprinkles.
bro! Okay. So, if there was gonna be a bakery that will open up at some point in
If
time,
there was to be one.
this is an incredible business opportunity because that does happen on a commercial scale, obviously, right? And so if you are able to find a way to shape the, what do you call them, sprinkle cups or what?
Scrappy bowl.
Scrappy bowls, if you were able to make like scrappy bars or put them in some kind of cool shape,
Yeah, well,
and
that's
then you could sell them
essentially
for half the price of a regular whatever the fuck, and
Yeah.
then boom, you just have free inventory like that, and
Yeah.
people will love them.
And that's kind of what you know what a cake pop is.
Yeah.
It's kind of what a cake
Oh,
pop
yeah,
is.
that's right.
It's
Yeah.
kind of like the cake pop is kind of like that, except it has
Except
like,
not as pretentious.
yes, yeah, it has cousin time. She said that's really funny. Yeah. So the scrappy
You listening,
bowls
Jordan? You listen? I got ideas.
The scrappy bowls are lit. I think if someone could come in and order a scrappy bowl, you know, that would be a thing that you could. Because she's gonna, it's from like when you make
So
when you
awesome.
level a cake, you know,
Yeah.
it's just the top of that.
Oh,
That's-
dude, yeah.
So she'll
No.
put it in a bag, and I will eat it over the sink like a rat. I'll just eat the tops of the cake. It's horrific. It's horrific, the things that I do. And yeah, so upon occasion,
Oh, dude,
she'll
can you
hook me up with
imagine?
the scrappy
Okay,
bowl.
take a scrappy bowl,
Yeah.
put them just put it in a cup, right, and then put some some froyo on it,
Ooh, shit.
bro.
Yeah.
And then some rainbow jimmies on top.
That's what I'm saying. Sprinkle party.
That's right. Who knows what jimmies are?
I know what the fuck a Jimmy is.
That's
a Jimmy
right.
is a very particular type of sprinkle.
It is generally rainbow sprinkles exist, but Jimmy's are chocolate sprinkles, right? At least back in the Northeast, that's what they are.
I don't know about that. I believe, to me, the Jimmy has to do with the shape. It is the rainbow, longer, like rice-shaped sprinkle. That's what a Jimmy is. I don't know. Jordan would know more particularly if they're specifically the chocolate sprinkles. I think
that's just the New England thing. That was when I was up there. That was they had all these cool like ice cream shops and stuff like that, and 7 to 9 months out of the year they're not open because it's fucking freezing outside. Nobody cares. But during the summertime, they're all popping, right? Dairy Queen only open seasonally up there because
Michigan too. We went to Michigan in like March and it was closed. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, there's other shit you can buy there, and they're like, not really.
No, they're the old school OG ones, but. Yeah, it was something I learned over there. It was like, I'm going to go over and get a chocolate sprinkle. If you say chocolate sprinkles, they know you're a fucking out-of-towner, and you're not one of them. And if you say, I want some Jimmy's on it, they're like, all right, cool. Then you get chocolate Jimmy's.
Okay.
But otherwise, rainbow Jimmy's don't exist. That's just rainbow sprinkles.
Right.
Apparently.
Yeah.
They're bougie. They're a different kind of bougie up there.
Oh, you don't even know about bougie sprinkles, bro. Jordan's her favorite sprinkles. Yeah. I can't remember the brand off the top of my head. It's some type of word, fucking happy or like some shit like that. That's just like the brand of sprinkles, but they come in like a tall jar like that, like a spice,
like
almost.
a tall spice jar.
Yeah, and they come out with like new designs all the time. They have different shapes in them. Like fancy sprinkles. I think I think that's what they're called. But
I gotta say this though, right off the top, fuck a hard sprinkle.
East Coast thing, she said.
Yee.
So.
Fuck a hard sprinkle. All sprinkles should be like that Jimmy style confectioner sugar softness.
I don't really like sprinkles. Like Dax is obsessed with them. He'll eat just sprinkles. Like he'll take that as a treat. Like I'll just give me a couple of sprinkles. He's super into it. He'll eat one at a time. Yeah, he loves the crunchy.
Dude, do you remember the TCBY days?
Yes.
In Silverdale, right? That was like the first froyo place that was around before all these bougie motherfuckers moved to town.
It's always open. Froyo is always open here. Fuck the East Coast. Froyo is always open here.
That's right.
It could be snowing. You could still go and buy Froyo.
Well, it's a weird business model now. It's a bar. You walk in and you just fill up a fucking cup. No matter how fat you want to get, just do whatever you want, throw whatever you want, and then they weigh the bitch at the end, and then you pay. Didn't be the way it used to work.
Yeah.
But it's always been my thing, man.
There you go.
I'd go super plain Jane. A lot of times I still do. I just do like the vanilla with some fucking rainbow Jimmy's on it. But you got to have the rainbow Jimmy's involved. Because that's what I need.
I'm way more about the Froyo than the toppings.
Yeah,
I like to eat all the
I
different
just want the
kinds of
stuff.
Froyo. Like I like to try the different kinds. I'll get most.
I'm basic, bro.
I'll get most
basic.
of the flavors.
I don't even fuck with chocolate most of the time. I am a vanilla dude.
I like to try all the different fruit ones, like the bitter ones and stuff like that. All of them fucking things. I try all that shit. I'll even if I don't think I'll like, I'll put just a little bit in there to try it.
I will say this
love
though.
The Froyo.
If I'm into the world of the ice cream though, I don't fuck with the fake vanilla, no French vanilla. No, you need the one with the seeds in it.
Yes.
That actually look like a real life, like you scraped a fucking vanilla bean.
Yeah.
That's where, even though they don't, but at least they look like they do.
You wanted to pretend.
Yeah. I want to pretend that I want fancy vanilla. I just like vanilla. It's not that I'm like opposed to anything else. I like a good vanilla deal.
Yeah. I'll eat plain vanilla ice cream. I'm here
legit.
for it. Yeah.
That and mint chip. That's where it's at. Mint chip is, I want that green shit.
That's really funny.
Yeah, mint chip, nobody fuck with mint chip, all right? Please. Don't ruin it for me.
Just leave it alone.
Just leave it alone. It doesn't have to be green either, by the way. Mint's not, that's not real.
Let's first start with...
Which belligerent party should we start with first?
I want to ask everyone to like, subscribe, comment on this. Obviously, you're here. Thank you for joining us. We have the YouTube Salt of the Streets, Instagram Salt of the Streets, Patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. We had the article dropped yesterday. The review preview dropped today for the book club. We had the beer show live stream last night. So we have all this fantastic content that's going on. Go there, subscribe, help us make more better content just like this. This particular segment is brought to you by JP Bakery, just like we were just talking about. If you're in the local area, you can order stuff. If you are somewhere else, you can order English muffins and things like that ship well. Those are no problem at all.
And can I just say this too? I want to put out a special.
Yes.
This segment is also brought to you by our latest and greatest patron. You know who you are. You're in the chat. We love you forever.
Thank you.
You're awesome.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the newsletter. Yesterday you should have got obviously on the Patreon and also an email. I believe Patreon sent an email. So hope that you enjoyed that. So let's talk. Let's talk about DeSantis first. Right?
Okay.
And first, let's talk about
soft entry.
how fucking NPR is ass.
Yes,
right?
yes.
And I meant to cue this up before we went into this. I have one example that I can find for sure. So if you want to vamp for a minute, DeSantis had 3 lawsuits going on, and I'll pull up this thing about NPR.
Well, I will vamp on DeSantis real quick, because
Yeah.
he's been getting a lot of shade lately about his time in Congress voting against hurricane aid for Hurricane Sandy relief up in New Jersey back when Hurricane Sandy hit, which I sat through BT dub. That was not a fun time when I was living in New York. And a lot of the corporate press coming after him because he voted against that aid. As it turns out, he had good reason to at that point, because they had already voted for specific aid at this point, and this was basically a block grant that could have been used for anything, and he, fuck him, but he wanted some strings attached to it. He wanted to know what the money was going to be used for and how it was going to be used, and so he voted no against it, and they're trying to use that against him now. Joy Behar on whatever stupid show that she runs, I think she's MSNBC, one of the biggest wastes of space in the corporate press and one of the biggest spreaders of mis and disinformation, depending on how you want to define it, that exists in the corporate press. She's coming after him and trying to say that, he doesn't necessarily deserve aid now to go help the people of Florida. That is, we haven't touched on at all. Completely devastated the entire state of Florida, damn near, particularly down south. After Hurricane Ian, not of Timcast IRL fame, but just regular Hurricane Ian, as it struck last Thursday, I believe made landfall on Thursday, and then turned around and surprisingly came back and fucking hit North Carolina, I believe, to yesterday. I think it was
Couldn't tell you.
It was either a trop storm or a small. Either a tropical storm or a Cat 1 hurricane at that point. But all reports at this point report minor damage at this point. But as far as Florida goes, lots. We don't even know the number of dead right now. And it's been pretty devastating. It's going to take years and years and years to rebuild Florida at this point.
The sponsor, Deborah, is JP Bakery. It can be found on Instagram at Leggings and Aprons, all one word.
Yeet.
And you can see some of the examples of the work, stuff like that. Said English muffins is one of the things that are done to the bakery, and they're
problematic.
They ship very well. Ship very, very well. They will retain all the freshness, all everything. So check it out. Leggings and Aprons on Instagram, Facebook as well, I believe. Check it out.
Yeah. The only problem with the English muffs is that once you partake, you'll never buy a fucking store-bought English muffin again, because they're basically cardboard comparatively.
Yeah. So I only have one audio clip from NPR because it really is about corporate media as a whole, right? And we'll talk about the example later in the grab bag of we'll find the ad for the reality TV show, right? And we'll see if we can find a video ad. If not, then we can for sure play the audio one.
Yeah.
But so this is one example from Start Here when they were talking about the updates between Donald Trump and the FBI, and the special master said that they had to decide, or they had to tell people which documents he had or had not declassified, right?
Yep.
And the editorialization that Start Here provided is the judge says that rules that apply to everyone also apply to Donald Trump. Right, that's one of their no fucking shit, obviously. So, and then there's this example here that this was from Wednesday from Up First.
Did you queue up a timestamp and everything?
Yeah, I did. This
God,
is
you're legit.
NPR talking about Ron DeSantis, and so we can talk about how relevant this editorialization is.
DeSantis, of course, is a likely Republican presidential candidate. DeSantis said FEMA and the Biden administration, Disney and Universal are shutting their theme parks today and tomorrow because of concerns about the storm.
What's the state government's response to this been thus far?
Well, Governor Ron DeSantis has been holding several briefings each day, updating people on the storm and the risks they face and how the state's responding. It's a much different tone than what we've seen over the last year when he's kept up this steady drumbeat of criticism of the Biden administration. DeSantis, of course, is a likely Republican presidential candidate. DeSantis said FEMA.
Yes, okay.
What the fuck does it have to do with anything? We're talking about Hurricane Ian, right? We're talking about people dying and the damage and what Ron DeSantis is doing as a leader to try and keep everyone up to date, that he's doing multiple press briefings a day so people can understand what's going on and have current updates.
Oh, yeah, he's
But
better
it's-
than Cuomo.
But it's relevant that over the last year, he's talking shit about the administration that is fucking everybody over, right? That's super relevant right now.
Super.
Not how good of a job he's doing leading the response to the hurricane. Not the fact that there are pictures of literally dozens of utility trucks lined up in the wait for when the hurricane is gone so they can restore power, right?
Give us the green light.
Nothing to do with that. That's completely irrelevant. What matters is that he has talked shit about Joe Biden for a year now. What a fuck. How could he? Doesn't matter that I just said that multiple times a day he is telling people what to do, where to go, and exactly what the fucking state government is doing to protect you and help you. It matters that he's talked shit about the government for a year.
Well, they bury the lead because they say right after, that he is a presumptive, what did he say? Possible or likely
Republican nominee. Yep.
Republican nominee. Right there. DeSantis bad now. We've officially labeled
Ridiculous.
DeSantis bad because there hasn't been any kind of announcement. There's been a bunch of water cooler scuttlebutt from people like us that are in the commentariat and
Not
people
Ron
within
DeSantis.
corporate press.
He
Not a
hasn't
fucking word.
Hasn't formed an exploratory
Nothing.
committee. Hasn't said a goddamn
No.
thing about running.
He's running for governor. He's running to be reelected for governor right now.
Fuck, dude.
And they just said, they said right there that he is the
presumptive Republican nominee.
which is, I don't know where you get that. I don't know where you get that because even within Republican circles, that's a question. People want him, but it doesn't mean he's going to do anything, man.
That's assuming that we can disqualify Donald Trump from office first, and
exactly.
then the only option they have is Ron DeSantis, because who the fuck else are they going to pick?
You know what?
Republicans are so fucking stupid. Who else are they going to pick besides Ron DeSantis?
We
right?
gotta-
It's
we
fucking
gotta-
ridiculous.
We got to remember this clip because if
These people do not care about you. They don't fucking respect you. They think that you're stupid.
Yes.
They think you are stupid.
this is the work from home class. That's the intellectual work from home class that is better than you, and they know it. And their job is to tell you everything you need to know. And if you disagree with them, then you're wrong and you're bad and you're probably a fascist. But
Definitely, just like the woman in fucking Italy, right?
Yes.
Just like that woman.
She's super fascist.
Yep.
I mean, her party, years and years and years and years and years ago, was fascist. Okay, well, we have communist parties here in Seattle. How is
Yeah.
that any different?
She said good things about
Family.
I mean, come on, dude.
God, man, that's tough.
She said some semi-positive things about Mussolini one time. I bet that you can't look through any of the writings from any of the people who work in corporate media or politics and find them quoting any type of unsavory figures at all. Not even fucking one, right?
Like the super racist guy, Karl Marx?
Come the fuck on.
Or Stalin,
Yeah,
or
I'm
Lenin,
sure.
or-
I'm sure. Not even one time. There's
Yeah.
no questionable figures in our politics, right? There's nobody here who I'm not even going to do it. I'm not even going to go down. It's so ridiculous.
Like Joe Biden,
It's
who was
such
against gay
a
marriage only
stupid
5 minutes
claim
ago.
that I'm not even going to attack it because it's so ridiculous that they're going to. Last week we talked about the actual legitimate left-wing authoritarian fascism that is existing. We talked about it. We highlighted it.
Yep.
We had a whole segment about it. I just wrote a fucking article about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even going to do it. I've spent too much time over the last 14 days. I've spent too much time, too much energy over the last 14 days. Too much emotional labor has been exhausted on my behalf over the last 14 days over highlighting the authoritarian left-wing fascism that exists in this country to even legitimize the claims about the woman from Italy who bears no fucking relevance on our country at all. I'm not even going to do it. So we're going to be done.
So what you're saying is, basically, Ron DeSantis is going to run for president in 2024.
Yes, NPR told me so. And right now he has 3 lawsuits going on. There's the civil lawsuit from the Texas sheriff.
Yep.
Probably will go nowhere.
That's stupid.
A class action lawsuit filed in Massachusetts from a bunch of the immigrants that he flew there.
Well,
and then
by an activist group that roped these
yes.
people into it that are
Yes.
using them as political pawns to
Yes.
file a lawsuit. Yes. Okay.
And then there is...
Just to clarify.
thank you. And then there's a Florida representative who is accusing Ron DeSantis of misusing funds because and the language will have to be parsed out. This have you heard about this one?
I have not.
This Florida representative claims that the text of the legislation or the funding says that the money is for flying immigrants from Florida to another location, and because they were flown from Texas to another location, he's violated the Constitution or whatever the fuck, and thus he should be sued. Yeah. Yes, that's really. I'll read it. We'll do that article.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we'll do that article. So let's see. Yes,
These people.
here we go. State spending.
It is almost amazing that they have somehow or other been able to like climb into power, because these people seem so incredibly dense.
It's awesome.
It's so wild.
Yeah, so like I said, he's got 3 lawsuits going on right now. A lot of this stems on he still maintains and has read on air.
Oh yeah, he read the statute.
The agreements and the agreements that people signed.
Yeah.
Like he has them. And I'm sure they have copies of them because it's the fucking government.
Yeah.
They have redundancies out the asshole is to fuck people over.
You got to remember,
So,
he is the smarter version of Donald Trump when it comes to like doing
the politician Donald Trump.
yeah, like the politician Donald Trump, the guy that like tries to make the wild political moves and do crazy shit, and if you will, for lack of a better term, political stunts.
Right.
He has all the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed before he does this type of shit. And we've seen that time and time again. There's no reason to think that he would have just been Donald Trump. You'd have a question and be like, maybe he did this shit willy-nilly. Who knows? He's not a 4D chess player. Ron DeSantis is like, oh, we're going to do this thing and it's going to be great.
Yeah.
But let's cover our ass while we do it.
Right.
Let's do it. I went to the Naval Academy, bro. I know what I'm doing here.
So this is an MSN article. I saw a picture of him in his naval uniform, like when he married to his wife. He
bro.
was super handsome.
Good looking dude.
Yeah, good for him.
Good for him.
Yeah, I don't know about his wife, but he's super handsome. Good for him.
What do you mean you don't know about his wife? She's a classy looking lady.
In the picture that I saw, it was not good.
I mean, she's
It was not good.
This probably looks better than Ted Cruz's wife, right? Hello.
Dog. Ted's wife is a dog.
Here's a dog. But then
this
Ted Cruz, yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sure. She,
yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
yep.
Exactly. I just don't understand why they recruited immigrants from San Antonio to send to Martha's Vineyard. And I maybe just like because there's so many of them, maybe just because it was an easy place to access them.
Yeah.
I don't know
I
why
have
the
a
Texas
feeling-
thing comes in either.
Well, I have a feeling because they don't. If there is one place in the world that has some immigrants to spare, it's going to be Texas. So, because the immigrants that make it to land in Florida are generally coming from Cuba and stuff like that. And there's things in place that say once you hit ground, you got asylum because you're coming from Cuba. It's a whole deal. So like it's a different type of immigrant that's coming across like that. And so I just have a feeling that, because Ron DeSantis essentially cares about the sanctity of this country. He has problems with borders all the time, and he relies heavily on the federal government to interdict that, Coast Guard primarily, off the shore of his state.
Yeah.
So he probably is going, yo, wheelchair, how can I help? What can we do here? I'm just saying.
You know what?
He's Hot Wheels, bro.
You know what?
Hot Wheels.
This article is from MSN.
I can't wait. He's got a
And-
debate coming up with Beto pretty soon. I can't wait to see that
I
shit.
like it.
Yeah.
Let's have a kickflip competition. Play skate.
We'll play skate.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know who's not winning that one?
Beto?
Hot Wheels.
I
Because
don't know,
he
man.
can't ollie, bro.
I don't.
That's all I'm saying. The physics of this check out.
We're getting canceled.
Oh no, it was last night. Shit, I know what I'm watching tonight. Then queuing that
there
shit
you
up.
go.
I
There you
bet
go.
that because I bet you he just wipes the floor with that kid. He doesn't know. Beto's an idiot, man.
Yes.
He can't. Like Kamala is kind of a low bar on the IQ level, but
Yeah.
Beto is, I think, below that.
The
It's
best.
got to be good.
The best Beto thing was when Ben Shapiro was covering him, and he said, "Kickflip, bong rip, Beto's in."
Yeah.
And I was like, "That is so good.
So good.
That is so good."
Yeah.
So this the MSN article. This is about Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis violated state spending when he spent Florida dollars to fly Venezuelan migrants to Martha's Vineyard. A new lawsuit says. A Florida Democratic state senator has sued to block Florida Governor Ron DeSantis from orchestrating any more flights carrying migrants to other states. Jason Pizzo A Florida Democratic senator representing Miami filed a lawsuit on Thursday night alleging that the governor violated the law when he tapped into the $12 million set aside for migrant transport in this year's state budget. Last week, DeSantis took credit for chartering 2 planes to transport 48 Venezuelan migrants from San Antonio, Texas to Martha's Vineyard as a political stunt in protest of President Joe Biden's immigration policies. Pizzo says that his lawsuit that DeSantis' actions were in violation of state spending because the budget stipulates that the funds may be used for, quote, the transport of unauthorized aliens from this state consistent with federal law, unquote. The flights originated in Texas and made a brief stop in Florida Panhandle before heading to Massachusetts. The governor has said that numerous migrants settle in Florida after crossing the border. Last year, the federal government sent 80 flights carrying migrants into Florida, according to Politico. State lawmakers, including Pizzo, overwhelmingly voted in favor of Florida's budget. So he fucking voted for it. Some of the money for the program came from interest earned on money sent to Florida from Biden's America Rescue Plan. That's so awesome. Senator, it's so good.
Layers, man, layers.
Senator Pizzo never misses an opportunity for his 15 minutes of fame and is challenging an action on an appropriation he voted for. DeSantis communications director Taryn Fensky told Insider this is the second lawsuit so far over the governor's controversial actions. On September 20th, a Boston-based civil rights firm representing a group of migrants and an immigration nonprofit network sued DeSantis, alleging migrants were tricked into boarding the flights with false promises of jobs and other transport. And I just don't get, when he showed you and showed everyone the piece of paper that they signed, how you can continue to argue that. And also how you can't.
That's why they say alleging.
Also, how
it's
you
just somebody
can't
said.
say, how you can say there's no jobs there. There's no way. There's no way. There is no way that there is not 48 open jobs in Martha's Vineyard. I don't believe you. I don't care if you've lived there your whole life. I don't fucking believe you. There's definitely 48 open jobs there. And some of them were fucking kids. There's definitely 40 open jobs there. Definitely. And no fucking doubt.
And I would guarantee you that the jobs that are available are very low-paying jobs that most people that live on Martha's Vineyard don't want to take.
I wonder what a good applicant for that job would fucking look like.
I do know.
Maybe someone who isn't supposed to fucking be here anyway.
It's also illegal to hire illegal immigrants, so, obviously you can't do that. That is the one thing, because none of these people are legally asylum seekers, right?
Right.
Because they've gone through no process,
right?
So they're not legal. They're not legally asylum seekers yet. So technically, they're just illegal aliens who cannot, by definition, have employment in the United States of America. We've just fucking gotten rid of this whole concept altogether at this point. It's gone on both the left and the right. By the way, it's all just migrants, migrants, migrants. None of this. Nobody is coming at this at a semi-reasonable, commonsensical way, because we do have laws in place. Whereas, if one of these local stores gave these guys a grocery bagging job or something like that, guess who's coming after them? The fucking feds are, because they hired an illegal migrant and they're taking advantage of these poor, oppressed people who have just come here, blah blah blah, because now you're hiring illegal migrants. It's none of that. No way you square this does any of this make sense? We've lost the fucking plot completely here.
We're double arresting you because you're not woke either.
Yeah, it's so bad, man. As a nation, we have lost the plot on the border. With this, with the wave of illegal migration, we have lost the plot completely as a nation. Nobody is talking about this in any manner that makes any sense at all, that is productive in any manner.
There's just about zero people who are looking at this issue on a country basis of this is not. It's not a Texas issue that there's a border crisis. No, that's not Texas's fault, and that's not their issue to deal with.
That's not the Texas border. That's the national border.
It's an American border that happens to be at the bottom of Texas. Yes. Right. That's the border of the United States, and those people don't stay in Texas. Some of them do. As Ron DeSantis and all these fucking corporate media shills have highlighted, that's where they were going to go anyway, right? When they were all making fun of Greg Abbott for sending these flights to New York and to all this shit before the governor or the mayor of New York City was complaining, right before he's crying about shit. They're like, you're an idiot. That's where they were going to go anyway. And he's like, yeah, that's the fucking point. That's the goddamn point. They're hanging out here for way too fucking long. Yep. We don't have a place for them. we're just going to take them up their own way. I'm willing to put Texas funds to that, right?
Yep.
They're all making fun of him. As soon as Ron DeSantis does it, it's a huge goddamn problem, right?
Yep.
It's all, the world's going to fall apart, and it's a terrible thing that you're doing.
It's bad.
So, yeah, and the plight of the leftist leaders of the cities that are like, we're not prepared to handle this, you know? What, like Texas accommodates into their budget every year? Plus, you know, we're going to have probably a million illegal immigrants that we're going to have to deal with, so let's make sure that we have funds to deal with that.
Yeah, or 2.
No, that's not how they, exactly. And nor should they have to. That's
No.
not how it's supposed to work.
No.
It's silly. It's to say the least,
Yeah.
you know? It's just a ridiculous claims being made that I have very little, if any, sympathy for, you know? We're unprepared for this. Shut the fuck up.
So is everybody,
Yeah,
bro.
no one should have to be prepared for this. That's not how this
Exactly.
is supposed to work.
Oh man, it's so bad. At least Governor Wheelchair Abbott.
You are terrible.
I know, but I mean, for real though, the dude he's been doing literally like the best I think any governor could
Greg Abbott?
when confronted with this problem.
Yeah.
The dude, I mean, he's doing everything he could possibly do, and at the end of the day, he will only be hurting his state if he allows the federal government to just let them hang the fuck out.
Yeah.
He has to do something for his state, and to his credit, he has absolutely done that. I got a lot of problems with Governor Abbott revolving around law enforcement and, you know, when we, you know, how he covered for a lot of like the law enforcement fuck ups over at Uvalde. Was not okay with none of that shit.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's kind of, you know, but whatever. You know, we'll put that stuff aside. What he's doing with the migrants and stuff, I got nothing but good things to say about the guy. He's, you know, and of course, when it's compared to Beto, I mean, come on now. He just rolls right over him.
You're terrible. You are terrible.
But he does, though. He just destroys this guy.
You are terrible.
It's your problem. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Yeah.
That is a common
Yeah.
that is a common thing to say. Yeah, he's a uniparty guy for sure. But, you know, as far as, you know, fighting back against the federal government's human trafficking, he's doing pretty good. I'm a huge fan. Make these people make these people put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah.
You know, do it. You know, eat sausage. No, that's not a thing. That's like making
Eat
sausage.
sausage.
You know,
Eat sausage.
Yeah, my idioms are all fucked up.
I like it. So we'll see how this turns out for good old Ronnie D.
Ronnie D.
So let's give some talk about some Ukraine.
Okay.
Right? A lot of stuff happened over the last couple weeks.
Yeah.
I'm
almost like I thought about this last night. Like where do we even start? Right.
So the last time, well, you go ahead.
Oh, I was saying, and to me, like the most, I think, key point being the pipeline explosion.
Yeah.
Is probably where shit really picked up and started to escalate.
Yeah.
Right. That I think is probably a good starting point, unless of course there's something else that you're thinking of.
No, I figured we would just kind of run through the events that happened before that because there was a couple of things that happened before that lead into the explosions. So last time we were here, we talked about the Ukrainian counteroffensive, right? The enormous circle jerk that happened as a result. I'm not sure whether or not we mentioned the fact that the targeting data that was used to start that was provided by the United States.
Yes.
Right?
I don't think we did, but yeah.
But it's just to further underline the influence and the role that the United States is playing.
Dare I say
affirmatively
involvement?
Involvement, yeah.
Hey.
I would argue direct involvement
Yep.
in the war in Ukraine, right? There was an enormous devaluation of the Ukrainian dollar as opposed to the American dollar. I try to talk to Larry about that and get a little bit more information. To me, the most basic thing I can think of is to try and bring more investment into their country just because the Ukraine is struggling so bad. They devalued their currency by like 20% compared to the American dollar. So I think it's just to try and bring more investment into their country through their own currency in dollars. So it also ties them more closely to us. After that, there was the new offensive that was announced right before the explosions, right? There was a new offensive that was announced by Russia, where they called it a limited offensive or something like that, and they said they were going to call up 300,000 ex-servicemen, is what they said. We have heard reports of all kinds of people being drafted since then. They said they were going to only call up reservists or whatever, but we've heard...
this is the partial mobilization.
Right, the partial mobilization. Yeah, exactly.
Just still ongoing.
Yeah, which is still ongoing, exactly.
Yeah.
So they said they were calling up 300,000 people. Who knows really what the numbers are? No one knows how many people are dead. No one knows how whatever. I think the breaking points, is always like, it could be fucking tens of thousands of people. I don't think there are tens of thousands of Russian people, like Russian soldiers, that have died in 6 months. Because
it just seems
that
like a
type
weird
of
number.
death, how do you hide tens of thousands of bodies from that many reporters?
Yeah, and like, not to say that it's not impossible to stem the information flow, but it seems highly improbable that you could.
When they're saying it's some like 6,000, which is almost definitely not true, but from 6,000 to tens of thousands, like that means
many.
you think that it's over 20,000 people.
Yeah.
Over 20,000 soldiers that have died on the Ukrainian side in that long, but not even anywhere near that on the Ukrainian side. That doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
Even if you're talking about, the Russian military is fucking way shittier than we thought that it was, and they were talking it up all this time. Even with that, I don't see how you parse over 20,000 Russian soldiers in 6 months since February.
It seems like a lot.
I don't think that seems like way too many. That's
That's a
more
lot
than
of-
we lost in Afghanistan.
Yes, it is.
That's way too many.
Over how many years?
Yeah, way too many. So I think it's almost definitely more than 6 or whatever they're saying, but 20,000 plus seems like a very high number.
Yeah.
For them to have lost. I don't know. We likely won't know for years and years and years, and even then it will be a best guess estimation based off of graves, and
Because that's so fucking many people,
that's
man.
so many people.
Like, understanding that the theater of war is massive. I mean, it's an entire eastern and southern front of a nation,
It's
but
fucking-
but that's a lot, man. I mean, even over 6 months, 20,000. I mean, that is constant death. I mean, these people are, mind you,
the Pentagon says Russia has lost 70,000 plus troops. I know. I just
70,000.
Russian invasion forces in Ukraine have sustained between 70 and 80,000 casualties in 5 months of fighting since February 24th, according to the new Pentagon
Okay, well,
assessment.
casualties being injuries
Right,
and whatnot,
right.
like, you might be able to believe that because of like explosion damage and
Right,
shrapnel and shit like that, but that's still so many
As
people,
of
man.
Monday, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense claimed the Russian casualties included 42,340 eliminated personnel. That seems like so fucking many, dude.
Yeah, it does. That's like wanton death right there. I mean, that
How many soldiers has Ukraine lost? Let's see if they're being fucking
2,000.
honest about-
I'm curious about this one.
This is from okay, so that one's from June.
We will never know, Deborah. That is right. We will
3
never
days
know the
ago.
actual number. And if this doesn't speak to like the fog of war throughout history, when you're reading, accounts of like ancient battlefields and shit like that, like nobody on any side throughout human history has really realistically accurately reported how many casualties of war there has ever been. Nobody.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
So
just never been the case.
this article is from August 24th, and 13 million displaced. Tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians may have lost their lives. So let's see. Commander-in-Chief of the Ukrainian Armed Forces said this week at a public forum that Ukraine has lost 9,000 military personnel. The Ukrainian military has also claimed they have killed or wounded 45,200. That's how the fuck is that possible?
45,000?
Compared to 9,000? How the fuck is that possible?
So that is trying to do the math on that. Let's just do a calculator. 9,000 versus 45,000.
Meanwhile, the UN Human Rights Office has documented nearly 5,600 civilian killed in Ukraine during the conflict, but believes the actual toll is much higher. You're telling me
That's 5 to 1.
You're telling me that the Russian military has died 5 to 1 compared to civilians?
I don't believe that. I'm sorry, I don't
How
believe
is that possible?
Yeah.
How is that possible?
I don't believe that, neither does Deborah.
I don't see how that is possible. Those numbers don't make sense.
No.
And I believe it's at least on par with whatever Ukraine has lost. And their number is likely deflated compared to what it is. So let's call it an average of 15. 15 even fucking feels like a lot, dude. But I guess if Ukraine is saying 9, if they're admitting to 9, it's probably a little bit more than that, right? So even let's say 12, right? I could see an even number, but I don't see how, if you're talking about essentially the same people, right? Because Ukraine, half of their force, whatever portion of it is actual military. The other portion is also random fucking guys that they armed up with American service rifles and sent out to the front lines. That's the same thing you're talking about with Russians, right? The same thing people are claiming about Russians, that they were conscripted and they were given maybe 2 weeks of training and then sent out to the front lines with old Russian weapons. So what the difference is that the American weaponry and offense is so much better than the American military or than the Russian military that they've lost, you said 5-1? Get the fuck out. You're saying that Russia is pulling out all the stops using cluster munitions, using incendiary munitions. They're breaking all these war crimes. They're doing all this terrible shit.
But still 5-1.
But they're still 5-1.
I just,
how does that work?
yeah. How does that work? Like the math doesn't add up. The math doesn't add up in any measurable sense, man. And yeah, Deborah, we're going to talk more about this as we get into the segment, but
right, this part was not planned. I had not thought about the numbers and stuff. I did not have
but it's good to examine.
But I don't. That doesn't make any sense.
No, it
that makes
doesn't.
no fucking sense. Those numbers that we just read out.
Because originally, when the original kind of mobilization that was going on during the Trump administration, when they were lining up on the borders and stuff like that, there was like reportedly an estimated 125,000 troops throughout, along the border regions and stuff like that. I don't know, man. I really don't know. Like, the numbers seem too big. But then again, do me a favor. Google United States Standing Army. How many people in the United States Standing Army? I'd be curious what our published numbers are on that. Because the problem is we might just be lacking context here, right?
Let's see, in the standing armed forces, 1.35 mil.
Damn.
Active personnel.
Damn. That's a lot of people.
And the reserve is just under 800,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's third. Our standing is third.
Okay. That's still, man.
Our budget is first. Surprise,
amen.
surprise.
Yeah.
782 billion.
Raytheon,
We out here.
Raytheon don't support itself, all right?
No.
It needs our taxpayer funds to go to that, all right?
China has the biggest active duty, 2.2 million, and
Yeah.
India right above us at 1.5.
Interesting.
It's a good thing that India and China don't like each other.
It is a very good thing.
It's a good goddamn thing that they don't like each other.
They get out there and literally their armies will have skirmishes where they beat each other with sticks and rocks and shit.
Ooh,
Because the minute you fire a gun, it's different.
India's paramilitary is 2.5 million.
Paramilitary.
Yeah.
Is that like irregulars, if you will?
I would imagine so, yeah. This is just like a category thing.
Everybody's a fucking militia member, baby. I like it. Move to India. Let's do it.
Paramilitary service people who belong to organizations such as Canada's Canadian Rangers or France's National Gendarmerie, which are military-like but not formally part of the armed forces.
Interesting.
So militia members probably. And I wonder how you count that for America,
I don't think we do. We call them terrorists.
Oh, shit.
I mean, if that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, okay, because it says United States paramilitary 0.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Swish.
Yo, if you count the paramilitary, we'd be fucking out here, though.
Every motherfucker with a gun. That's who it is.
That's
Come
why
tread
you
on
can't
me,
count
bitch.
it. That's why you can't
Exactly.
count it.
That's why
I think we call them terrorists. You gotta clip that. That's good. That was way too good. Yeah, that's really good. Paramilitary.
Timestamp. I wish I had
That's
voice
really
controls
funny.
over that.
One day there will be a person sitting in the corner whose job it will be to write these things
Yeah.
down.
And no matter what his or her name is, we're gonna call them Jamie.
Yeah.
Just because it'll be fun.
That is really interesting.
So speaking of Jamie, to kind of preface everything we're about to talk about, Dave Smith's episode recently of the Joe Rogan's Experience.
Yeah, I've not finished it yet. I just started it last night.
So good. It is
It's
so
kids,
good,
bro. I only had 2 days to even show prep.
I know, bro. We have very different lives.
Yeah.
His episode was fantastic. We'll put it that way. Probably the best I think he's ever done it. He was on fire from the minute he started opening his mouth.
Yeah.
But he did an entire breakdown, probably 15, 20 minutes of like how we got to this point in Ukraine, right? And it stems. I mean, it goes way, way, way back, but essentially, you know, you could pick up the pieces and really start rolling with the contemporary issues with Ukraine, starting when we supported the coup back in the early 2010s, right? And we installed this new, more pro-West government and stuff like that, when the tensions between Ukraine and Russia really, really picked up. And it's really, the writing's been on the wall ever since then, and it's been the game plan ever since, which ultimately has led to, I think, everything that we're seeing today. Without diving into everything, I mean, we'll eventually get to it, but just to kind of give us a point to shoot for, maybe. Yesterday, I believe, or Thursday, Zelensky formally submitted like an expedited like application to become a member of NATO.
Yesterday,
You know, and I mean that's how we got to. We're that's the point where we're at.
NATO expansion,
Which after, you know, working back through time, I mean, after, you know, Russia just formally annexed 4 different regions in Ukraine. So now that puts a problem. That puts
after
an
some
international,
referendums,
for some referendums, which are
gunpoint referendums.
Which, I mean, questionably enough, ever since the coup back in the early 2010s, those places have always, I mean, that's been a contended area for a long time.
2 of them for sure. Yeah.
I mean, that entire Eastern Bloc area, the old Soviet bloc area, it's always been in fucking question who they'd rather align with, the West or the East. You know, it's always been a question.
We talked about that when this very first started.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason when they annexed Crimea that there's not ongoing fucking giant civil war out in the streets in Crimea. There's a reason for that. It's because whatever, it's fine. It's, you know, some people were upset and they fucking left or died.
Yeah,
but you know, I forget where we started with this because we kind of got sidetracked. But we started with the mobilization.
Right? We're working through a timeline. So we talked about 300,000 people being called up. Yep. At the same announcement, Putin redrew the boundaries for the Russian nuclear policy, talking about where they're
changing a public statement, correct?
Right, changing it from responsive to a territorial engagements and infringements are going to be the new standard. And this is obviously matched at the same time with the referendums that were done and the redrawing of the Russian borders. And
also important to note that Russian nuclear doctrine is very different than ours.
Yeah.
We have a very long chain of bureaucracy and in a sense, you know, like a lot of different hands have to touch the nuclear football before the nukes fly.
Right.
Not
before
the
they
case
crack
in Russia.
Open the plastic.
Exactly. Not the case with Russia. It's Vladimir Putin or whoever is in his seat has sole control. He can hit the button and go. He can give sole authorization. Yeah. Which exponentially increases the danger at this point.
Right. So it was at the same time that the referendums were being held, there were videos of soldiers walking around with the vote takers, you know, so they're armed. There's all kinds of shit. And it was right after that the explosions happened in the Nord Stream 1 and 2. Both pipelines. Number 2 was never operational, never fully operational. There just was never shit flowing through it. Yeah. Number 1 was operational, but had been completely cut off by Russia in response to sanctions and stuff like that.
Yep. I did a beer show on it. I think that was the first live stream.
That's right. So there are now 4 confirmed leaks in the 2 pipelines combined, and they're just off of the coast of Denmark, Poland.
There's an island over there. I'm gonna
something
pull it up.
like that. Yeah, it's a NATO country.
We should have a Google map,
but it's
open
not
anyways.
in their waters. It was very strategically done.
There's in international waters.
Yeah, there's all kinds of questions about exactly who did this. Right,
Burnhold.
Burnhold. Let's go. There's a lot of questions of exactly who did this.
So the pipelines run more or less right around through here at this point. Because they come in up here and then they take a dive south, boom, boom, and then continue on.
Speculation still on who or why the pipelines were attacked because no one knows for sure. Denmark, that's what it is. There are obviously people assumed, me including immediately, that it was Russia. And then because I didn't even think, why would they be doing this? It's just like these fucking assholes. They're just out here blowing shit up.
And remember too that Russian has an oblast right here in Kaliningrad, which this little section right here,
it's their closest naval
stuck,
base.
It's a small little land piece stuck between Poland and Lithuania. both of which are NATO countries, that is Russian foreign sovereign territory.
Yeah.
Sovereign territory, I mean. And so that would be their closest access to said pipeline.
Yes. And so obviously I assumed many other people at first that it was Russia, and then I thought more, why would they do this?
That's interesting. I didn't think that right away.
Immediately assumed. That's just, didn't even think about it. I'm just like, these fucking assholes. It's like they're just blowing shit up. They're just doing wild shit out here. Didn't even think about it. Just immediately assumed.
That's so funny. I assumed the exact opposite.
Yeah, no.
I was like,
immediately,
why the fuck would the West do this? This is dumb.
Yeah, no, and I didn't, like I said, I didn't even consider why. That's just what I thought. I did no more thought than that. Other than
Like,
it's
fucking
just,
Russia.
These guys are crazy.
Fucking
yeah.
Putin out here doing
Yeah,
crazy shit.
yeah.
Him and his frogman.
Yeah, just these guys are crazy.
Little did they know it was actually Greta Thunberg.
Right. So when I thought about it more, the only real reasons I can think of that Russia would do this, a show of force, right? To show other countries we can do this at any time. You have infrastructure under the water. We will blow your shit up if we want to. There's nothing you can do to stop it. You had no idea this was going to happen, and we did it.
That's very neocon of you. I like it.
The other side is like a morale boost for their own country. You know, they have this new offensive. They need to kind of boost everyone and let them know, or let them feel like they.
I got more beers out in the fridge.
You're fine. Let them think they can win.
That's about the most legitimate argument I think I can pull as to why Russia would have blown up their own pipeline. Mind you, it's not solely owned by them, but it is.
They invested a vast majority of the money, and now it's just a huge waste of steel in the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah,
It's
which
just
how
totally gone.
It's gone at this point, right? It is the primary shareholder in the ownership of the pipeline is Gazprom, the state-owned, Russia-owned gas company.
And there are affiliates in other countries.
Yeah, which I mean, basically, the people like in Germany and shit like that
Everyone who
all own
gets
kind of
gas
interest.
from it, yeah.
But again, they already had the power. They shut the shit off already. Like, why would right there? The argument to that I think can be easily dissuaded by saying, why would they remove their best and easiest, quickest access bargaining chip into getting what they want?
I agree.
That's crazy.
I agree.
That would be a crazy move.
Yes.
But if you put that on balance with the question of, if I need to drum up support from my people, from the homeland, from the motherland, I can blow this thing up because I've already shut it off. I've already cut my losses. We're already going to war. I've considered that we're at war for a long time. Fuck it. This is the drop in the bucket at this point. Let's get some support by calling this, what he did, an act of international terrorism, and maybe I'll get some support, and we'll get some. You know,
Right.
this will add to the morale. It'll boost the morale. I don't know how much weight I put into that argument, but it's
Right.
about the only argument you can
I agree.
conceivably make to Russia doing it themselves.
Right.
Like, I don't get that.
So past that, United States, right? There's
Pause button.
Yep.
The other aspect to this too, the day it was blown up was the same day that the Baltic pipeline that runs from Denmark. Shit, I can't remember. Into Poland, kind of runs north-south.
Yeah.
Into Poland came online the same day,
Yeah.
which their intersection point was like the Denmark pipeline runs this way, and obviously the Gazprom east-west, north-south, and the explosions were probably 50 miles north of said crossing.
Yeah.
So that was the other thing I thought about at that point. Maybe it was just a fucking international fucking espionage. We're going to blow this up so that then no matter what happens, they have to come to us. But
Yeah.
that I still think is a stretch anyways, because whoever's doing it has to know that this is an escalation that might end their fucking existence as a company to begin with, because this only goes one way at this point.
And there's right. So there's a kind of a third aspect of, you're talking about a separate group, a clandestine group doing it for any number of reasons. Corporation, most likely, because that's like the third most powerful group,
Yeah.
in the world.
Like I said, I wouldn't put past old Greta.
Right, and that could be, like you were talking about, money that they have invested because they've already stuck money into the Polish pipeline. If there's money to be gained from this, again, because of the Polish pipeline. So
And
there's
it's important to add, too, that when we talk about this, it's a
defense
natural gas
companies
explosion.
also.
This is a natural gas pipeline, so this is liquid natural gas that when it's not compressed like that, it turns into vapor. kind of like a propane type of deal, right? And
bubbling up out of the pipeline.
So yeah, it's boiling up out of the pipeline. It's not like an oil spill type of deal that's going on, but this has been like the single, like, I don't know if it's the single largest, but I know it's in like the top 3 largest like releases of greenhouse gases, so-called, into the atmosphere that has ever happened in the history of the world. So, like, it's a huge deal.
The pressurization of the pipe to keep it from like imploding on itself.
Yeah, and it's still that's a long ways, man.
Yeah,
that pipeline goes for hundreds of miles.
It's a big old pipe, right?
Yeah, it's a big old. It's a, I think it's a steel pipe with reinforced concrete. Yeah, I think around it. But yeah, it's a lot of gas, man.
I wonder what the diameter of the pipe is.
We're gonna go with 24-inch. I don't know.
So I think it's probably pretty big, right?
You could put, depending on the, especially if it's steel. I mean, you could put a lot of compressed gas through 24 inches of steel pipeline, like a fuck ton. But yeah, I don't know. I'd be curious. I would be very curious because you'd be surprised, like how big the diameter of a pipe, and like it's some crazy civil engineering type physics and shit like that control that stuff. But at the end of the day, you're talking about liquid natural gas that is under pressure that gains exponentially when it's depressurized. So I mean, you could put a shit ton of usable energy into a 24-inch pipe.
48-inch diameter.
Damn. Gotcha, bitch.
48.
It's a 4-inch fucking pipe, or a 4-foot fucking pipe.
Big old pipe.
That is a huge pipe.
Yep.
With compressed liquid natural gas.
Yep.
Ooh. It's a big boom boom too. Will Wallace is out. He says hello again, laters. Okay. Hi bye. Thanks, Mr. Freedom.
Each pipeline comprises 2 pipelines.
2 pipelines.
Yeah.
Each pipeline consists of 2 pipelines?
Yes.
Okay. I don't understand that terminology, but
each pipeline is like it's 2 pipes. It's not just one.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I lost that place though. So
I've been thinking. I think tonight I'm gonna watch me some James Bond pipeline movie. It's called "The World Is Not Enough." Pierce Brosnan. It's all about oil pipelines.
Each pipeline comprises 2 pipes denoted A and B. Each of the 4 pipes being approximately 1,200 kilometers or 750 miles long, with approximate diameters of 48 inches. Total capacity of the 4 pipes is 110 million cubic meters per annum, 3.9 billion cubic feet per annum of natural gas.
Okay.
So
I would love to know what an annum is, because then I could have some basis of reference, but that's fine.
a lot.
People smarter than me know.
Yeah.
And is it just me? Because when I thought about this explosion, right? I go, how? Because we're talking about liquid natural gas. How is this not like a chain reaction explosion? Because, you have massively flammable materials being exploded.
Probably.
Just because it's underwater, I would imagine that would help. And the depth that it's at probably helps keep it more compressed.
And it was probably strategically
placed.
The size of the explosive was probably designed strategically to just blow a hole in the cement and the steel, because I would imagine
these are reported as leaks.
Yeah,
it's not like catastrophic failure, right?
Right, due to explosions. So this is just the Wikipedia. And it says, on the 26th of September, the NS1 and NS2 pipelines experienced multiple large pressure drops to almost zero in international waters attributed to explosions. So, let's see, multiple large pressure drops. Let's see where this takes us.
Interesting.
Cause
no fucking idea. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about this.
No doubt there were explosions.
Evidence being they
really
registered on the Richter scale over in like Sweden and stuff.
Yeah.
Right, and everyone's like, "Whoa, shit! That leads to an explosion." I don't know, man. I understood the pipeline was not in use and was only pressurized. Check.
Yes.
But we're talking, like you said, 12,000 miles or whatever of pressurized pipe.
It's just a lot of leftover shit.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think the initial reports were it was going to leak at the rate it was going to for about a week.
Something like that, yeah.
So that's the pictures are fucking fascinating too.
Weird.
Like to see like the ocean boiling like that. It's a weird deal.
Yeah, so I would imagine that if you blew a hole in the cement, then the steel would rupture just from the pressure. So you probably only have to use so much explosives, just enough to just destroy the concrete.
Yeah,
and
you're
let
talking
it blow
like a
hole.
shock wave and stuff at that point because water carries.
And it's at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah,
So or the bottom of the sea.
bottom of the sea. There's a Little Mermaid reference in there somewhere.
Under the sea.
Under the sea.
That's
That's
what
what
it
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the West. There was a naval research exercise that happened off the coast of this island back in June.
Isn't there
I
always?
believe so. That was something that people bring up as into the whodunit aspect of things.
Plus,
but,
like the Polish MP, that
yeah,
posted the picture on Twitter of thanks U.S. So who knows? We probably
which he had
won't
finally
know
he
for
finally
some time.
deleted that tweet by the way.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, because I guess his old lady is also kind of a higher up in the international relations, foreign policy realm. She's like, bitch, what are you doing? Take that shit down. Are you
So-
trying to start a war here?
yeah, who knows on that front? Yesterday, Russia officially recognized those 4 Ukrainian provinces as Russian. Said they're going to soon be issuing currency and they're going to have elections for members of parliament, and they're going to convert everything to Russian as opposed to Ukrainian. I don't know what the fucking difference is. That's my entitled American ass, but so
Yeah, it was the
those-
Luhansk, the Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and the Kherson
yeah.
region.
So all those
I've been
areas
practicing that for days.
are now considered Russian by the Russians. Ukrainians also obviously don't agree with that. I read this morning that Russia has begun to pull its troops out of those areas, right? We just started talking about, and then in response to that, like you said, Ukraine announced that it's going to apply for expedited membership to NATO. I believe we're both on the same page of this is part of what got us here in the first place, this NATO expansion. This is not going to help, especially with the Article 5 covering or whatever. If anything does happen in Ukraine, then we're all fucked. So
I think I got the charter right here. Look at that.
No,
North
look at
Atlantic
that.
Treaty,
Look at that.
Look
See,
at the North
Article
Atlantic
5?
Treaty. Article 5. The parties agree that an armed attack against one or more of them in Europe or North America shall be considered an attack against all of them, and consequently, they agree that if such an armed attack occurs, each of them, in exercise of the right of individual or collective self-defense recognized by Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations, will assist in the party or parties so attacked by taking forthwith, individual and in concert with the other parties, such action as it deems necessary, including the use of armed force to restore and maintain the security of the North Atlantic area.
Oh, so not only are we supposed to respond, we also have to respond in the way that Ukraine feels is the best to do so.
Hashtag that's what's up.
That's nice.
Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice?
Such action as it deems necessary.
Yeah.
That's so whatever Ukraine feels is necessary. So
That-
even though
they get
Ukraine doesn't have a nuclear weapon, right? If Russia uses a nuclear weapon, a tactical nuke, a limited nuclear, whatever, right? Because we just read just before this that now the Chechen leader has called for Russia to
today,
use
like a couple
just
hours
3
ago.
hours ago. Has called for the use of limited nuclear weapons in Ukraine. That obviously doesn't mean he's going to do that, but people are talking about it now. They're calling for it now that Russia has changed their shit around.
That motherfucker's crazy,
They're
by the way.
wild in
Yes.
Chechnya. They're
Yeah, dude.
wild out
Wild.
there. Crazy.
And
so,
he's about besties with
those are
Putin, too.
woodsy Russians. That's what the Chechens. They're woodsy Russians. Them fucks are wild.
Some of the
So-
best fighters in all of the UFC come from like this type of area in the world.
Yeah, they're
these are
crazy.
hard motherfuckers.
So that's the last shit that we want to be dealing with. Even if their equipment is ass, we don't want to be dealing with that shit.
No, dude, you're fighting banshees. You don't want that.
Right.
You know,
So
we have pregnant uniforms for they thems.
So what that means, Article 5, is that if a limited nuclear weapon were to be used in Ukraine, even assumingly in these 4 regions of Ukraine that have now been claimed by Russia, even though Ukraine still considers them Ukraine, assumingly if they're used there, because as we just said, Russia is pulling its troops out of those 4 regions, right? The only pretext of which I can assume, not because they're happy that they've reclaimed these areas, but because they don't want their guys to die because they think a bigger fight is coming. Right, that's what I would assume personally.
Okay. I think it's more of a draw tactic to me.
You think it's to draw the Ukrainians in and then
Which
to
might
use,
lead to nukes, but
that's- And I think either one is
because now this is like because his rhetoric at this point is territorial integrity. Now
Yeah.
I've drawn the line. These are ours. They belong to us. So I'm gonna pull my troops out, so it looks like we're vulnerable, and then you're gonna move in, and now you've attacked Russia for the first time in this conflict, and now this is a defensive conflict in our eyes because we've claimed this territory for us, because you Nazi motherfuckers have been oppressing these people. We've liberated, and now you're trying to take it back. Now we're on a defensive stand, so all bets are off. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
And I think to me, the only reason I go with the pretext, right, for use of nuclear arms is because I think if Vladimir Putin is going to do that, he's already decided he's going to do it. He's already constructed a circumstance in his head of not just territorial infringement, but like this. If this happens, if I can pull this off, I'm fucking launching them. I'm doing something. I'm gonna drop a something, or on the way out, I'm gonna leave a something. And if someone gets close enough to it, I'm just gonna drop it off. So I think he's already decided of when, the circumstance of when he's going to do it.
He's just writing the story of how he gets to the end that he's already preordained.
Yeah, so that's why I think that, and I think that he recognizes by sheer fact that he just had to call people up that if there's going to be a bigger fight, he needs to save as many people as possible because there's somewhere between 9,000 and 57,000 troops that he's lost over the last 6 months. Who fucking knows how many it really is, right? Somewhere between 70,000 casualties. Who fucking knows, right? Somewhere between 9 and 57,000.
Yeah.
He's going to need those bodies for a bigger fight ahead if this isn't going to work. And I don't see a nuclear weapon being the end of all this. I think it's just going to continue this fight in a different area. So my concern would be a limited nuclear weapon being used somewhere in Ukraine, Russian disputed territory, because there's still fucking fighting going on there, and Ukraine then saying, we got to drop one. We got to put one over there because we're, on the verge of NATO or whatever, and we got to get this done. So I don't know how long an expedited membership to NATO takes.
Or if they'll accept him or not.
Yeah.
But at this point, man, the rhetoric coming out of NATO it feels like they're chomping at the bit for this. Like it's not their response to the pipeline action.
You read the letter.
Yeah,
so
I mean, it was,
not here. You read it to me, though.
Any actions against our critical infrastructure will be met with, force, essentially. I mean, it was pretty cut and dry to the point. And that was before the concept of Ukraine coming into NATO really even became a serious conversation because they hadn't entertained it. But at this point, fuck, man. There's a really great book by an author named Ken Follett, who writes a lot of historical fiction type stuff. They're massive fucking tomes like this big. It would take 6 months in the book club. We'll put it that way. They're massive. But the first one is all about kind of like the world entering into World War I. And it's all these different parties that kind of, all over Europe and shit like that, right? And the common theme here is that there's no way we're going to go to some fucking war. We're not going to do this. I understand what just happened. This Franz Ferdinand, blah, 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 this, that, and the other thing. But there's no way. Nothing's going to happen here. And I'm getting a lot of those same vibes now, man, because certain powers are chomping at the bit. There's certain people being like, no, that's never going to, that's just crazy. This is not what we're doing.
We're in a real rough place in America right now. We're in a real rough place.
We are.
And there's a lot of money to be made in a war in another country. Not only in people making money for the military, because definitely more people are going to sign up, right? If America's involved in any type of conflict, any of the fucking fools that you can get to sign up under the patriotic whatever, right? It's
whatever
for America.
Propaganda you're going to get.
Yep, all the fools you can get to sign up. They're going to start making that money. They're going to make more money because they're getting combat pay because they're overseas. All the people that are going to have to get hired to the defense companies to make more weapons, make ammunition, make all the things, right? All the support personnel that have to be brought on that are still going to make more money. There's lots of money to be made for a war when
Lots of
we're talking
money.
about. We're staring down 8% inflation or something like that. When we're staring down more interest rate hikes, 7% home mortgage rates,
And the division within the United States as well. I mean, a lot of times, and
nothing unites
I'm going
the
to add
country
on to
like
this,
a common
but
enemy.
yes, nothing unites the country like a common enemy.
Donald Trump didn't
But
work.
also, it is also important to remember that Russia had a civil war during World War I that destroyed the Russian Empire.
Yeah.
There's nothing that says there cannot be a civil war within the bounds of the United States if we're in World War III.
No.
In fact, I think it probably would, because we are not a bunch of fucking blue and yellow Ukraine flag drinking, propaganda people
Especially
anymore.
if-
We all, there's a lot of people that are like, dude, this is dumb.
Especially
Don't
if there
do
was a
this.
draft, If
Yes.
it got wild and there was a draft here and people who don't agree with the war,
Yes.
are starting to get called up.
And I think this is important. We're going to touch on Deborah's point that JVP said. Russia's not going to lose this conflict right now.
No.
No, this is
the minimum of what they're walking away with is these 4 territories at a minimum.
at a minimum.
Because they've staked their claim now. Like, this is it.
Yeah.
We had the vote. I don't care if you don't like it. We had the vote.
And at the beginning of this conflict, when there was a similar but less landmass involved at that point, when there was a similar offer on the table to essentially make the peace deal, walk away with, let the Donetsk region go to Russia and then walk away, Western powers, particularly through the mouth of Boris Johnson at the time, said, don't do this. And at this point in time, Ukraine is not going to let this sit. And so if Putin would, if in this case, let's just say, for the sake of argument, if this was it and he was like, hey, man, I got what I'm good. Just leave it alone now. I'm fine. Well, hey, everybody walk away. We already blew up your pipeline, so we already fucked you anyways.
Right.
So let's just walk away from this. Ukraine's not going to stop.
There's Ukrainian leadership pushing for offenses in
Yes.
Russian-controlled territory.
People are out for fucking blood, dude. And
They're
this
asking
is,
for long-range missiles so they can lob into Russia.
I mean, it's not going to end any way that's good. We'll put it that way, because Russia's not going to stop because Ukraine's not going to stop. And Russia's not just going to sit there and take it on the chin. If Ukraine is still pushing, they're going to push back, period. You could flip a coin and say maybe if nobody fired another shot and everybody just walked the fuck away right now, things might be okay.
Yeah.
They might be. It's arguable either way. But when the conflict continues, because the Joe Biden already said, actually, I think I got a good clip of him saying it. Let's listen to this and then we'll continue on. Let's just do this.
I want to also speak to Mr. Putin's remarks this morning. America and its allies are not going, let me emphasize, are not going to be intimidated, by Putin and his reckless words and threats. He's not going to scare us, and he doesn't, or intimidate us. Putin's actions are a sign he's struggling. The sham referenda he carried out, and this routine he put on. Don't worry, it's not on there if you're looking. Okay. The sham routine that he put on this morning, showing the unity and as people holding hands together. Well, the United States is never going to recognize this. And quite frankly, the world's not going to recognize it either. He can't seize his neighbor's territory and get away with it. It's as simple as that. And they're going to stay the course. We're going to continue to provide military equipment so that Ukraine can defend itself and its territory and its freedom, including additional resources that the Congress is going to give me today.
That's that $12 billion you talked about earlier.
$13 billion more dollars to help the Ukrainians defend themselves and fight back. And we're fully prepared to defend. I want to say this again. America is fully prepared with our NATO allies to defend every single inch of NATO territory. Every single inch. So, Mr. Putin, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Every inch. And I've been in close touch with our allies.
Doesn't he just instill
We're
confidence?
announcing new sanctions today as well, that including new authorities to sanction anyone who provides political or economic support to Russia's fraudulent territorial claims. And I've been in close touch with our NATO allies who are united in our resolve to take on.
Yeah, so you get the picture. Everybody's itching, dude. Everybody's itching. I did my whole beer show last night on like the fact that, you know, this is great. This is the guy you want running this fucking conflict, by the way. He's going to make good decisions, but at least JFK during the fucking the Cuban Missile Crisis was all hopped up on amphetamines and was like, go, 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 go. This dude's wiping drool off his mouth in the middle of a fucking mumbling, you know, quiet speech. But this illustrates that these people are itching. They're ready to go. So there is no, you know, particularly with this new fucking, if NATO does something really, really stupid, and it's like, yeah, Ukraine's now part of NATO. That means everybody that isn't a part of the Russian Federation now is in NATO. That's done. And it's over, and then we're all going to fucking war. And on top of that, who else is going to join in that war? Is it just going to be NATO versus Russia?
No.
Hard no. Who else is getting involved?
Definitely China.
Definitely China's getting involved.
India might be involved.
Yeah, and we still flip a coin on which way they're going to go. But
China's in, North Korea's in.
Yeah. Who got really pissed off the other day when Kamala Harris fucked up and said North Korea we were in alliance with the Republic of North Korea.
North Korea got upset?
They got real pissed. Yeah, they were not happy with that. And I think they had like 5 nuclear missile launch tests or whatever this week. Shit's going real good, man. People in charge are doing good shit. You know, it's real good. The only thing if the worst happens and war with Russia kicks off with NATO, and that means the United States is involved, it's literally a matter of time before China gets involved. Even though China's kind of a, how would I put it? It's kind of like the Axis powers in World War II. Like Japan was kind of, they're not real with Germany. But at that point, when all the lines are drawn, you side up with somebody, right?
Yeah.
China's not super into Russia and what's going on there. They got their own problems too. But if they had to pick a side, they're picking that side because fuck the United States. Plus, they already got a good leg up on us anyways. And they'll take Taiwan, and that'll kick off an entire war in the Pacific, which will be fucking great because Japan's not going to do so well in that fiasco. But then India's like this odd man out, stuck right in the fucking middle of, you know, 2 big powers. Essentially, they're on their own. You know, you got the Mideast on one side, which, you know, may sit this one out, if you will. Turkey's going to have to get involved, and I don't know if they're going to flip at that point and side with the Russians, but because they're not in a real good spot as far as NATO membership goes. You know, Turkey's kind of a wild card when you look at that, but
wild card.
They are kind of a wild card, and so India's in a tough spot because they got a border with China, they got a beef with China, but also they've been doing a lot of business with China and Russia, and they're not hating that. So it's all going to really come down, I think, to Putin's response to what Ukraine's going to do after the annexation, and what NATO's going to do with Ukraine's desperate plea to join NATO.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to come down to. And frankly, I don't trust the powers that be on either side to make good decisions that avert war at this point. But it's the last fucking thing the human race needs is a modern world war. It's the very last thing we need.
Right.
So that's fucking awesome. How do you feel about this, man? You feel good? You feel nervous?
About that? No, not good.
Feel
not good
nervous?
about
Yeah, it's real good. It's real good. And the worst part about this whole deal is you can't believe shit anybody says on either side.
that. Right.
You know, I got this, this was a fun tweet I got from Jack Posobiec, retweeted it at some point, but it was somebody claiming that the Russians found an underwater submarine on one of their coasts after the explosion of the pipeline, which it's just fucking propaganda at this point. No, I can't even trust sources coming from the internet now because
Right, but in the back of the third picture
Yeah, there's
is a
a
Russian
warship.
landing ship. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Just
that's fun.
chilling in the back.
Oh yeah, yeah. The naval powers are getting sorted at this point. The German naval forces have deployed, if you will, to the area. Not that the German Navy is anything of what it used to be, but people are getting tuned up. All of our bases overseas, like over in Germany and shit, they're getting all on high alert. Everybody's tuning up for the big luau that's coming.
That's what you think?
That's what I think. It's I don't have a whole lot of hope in this one, man. It's when you look at the decisions that have been made to this point, I don't see how anybody de-escalates or, steps back or steps down or I don't, man. I don't.
I would have to really consider and think hard. But I couldn't do it on this show. I would have to come back with it and think about a pathway that I could see to de-escalation and in which this doesn't go any further. I would have to really think about that, which says something to me as a political commentator, because it's so easy for us to sit here and postulate about 10 different ways that this could go to shit.
Yeah.
And if there were
How could it go good?
If there were an easy path out of this, it would immediately present itself to us. I mean, after having talked about this as many times as we have, but I don't see any way. Like I said, even if everyone just sets their guns down, it's like, I'm done right now. Everyone's done right now. It's not going to stop. This doesn't stop.
No.
The retaliations, the way that people are going to treat each other, the intercontinental relations are not going to ease themselves.
Yeah.
They're going to continue to get worse.
Yeah. The only realistic thing I see at this point, I've done a lot of thinking about this at this point, is Ukraine has to be sacrificed on the global stage, I guess, at this point. And everybody needs to take a hit on the chin because, if NATO's going to have to say no, and the West is going to have to step back and say, at this point, we tried and we're not going to kick off World War III, man. I'm sorry. You're going to have to, we got to go to the negotiating table. They got what they want. Let's do this. Let's just talk, bro. We'll reassess later on, but let's talk at this point. And I don't know if, I don't trust that would happen, but it could happen. Everybody just, you're going to have to take this one on the chin there, Ukraine. We've been fucking you guys for a long time. We did this to you. We can recognize that. But at this point, we're not kicking off World War III, bud.
Yeah.
Because guess who's going to be the first to be glassed? You motherfuckers. Do you want to survive? Walk away. But yeah, good shit. Told you it was going to get dark, bro. This is a tough one.
Oof, dude.
That's why we titled this bad boy World War III, because it's certainly starting to look that way.
Fucking oof.
Oof, indeed. Oof, oof, oof. Let's say, do I have any, happy little things in here? No.
Only the next thing was
I don't.
Iran, bro.
Iran is almost kind of like a... I don't know.
Let's hear it. So go ahead, spin it. Let's hear you spin it. Let's hear how it's positive.
Okay. So if y'all watched the beer show last week, I did this. We had the death of... shit.
Yep.
It's bad. I know her last name, Amani. It's like Masa Amani, I believe. 22-year-old Kurdish woman that was on vacation in Iran with her husband, with their family. And she was in the car with her brother when the morality police hemmed her up for not adhering strict enough to morality law with the hijab. She was picked up with a number of other folks at that time, thrown in a van, and was allegedly beaten in the van when she was dropped off at the detention facility. She eventually collapsed. It was reported by the hospital afterwards that she had a stroke, and after a number of days in a coma, died. And that kicked off this massive, massive series of protests that we have seen now continuing into its third week. The protests have done nothing but escalate. The Iranian government has continued to kind of poo-poo these things and say it's fine. We're cracking down. They have done their best to cut down on internet service throughout the nation as best as possible.
Starlink, baby.
Starlink activated, Elon Musk said.
I saw that shit the other day. I told you.
That's right.
I saw it.
You saw it in the sky. You saw it in the sky.
Yep. It was like 7:30, 7:45, and we came home from Jordan's dad's house, and we got out of the truck, and we're getting Dax out of the truck, and I looked up, and there was a line of stars all connected real close to each other, and I was like, oh, that's really weird, and I was like, oh my God. That's fucking Starlink. Yep, we had just talked about it. I had just seen a picture of it. I just seen you a video. I just showed you a video of it.
It's wild.
Talked to Jordan all about it. She had no idea. It's like, that's the real shit right there.
That's right.
That's Starlink. Saw it with my own eyes. It was really fucking cool.
It looks like a chain of stars in the sky that's
was
moving
really fucking cool.
pretty fast throughout the whole
Super
deal.
fast.
Yeah, super cool.
It was dope.
After Secretary of State Blinken got involved, the United States kind of opened up some licensing type of shit and some bureaucratic stuff to allow certain companies to try to get internet in there and all this, that, and the other thing, cell phone services. And then Elon Musk was like, Starlink activated. So I don't know how much that's helped, because obviously you can't use Starlink unless you have a fucking Starlink, receiver. So I don't know how that goes, but
interesting.
Yeah, that the kind of white pilly moment, if you could take one out of this, is that we're going on the third week so far, and it's continuing, right? That's in a regime like Iran, where they usually would just rather shoot everybody that's involved. That's a good sign.
They're not just shooting everybody.
Exactly. And
they're shooting some people.
They're shooting some people. Like, I'm not going to show that video, obviously. That's instant demonetization, or possible pull down territory, and YouTube's already fucking with us enough. So but yeah, one of the latest
like, subscribe, and comment. Share this with your friends.
That's right. Share. Go
to the Patreon. Sign up for the Patreon.
There was a protest taken out front of a police station, I believe today, and the military or the police, it's unclear at this point, just started open firing on the protesters at that point, and everybody ran screaming, and there was a reported up to 17 to 20 some people were shot at that point. But I mean, when you still look, I mean, you could look at there's a lot of videos in like Kabul. I think I might even have some. This was a point I wanted to make, actually. This is a Iranian reporter, journalist, that is now living in the United States. She used to live in Iran, but the Iranian government now has made it illegal for anybody in Iran to share any of her information or send anything to her, because she is sharing all of these videos. But we have lots and lots of photos from her of the protests, all her media appearances, obviously. But, I mean, it's wild. This right here will get somebody shot if they wanted to in that country. For one, you're not wearing hijab. For two, you're flouting your hair around, which is also not okay according to Iranian or Islamic purity law. There's a video in here. This one right here. Something as simple as this. A group of gals walking around with their hair out. One of them having dyed hair, which is also something that is completely verboten. And they're just walking down the street. And you could see some people wearing hijab still, but there's a lot of people that are just like, no, fuck this. I'm just doing this thing now.
Yeah.
And they're not getting shot. That is a plus. That is societal pressure right there, doing something within the nation. There's a protest going on out in front of a governmental building right there. Everybody waving hijab around. I mean, like it's like a huge deal. So while the death toll continues to rise, obviously numbers are, we have no idea. I've seen numbers from hundreds to 50 being dead. Obviously, who knows what the number is, but it's probably pretty high at this point.
Right.
But regardless, protests continue, and at this point, there's no signs of stopping. I think what it is even factoring in like all the severe theocratical like oppression that goes on in Iran. Like I said in the live stream, this is a very modern city. It's a very modern country when you really think about it. Like, people have social media. I don't know if they have TikTok, but I would imagine they might even have fucking TikTok and shit like that. You know what I mean? The younger generation is not just willing to go along with this shit anymore. They're much more activists than anybody in previous generations would have been. And these protests continue to be primarily led by the women and girls in this society. And a lot of their men have stood up next to them and continue this as well. So that is a plus. That's a good thing. It's a good thing for liberty throughout the world, including in an oppressive theocratical regime like that. And so, if there's one thing good going on in the world, it's that there appears to be some forward movement in the Iranian protests.
It's at least possible.
It's at least possible.
I like it.
I like it. We'll end on a nice note there.
Deal. Yeah, so with that, we will take our final break. We'll come back in just a few minutes with part 4.
Yeet.
The grab bag, we got lots of great stuff in there.
So much.
We'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around.
Yeah.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Gotta go.
Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast.
Thank you for joining us, everyone. This is Salt of the Streets Part 4 of episode 134. My name is Donovan,
I am Colin.
and we are out here. I want to thank you again for joining us. You've been watching us on our youtube.com, Salt of the Streets. You can also find us instagram.com/Salt of the Streets, and then patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, sign up, help us make more, better content just like this. We also have, obviously, saltofthestreets.com, where you can find all this information in our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Alfie on both those things. If you want to watch some gaming, not for the next few weeks, but Lexi Kayo generally.
Yeah.
So in a few weeks, go check that out. But she is the last sponsor, so that's, so that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
I
I mentioned
believe-
earlier she's at flight attendant training, but usually she's streaming like every
Streaming all the time,
weekend,
yeah.
all the time, and all that good stuff.
Yeah,
But there's lots of videos to go get caught up on.
So I think that's it. Newsletter dropped yesterday. We have the review preview that dropped today for the
There
book
you
club.
go.
And
I
then
was gonna say we
yesterday-
haven't picked the review preview really.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
hard.
we have. Yeah, the review preview drops today. It's here on our YouTube. It's live, and then also Colin does the live stream beer reviews on Friday at 4:00 Pacific time. Fuck you, William Wallace.
You say 4:30?
4:30 Pacific time.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, yeah.
So, with that, part 4, we're gonna start with the grab bag.
Dude, I've been looking forward to this for a long time.
Part 4 is the grab bag. So we're going to start with a commercial that we're all going to watch together for a show called Power Trip. And it is on ABC. I heard the commercial for it, and I told Colin, I said, let me tell you how I know that journalism isn't real anymore.
Yes.
Specifically with ABC. So this show is about, as George Stephanopoulos put it, some 20-something reporters who are tracking the he really said that, some 20-somethings who are tracking the midterms and... I don't know, their trials and tribulations. I don't know exactly, like, specifically what it's about because I have only heard that ad. So I'm excited to watch this.
It's a show about reporting.
It's a
on the
docu-series, yeah, about 20-something reporters and their reporting on the midterm. So we're going to watch this show, this ad together, and then we're going to talk about it because...
I hope it has a release date because it's coming out on Hulu.
It's on Hulu, yeah.
And if this is... I'm here for it probably.
Yeah,
So
I'll come over and watch it with you.
dude, it'll be legit.
I'll
Everybody
come over early just to watch an episode of this before the show.
fuck yeah.
Yeah.
And then we'll do like a fucking review on it. All right, let's get caught up on Power Trip.
Okay.
Well, midterms are right around the corner.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Let's watch the ad for Power Trip.
You gotta go.
Drop your phone.
Don't get that on camera. Don't get that on camera.
Don't get that on camera.
I can't turn back.
I'm ready for election night. I'm ready for debate night. I'm ready for it all. Let's go. Let's get it.
This midterms is really important. It will definitely shape the 2024 presidential election.
I'm not ready. I have to leave tomorrow. Gas me out. Gas me out.
I promise I don't cry this much.
Oh my god.
World?
Like we're going to another country.
Oh god.
But I gotta grab and go. Boom.
Obviously, there's so much to learn.
Whoa.
You do anything and everything in this job.
I'm kind of stalking my candidate. I'm Libby Kathy. Nice to meet you with ABC News.
I'm a Duff with ABC.
Miles Cohen, nice to meet you, Senator Scott.
It don't matter who it is, baby. We ain't gonna take no for an answer.
Hi, everyone.
We're gonna run you ragged. There's nothing like being on the ground floor. These seem to be setting up as perhaps the most consequential midterms in our lifetime.
There's some pressure.
Might be one of the biggest personal challenges.
No Tiffany Smiley there.
Ta-da!
Powerfully raw, powerfully eye-opening, powerfully real, Power Trip.
What would George do? That's good.
Not
George would ask the
politics
next
as
question.
usual.
So, yeah, we're working on it. We're working on it, George. We're gonna make you proud. What's the point of being an embed if you're not gonna go all in?
September 25th. It's out. It's out, bro. We can watch it.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Nice.
All right,
Well, maybe we'll watch an episode before I leave. We're finishing early, it looks like. So,
Oh my goodness,
we're
dude.
just running quick. I mean, that's all I'm saying. So,
What are you saying? Oh my gosh, how is this real? How is this real?
okay, politics is now officially
A reality show.
All aspects of it are a reality show.
Yeah.
all aspects. Even the
This is a
reporting on
fantasy.
it. Yeah,
This is a fantasy.
Yeah,
this is when parody becomes indistinguishable from reality.
It's
This
real.
is it. We talked earlier in the show about how basically politics in general is basically just this ongoing running reality show. They've made a reality show about the reality show that is the reality show, bro. We're in it.
those who chase power and those who chase them. That's what
my
it says.
gosh.
That's the tagline for Power Trip.
This is going to be
No,
so
Deborah says
bad.
no. No.
Oh my
I
god,
love
I'm
that.
so
yes,
excited.
that's real, Deborah. It's
I
real.
am so excited.
That is real, everyone.
I'm
That is
just fucking
horrific.
jazzed about this. I want to see how long the episodes are really quick.
Oh yeah.
Who's watching? It's me. You guys can't see this shit. I'm gonna search Power
There
Trip.
you go. Power Trip.
Power Trip. Those who seek power. So we've got one episode out, and it is how long
Say
are you?
click on it. We'll find out.
34 minutes.
Oh, nice.
Fucking sweet, dude. So it's a bunch of fucking Gen Z and millennials that somehow got jobs over at ABC and have been roped into doing a reality show about chasing politicians.
Too long, Deborah says.
Too long.
Also, did you notice?
It's about 34 minutes too long.
Did
Deborah.
you notice how they're 20-somethings?
Yes.
And this could be the most consequential midterms of their lifetime. At 20-something,
That's
right?
not it. That's not.
They've got
so
probably
many years.
40 more years just of being reporters. Right?
I think we really have about 2.
But this is potentially the most consequential midterms of their lifetime. Yes.
I'm so excited about this.
Yep.
How does this? You go to Hulu, pitch the show to me. All right. So what we have here is like how we report on.
They're just owned by the same company. There's no pitch. ABC,
Hey, that's right.
Hulu,
It is Hulu.
They're all owned by Disney. There is no pitch. They made it up themselves.
But somebody had to sit in a meeting somewhere and be like, I know what we should do. We
George
should make a show
Stephanopoulos.
who's got a really good track record. I'm being facetious.
Yeah, no,
obviously.
he sat there and he said, I've got a great show. It's about me. And
I'm in charge of a bunch of interns.
I'm not going to be in it all the time, but I'm going to be in it sometimes because he says in the commercial, and who do they turn to when they need help? Me, of course. He really says that.
Yeah.
So
He's got a daddy
Yep,
complex.
he was at the center of it.
Also, I want to have a bone to pick with
He's
these
going to
people.
get Me Too'd when he's dead by one of these people, 100%. There's no question about that. He's doing
Daddy
inappropriate shit.
Stephanopoulos.
Yeah. No, this is all bad.
I did not see a single trans person in that commercial, and that is upsetting to me.
What the fucking fuck?
Oh, I didn't even show
Sorry,
you.
Deborah.
Because I know you're a anti-Hulu guy at this point, right?
Anti-Hulu, I just don't have them.
I know. But, they are owned by Disney, right? Aren't they owned by Disney?
They are
ABC?
owned by
Yeah,
Disney.
yeah. Everything's
I went
Disney, bro.
I went to get rid of
Everything's
Hulu
Taco
because
Bell.
I didn't watch it anymore. And we had the bundle of all of the things, and we were talking about getting rid of Disney anyway.
Yeah.
So we just cut it all. Plus ESPN is a
Plus,
bunch
you
of fucking
can't watch
wokester
anything.
shills. No, I started to not
Yeah.
trust the content.
You
That
got
was another
Netflix
thing.
kids, and that's about all you need.
I
'Cause you don't
don't-
have any free time.
No, and we don't let Dax watch anything that we're not watching anyway. We don't have time to or that we haven't watched, and we don't have time to sit down and watch a bunch of fucking brand new content all the time.
Yeah.
just so he can watch
Deborah,
it.
what's your favorite show right now?
So, there you go.
Because I've been watching all these terrible shows, and they're not good.
Oh,
All the new ones are garbage. All the big new ones, Lord of the Rings and Game of
Yeah,
Thrones, they're
yeah.
all just trash, dude. It's not good.
I think Seinfeld is the only show that I watch.
Yeah, you're a void of pop culture. You're just a void.
It's not good. It's not good.
This is why I reach for Pop Culture Crisis these
I
days.
read. That's my pop culture now, is reading.
You're such an old man. Look
Yeah.
at you. I watch sports.
Yeah, I watch
I
a lot of
read
sports.
books, and
Well, I watch as much football as I can. I compete.
and I watch Seinfeld.
I compete between fucking Gabby's Dollhouse and whatever football game is on.
I'm surprised
so-
at this point you're not watching Frasier. Jesus.
I might watch Frasier. I like Seinfeld better. It's actually funny.
I've never watched Frasier as an adult, but I kind of feel now like I don't want to because I feel like I'd like it.
Yeah.
Because I like that kind of dry,
Kelsey
kind of
Grammer.
pinky out humor type of
Yeah.
deal. I feel like that's pretty funny.
I like it.
Because I've been watching The Expanse lately.
Right.
I've been getting caught up on that. And
Back
I
on
watched,
your sci-fi.
Yeah, I watched one episode of it last night. So fucking good. I forgot how good it is. I didn't realize though how far I got into season 4, and I think they stopped it at season 6. So I'm only part way through season 2, so I got a lot of catching up still to do. But it's phenomenal.
Yeah.
How when I watch that and then I watch Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones, part of the problem with these new shows is there is no storyline at all. Particularly Lord of the Rings. There's nothing that goes on there. It's just a bunch of here's some really nice CGI and some characters. As far as story goes, there's no rings. Don't ask about the rings because they don't exist.
Is it about the process of making the rings?
We don't know yet.
Oh.
Because there is literally nothing to tell you that it might get there at all. It has Galadriel, the elf queen from Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, right? And it's like a young version of her. And you remember Isildur from
Yep.
Lord of the Rings, and the very first one, he's the dude that has the ring. It's got a young version of him. But other than that, like, there's really nothing else going on. Like, she's trying to find Sauron because she doesn't believe he's dead after the first big war. But that's it. There's nothing happening. The CGI is rough at points, which is sad. And there's just really no story. Oh God, I can't even imagine. Like a stupid amount. But
I mean, CGI is not good.
There's a lot of like woke complaints to be had about it, about like, random racial swapping and stuff like that. But I mean, I don't care about that. Give me a good story and you could put whatever the fuck you want in front of me. But there's no story, which is sad. And then when you look at the inverse Game of Thrones, which is kind of the more powerful of the two big shows right now, that shit's all over the place. I don't understand what the hell's happening in that either. They keep jumping in time, and there's again, you can't hardly make sense of that story either. It's like a weird, long history of a family that doesn't really transfer from episode to episode half the time. It's all just stupid. And then I put on The Expanse, and I'm like, this has an amazing storyline. It's capturing. There's layers to it. The characters have depth. I'm like, holy shit. I miss good TV. I miss good TV. Yeah. And now we're fucking resorting to a reality TV show reality TV show.
Power
good
trip.
Lord.
We're balling.
We're balling. And who else is balling out there today? I forget. What else are we talking about? DHS. You want to talk about DHS?
Yeah, let's do it. Video
pop
survey,
culture,
right?
video games, man.
Right.
This was good. Where's my mouse at? There we go.
Lead me through it, Offie.
This one, I gotta shout out Pop Culture Crisis again.
Shout out Pop Culture Crisis.
I gotta tell you, that show has come a long way, man. The Expanse, yes, Deborah. The Expanse is a science fiction novel series it's written by two authors that write under one pen name, and I'm not going to remember offhand what it is, but it started as a sci-fi show on Sci-Fi Network and ultimately got dropped and then re-picked up by Amazon. And the only reason they quit doing it is because there was some kind of sexual harassment type stuff.
The only reason.
The only reason they did that. I mean, come on, it's Hollywood. Fucking Weinstein's out there and you got good shit. I just want some good entertainment. But
yeah.
But ultimately they ended the series on, I think, season 6 because of the shit that happened. So they had to close it off. But as far as like adaptations from book to screen, one of the best I've ever seen ever. And it's kind of about this kind of grand scale war epic between Earth and Mars and the asteroid belt. And there's these 3 different factions and and then there's like this alien aspect of things, open up this big fucking gate that opens up to like multiple worlds, and it's this fallen empire. It's in the literary world, you would call it a space opera. That's
okay.
The genre,
okay.
right? It's just grand scale, epic fucking empires and shit. It's fantastic, man. It's fantastic. But yeah, ultimately, they fucking canceled the show recently, which was sad. One of my favorite characters, too, it was the pilot, man. The pilot of the ship that's involved. It's, oh my God,
got
so
me
good. Yeah. I mean, it was more or less, it was like a current Me Too. Hey, this guy's like a fucking piece of shit. He grabs ass and, it's like, come on, bud. What are you doing there? He's the Martian, too, on the crew, which is sad. But anyways, Pop Culture Crisis. I heard this, I think, last week. They had mentioned it on the show. And it got me. I was like, this is prime time grab bag material. That's because the DHS, headed by our lovely Secretary of Homeland Security, Mayorkas, Department of Homeland Security, has awarded nearly $700,000 to researchers that are monitoring extremism in video game communities. I'll just read a little bit of this. This comes from Gizmodo, which is kind of
like a tech.
They're like a tech entertainment kind of news agency, right? The U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the agency that brought you great hits like Airport, Facial Recognition, Kids in Cages, and Short-Lived Disinformation Governance Board, is setting its sights on another supposed hotbed of terror: video games.
Coming out hot.
Word. Like, you read that first paragraph, you're like, okay. You kind of got me a little bit. Let's keep reading. I feel like you got DHS where they should be right now.
Coming in hot.
Right? Okay. So this week, the DHS awarded terrorism and misinformation researchers it's almost $700,000 grant to investigate the ways extremism can spread through online gaming communities. The DHS hopes the researchers will use the grant to develop a set of, quote, best practices and centralized resources for game makers to monitor and evaluate potential extremist activity occurring on their games. The DHS grant was first reported by Vice, and I also had the Vice story up here too. Occasionally, Vice has something decent to report on, by the way. It is, in its announcement, the DHS acknowledged some of the positive community-building aspects of online gaming, noting how many have, quote, become focal points of social activity and identity creation for adolescents and young adults. Both went on to criticize developers for failing to properly account for the ways extremist groups could potentially use the same platforms to promote hateful conduct,
Get the fuck out
harmful
of here.
conduct.
That's the same thing as when they
What
were
the
saying
fuck,
that
dude?
like, exercise is of the right, you know?
Yes. Quote, extremists have used video games and targeted video gaming communities for activities ranging from propaganda creation to terroristic mobilization and training, the DHS writes. Game developers in general, from small independent studios to billion-dollar multinational corporations, have lagged in awareness of how extremists may attempt to exploit their games and how their communities can be targeted by radicalization.
What the fuck? So we're meeting
Bro.
up in the lobbies and being like, you know what's really cool? Fascism.
You know what's really cool? Islamic extremism.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Don't you want to go blow up a school? I mean, what the fuck, man? School board meetings and gaming platforms.
The breeding ground for
The
domestic
breeding
terrorism.
grounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So, and this is, mind you, this is one grant. There's a rabbit hole to be had here about the DHS funding, because this is about research, right? This is about This is a clusterfuck of money just shoved down the drain towards some research agency that's going to research the possibilities of this, and then probably ultimately culminate in a single report that talks about some of the things that may or may not be problematic with this industry.
Yeah.
But this, of course, sparked the larger debate again of whether or not video games are harmful to society,
Certainly.
particularly with young men.
Certainly.
Because, you know, people that shoot up schools often play Call of Duty. Correlation doesn't mean causation. A lot of people play fucking Call of Duty. I don't play those types of video games anymore, but my wife does. And she's not into, like, blowing up schools, you know?
She's an extremist, bro. You got to keep your eye out.
I mean, she is an immigrant. We got to watch that, you know? She fled
South
a bad
American
situation.
extremists.
Yeah. But this is just, and like, it dovetails so nice with what we talked about in part 2 today of, like, just a wasted government spending. Mind you, this isn't necessarily that fraudulent, but you tell me there's going to be
still wasted
there's
money,
going to
yeah.
be $700,000 used. We're going to get something out of this. And
no, it's definitely not worth
all that it's
$700,000.
going to do is give the government an excuse to try to crack down on gaming. That's all it's going to do.
We're going to add an extra rating system. This one also has online communities, or has a history of extremism in the online communities.
Yeah.
So
Well-
be extra careful if you're going to affiliate.
Well, and what this really, the fear within the gaming community, if you will, right, is I don't think you're that familiar. Maybe I should just pull this up. We can actually show it a little bit. One of the largest computer gaming platforms out there right now is a company called Steam,
right?
Funded by or created by Valve, which
Okay.
started in Seattle, right? And what this is actually, I'll just pull this up real quick so y'all can see it. This is kind of like a Hulu type user interface, right? This is the store place, right? So you can you go through and you can click on, there's algorithms that feed you different games based off of other games you've bought so far. You can look things up by category. I mean, it's a whole different deal. And then it stores all your games in a warehouse so that essentially you just play via the cloud type deal. You can do local downloads or whatever. But this is the modern day, like, storefront for gaming.
GameStop.
Right? And so what people are concerned with is because there are literally tens of thousands of independent developers making video games. There are big video games, this, that, and the other thing, and they're all algorithmically controlled on here. The censorship that can come up from government involvement at this point to stop creative endeavors from happening in the video gaming space. That's what people are concerned about because you won't even know.
Because anybody can make a game and put it up there?
Yes. Yes, there is. I mean, there was a controversy at one point, I think a couple years ago. Somebody created it was a shitty game, but somebody created like a first-person shooter where you go and shoot up an airport.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then in AAA titles and like in the big multinational corporate titles, the biggest one being like EA. I don't know, EA games, they make a lot of sports games too.
Yeah.
In one of the most recent Call of Duties, not most recent, but a couple Call of Duties ago, during the single player campaign side of it, there was a point at which you were put into one of the bad guys, right? And you were literally walking through an airport, blasting through people, right?
So what you were, right? This was Modern Warfare 2.
Yes.
And because this is one that I bought.
Nice.
So Modern Warfare 2, and you
Back
were
on
actually an undercover special forces agent working for the enemy,
right.
and you were going through the airport to try and prove your mettle, and you could skip it. You had the option to skip it in the beginning of the game.
Yes, you did.
But if you went through you were literally had to just walk through the airport and just murk random people.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the level, you get shot anyway because they know that you're a snitch.
Yep.
So they go to help you in the van and they just shoot you right in the face.
Yeah.
So you murder all these people for nothing.
Yes.
They strap you with an MG with like literally an MG42, and you just walk through and just fucking rope people.
Yes. And that MG42, like a fucking World War II gun?
Yes.
That's right. I'm trying to remember, because I actually did play that game. That was one of the last first-person shooters I played.
Got a grenade launcher too, like M16 with a grenade launcher. Right? Thump, thump. Yeah, it's fucked.
I play a lot of like Civilization type shit, big turn-based strategy stuff.
I like a first-person shooter.
Yeah, I think most people do. But it's just... this whole thing, again, has, of course, spawned the conversation about how video games are violent and they're bad for people. And now, in the era of suppression and kind of, like, involvement in people's lives and what they should and shouldn't be able to play and do and watch, once again, we're having this same fucking conversation that we have time and time and time again that, like, well, research shows,
right.
A new study shows that video games lead to violence. Which, as we all know, is absolutely asinine. It does
we've
not.
had this when there's multiple studies that say the exact opposite.
Exactly.
That video games do not cause more violence. That there are more than enough people that what the fuck am I trying to say? That there are far more people who play video games that are not violent, that play violent video games that are not violent, than people who play violent video games that are violent.
Especially in today's world, saying somebody that commits violence also plays video games is just as equivalent as saying somebody that commits violence also watches TV.
Right.
It's no different. This is just something that for a long time people are able to kind of point their finger at because
especially
a
young
smaller
men.
segment play. Yeah, especially that. Yeah, the people that are more apt to commit violence, right? Disenfranchised young men. Because a smaller fraction of people played video games and it was primarily within those. Today, more and more and more and more people play video games. It is one of the most popular entertainment pastimes. Go to fucking Twitch right now. They're one of the most like woke companies out there.
Twitch is huge.
And there is there's a massive genre of like transgender streamers out there that are just killing it and people love it, and it's like a whole deal. It's everybody plays fucking video games out there. They all might be trans women, but that's fine. It's a big all encompassing, it's a big umbrella, it's a big tent, it's a big party, everybody's invited. Everybody plays video games anymore. And to fucking waste money on this shit today just drives me nuts.
For nothing to be different. It's not gonna, like I said, the most I can see coming out of it is a new rating system. Nothing is going to be different.
What might be
functionally?
Functionally. What might be different is they might just suppress certain video games from coming down because the political pressure might come down on companies like Steam to say, you can't. We're not gonna platform this video game. Sorry, go fuck yourself.
And there's been some stuff like this. Like I remember one of the last Medal of Honors that came out was like a Middle Eastern one, and in the online version or in the online mode, you sometimes would be the Taliban. Like that was just one of the teams. And so you would be the Taliban and you would be fighting against like Navy SEALs. And so they wouldn't sell that game on military bases in like the next or anything because they're like, we're not going to fucking support you shooting American citizens, even though it's a video game, right? It's not fucking real. Wouldn't sell it on military bases because you could potentially be matched up as the Taliban versus the United States and then have to kill people.
Yeah, there's a word for that, right? It's called propaganda.
Yeah,
That's
you
exactly
also,
what
just
that
like
is.
fucking Call of Duty, you don't... You
It's
like make up your
dumb.
own weapon classes and stuff. It's
Yeah.
like it's a whole deal. It's fucking stupid.
It's so
It
stupid.
doesn't make
dude.
any sense.
It's so stupid.
Yeah.
But yeah, I shout out Pop Culture Crisis, man. They're killing it over there. That was every now and again. I watch that show almost religiously nowadays. It's a great way to like end the day at work. I put that shit on. It's fun. It's lighthearted for the most part. Talk shit about celebrities, and every now and again, because Brett, the main host of that thing, and the co-host Mary, she's fucking got a deep hatred for government. Both of them do. And so when the government gets involved somewhere in the entertainment world, they're like, man, fuck these people, man. Oh, it's great. It's good shit. Yeah. So anyways, there's that.
Yeah.
I also noticed that if you didn't hear, Trevor Noah's leaving late night.
I did.
Thank
I
God.
did.
Another one bites the dust.
Do they say who's going to take over his spot? He fucking sucks anyway, dude.
He's terrible, man.
Especially compared to Jonathan Stewart or Jon Stewart, you know?
Jon Stewart,
when he was on The Daily Show, he was fucking awesome.
When Jon Stewart left, late night died.
Yeah.
Period. It was over at that point. I mean, the old guys, once that era ended,
It was done.
It was over. You know, I don't even know who does the rest of the late night shows anymore. You know,
Jimmy Fallon.
Colbert,
Jimmy Fallon does one. Jimmy Kimmel does
that's
one.
right.
I don't know.
There's that other British dude, right?
Yeah, but that guy's not going to do it anymore. I don't think.
Because nobody knows his fucking name because he sucks.
Yeah, he does the car karaoke, right? That guy, James Corden.
Oh, James Corden.
That's his name. Yeah, and I don't think he's going to be on TV anymore.
That's good.
But
I never really was a fan of his. Letterman, man, that was the heyday, Deborah.
Yeah.
Letterman, even I will say that Leno, you know, I mean, it was Leno, dude. I mean, that was the deal.
Yeah.
You know, even, you know, say what you want about Colbert, but like the old school Colbert Report, I know that wasn't late night, but that was kind of in the realm of that genre-ish, you know. I mean, it worked, man, and it's all over now.
Starlink update. Okay, so this is a picture
Starlink update
of Ron DeSantis, and he's standing in front of these units. So, in the tweet is, we worked with SpaceX to deploy 120 large Starlink units to Southwest Florida that will provide broadband fast. So they're So I don't think
Send me the link.
I don't think you need to have specifically like your own Starlink router.
Okay.
You know.
I just remember like during Ukraine in the beginning days, like there was like a big deal about them like sending Starlink shit out to Ukraine.
Right, and that's I think what they're talking about is they're like big pieces. It looks like you can put out on the street and people can tap into it.
Oh, okay.
So I just tweeted it to you or sent you in a DM. So you should be able to fucking.
Oh, you DM me, big guy?
Yeah.
You slide into my DMs?
I did slid in the DMs. Yeah, so that's the unit, right?
Oh, hot
we
dog.
worked to deploy 120 large Starlink units to Southwest Florida. So that's what the Starlink unit looks like.
Way to go,
So they just-
fucking Musk, bro.
So they just got it shipped, like they just need those in Ukraine. That's all.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's some Starlink units like that in Ukraine floating around.
Well, I hope there's some in Iran.
Yeah.
That's what, because I know they have those in Ukraine. I remember the pictures from the shipments coming out of the trucks and shit. Way to go, dude. All I'm saying is, man, as far as like emergency response and shit goes, like DeSantis, it appears at this point that
balling.
he's been on fucking point, doing everything he possibly can. He's making constant updates. I mean, he's
but
working
he's not
behind the
talking-
scenes,
But he's not talking shit about Joe Biden anymore.
which makes him bad or good.
I
I'm
don't-
still confused about
It's
whether or
worth
not they like it or
noting.
not.
It's worth noting.
Yeah, the fact that the two of them have been able to like get over their differences and deal with this shit, even though Ron DeSantis had to pressure Biden multiple times throughout the day to actually give him a phone call while Biden was calling local mayors over the governor of the state, he eventually did so, and it appears as if the two are working amicably together at this point to resolve everything that can be possibly resolved for the devastated state of Florida.
Like best friends.
They're I mean, he might be the next running mate. Let's just put it that way. We got to get Kamal out of there.
The presumptive nominee.
The presumptive nominee.
Yeah.
By who, bitch? That pisses me off so much. That's what it was. There was the presumptive nominee.
Yeah.
That pisses me off so much. NPR sucks, dude.
And ABC.
Yeah. Fact check,
Milky.
true. See, you get down on the Milky every day about, right?
Yeah.
I can't do that no more.
You don't do it every day?
I don't do it every day.
You don't do the Milky every day?
No, bro. Deborah, if you don't know who we're talking about the daily podcast from ABC.
It's
right?
called Start Here.
Called Start Here. And
the host, his name is Brad Milky.
And he's
bald.
The worst.
With glasses.
It was just so funny. 'Cause I
Terrible
always
voice.
picture him looking more like Michael Barbaro. Somebody that's like way too young to have all that gray hair and big fucking librarian glasses.
He's way too
but
young
he
to be
does.
bald. That's what it is.
Some people just look good bald.
So we talked about the football game on Thursday, right? Tua Tagovailoa, he got fucked over, right?
hard,
He got
man.
hit super hard, and he was fucked up. So there's been all kinds of
re-questioning of the...
And there's been talk back and forth. On the way here, I was yelling at the radio because I was listening to Fox Sports, and this guy was talking about, everyone, there's independent evaluators, and they're doctors and everybody, and you think that they would just let him go out there if he was fucked up, and, it's on Tua Tagovailoa to be honest, and all this type of shit, which it is on Tua Tagovailoa to be honest, but... And then this comes out, this is from Ian Rappaport. The NFL and the NFLPA are expecting to make changes to the concussion protocol based around the use of the term gross motor instability, thanks to what has been learned with ongoing Tua Tagovailoa. They also, the independent evaluators, fired the doctor that evaluated him last week, right? Because last Sunday he was tackled and he was walking off the field all woozy, and then he was evaluated, and apparently they passed him and everything. Now they have fired the person who evaluated him for making multiple mistakes. So whether they chose to overlook his neurological issues or they didn't recognize them because they're not properly qualified or whatever the reason being,
Or they just don't care.
Now that guy has been fired, right? That's why the guy on the radio was irritating me, because he's talking about all these people and their jobs and blah, blah, blah. They also have an incentive structure to win. They have an incentive structure built by millions and millions and millions of dollars to put Tua on the field for him to continue to play, even if maybe he isn't in the best position to play. And if all they need, because some corrupt fucking doctor is willing to pass him, if all they need is Tua to say, yeah, I'm good to go, that's what the starting quarterback of any NFL team is going to say, even if they have broken ribs or a fucking broken leg. Yeah, I'm good to go. Put me out there. I'll chuck the ball. That's what they're going to say. So... I don't know exactly what needs to be done to change that, but the fact that he was able to get hit like that and they can put him back in the field for him to get fucked up again and then say, I don't know, it's an independent contractor, we don't know what to say.
I'll tell you exactly how you fix this problem. You at least double the length of the NFL season. You make backup quarterbacks and backup positions that much more important, and you cycle players through, and when somebody is all fucked up, you let them sit out for a couple games because it is not that important that you miss a game or two because you got fucked up.
Right.
If the season is longer, the pressure is lessened. If the season is longer, you got more games to sit out. You can take a couple chances out there, but the NFL season is so fucking short. It runs so tight
17
that
weeks
every game is a make or break fucking moment. The stress is so high. You got to get out there. Make the NFL season way longer. Make the team size a little bit bigger. Give everybody some more money to get some more players on teams and shit. Let's just expand this shit out a little bit more.
Yeah.
Plus, we can step on, the NBA a little bit, and that wouldn't hurt. Football's way better than that. I would love that, man. Imagine that. Imagine
it's more physically demanding, though.
It is, and that's why you'll need more players. You'll need more players. But at that point, everybody gets more play time. There's more, fucking change people out during the game, stuff like that. Fucking bring in the timeout and like in soccer, you're subbing people out of the lineup.
In
Somebody's looking
baseball,
hemmed
you have
up, you
multiple
know.
pitchers in one
Exactly.
game. Okay. All
Let's
right.
do
Okay.
that. Expand
I
that
see
shit a
what you're
little bit.
saying
Imagine that just for a second. Play that out in your mind. That doesn't seem like a sucky sport. Plus, it'll protect my fantasy a lot. You know, it would not suck to have more football out there.
That's interesting.
But tell me I'm not wrong when I say, like, part of the reason I think there's a lot of, like, perverse incentives going on in the NFL is because the tension is so tight, the stress is so tight. You don't have room to fuck up.
In baseball, you have 165 games in a season, so you can lose one or two, and it's not a huge deal as long as you keep up.
And the NFL will make more money. Boom. Deborah agrees with me. That means we're in.
Yes.
I'm into it.
Yeah.
Let's start pitching this to the Goodell bot. Let's do it.
The Goodell bot.
I watched that South Park episode recently.
That's funny.
The Goodell bot. I can't believe that guy's still in charge, man.
Roger Goodell? Oh,
yeah. Who like gives him his job? Okay, 'cause he's the commissioner of the NFL.
Yeah.
Who does that?
I do not know. I think there's probably a board of directors for the NFL.
Is it like a publicly traded company, or like you can have an executive board for a private company? Yeah. I wonder who the fuck.
I don't. That's a board of directors because I don't think there's any one like owner of the NFL.
Yeah. He's just the dude in charge.
Right.
Interesting. Because you gotta.
Don't agree.
Oh
yeah.
no. Oh, I don't agree. Oh.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would have to really think about that because that's just a very physically demanding sport.
Well, it is. Yeah.
And that's part of why they only play once a week, is just because it takes so much time to recover. You know.
Well, the NFL these days has become more or less like a game of attrition almost at this point. Like, how long can you go with all? How often do teams make it through an entire season without losing people to the injury list?
No, almost never. I don't.
Right?
I'm gonna say never.
That seems fucked. Right? I don't know, man. But also, I love football, so I just want more of it. So I would just love more. I can't like catch it regularly because I'm just not. I'm not super into sports like some people are. You know, like we know people that their whole life revolves around sports, and that's about all it revolves around.
Yes, we do.
Right?
Yes, we do.
Which is, I have questions, but also some people need something to live for, so that's fine.
I like sports.
I know you do, but you also have a family.
I
so
do.
that works. There's sports balance to your life.
I definitely don't get to watch as many ball games as I used to.
You were pretty hot on it for.
I used to spend all day at home on Sunday. I would not go anywhere.
Yeah.
I would just watch football all day. And,
First game comes on at what time?
10 o'clock.
There you go.
Yeah, always, every time. So
last game starts at 5:30.
And I now we go swimming on Sundays now. Swimming starts at 11, so I will watch maybe the first 45 minutes of the game.
You give me so much hope in life. White picket fence.
Then I'll watch most of the 1 o'clock games because that's during like quiet time or nap time, so I'll watch most of the 1 o'clock games, or for sure the first half, and then most of the 5 o'clock games, most of the 5 or 5:30. He usually takes a bath on Sunday, so I can talk to her and be like, hey, why don't you fucking take a bath? As long as Reason is not eating, like, why don't you take bath, and I will put Reason to sleep and watch this football game. and that's worked out pretty well the last couple weeks.
Fucking dad,
so long as
full
time
on dad
works.
mode achieved.
Yeah, as long as I angle her head into the dark.
We just need to make sure that whatever the bathtub, bath time, bathroom is in the new house, you put a TV in there that can connect to the cable, and then you can watch the football while you're
I would have to put
bathing the
one.
kid.
There's a big cabinet on one side. I would have to put one in there, like on the door or something. But
did you ever know anybody when you were growing up that had a TV in the kitchen?
Yes,
that was like a thing.
That was a thing,
right?
And
it was always like soaps and
all
shit
the time. Yes, or the news. You know,
it was always terrible.
Yeah, it was never actually good television.
No.
Yes,
but you had something on because you got to have the TV on, I guess, back then. Yeah, we've officially graduated from the TV in the kitchen to the TV in the bathroom. Let's do it. We'll make it a thing. Done. That'll be the millennial Gen Z thing. Let's do that.
I don't need a TV in my bathroom. I already take my phone in there and stuff like that.
I mean, your phone's basically a TV, right?
Yeah.
It's just like we're like one step away from TV being fully integrated on the phones.
I actively try and leave my phone and take a book instead.
That's a healthy decision. Man, I wish I could say I was, had enough self-discipline to do that.
Well,
sometimes I just won't take nothing in there. But.
For a while, I was keeping, I have like a copy of the Constitution and all those different writings in there, and that was my bathroom book.
Nothing like reading the Constitution.
Yeah, and it was fine. I read, most of the shit that I cared about. So
we the people. I'm just thinking that's kind of a desecration of our culture there, Big Shooter.
Sits right in the back of the toilet, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Nothing more American than that, I guess.
Exactly.
It's better than Lizzo playing a flute and twerking.
How did that come about? Do you know? Like, why was that an opportunity?
So, from what I have gleaned from, once again, shout out Pop Culture Crisis, they talked about this. But everybody in Timcast did. Lizzo was in the area for a concert.
Okay.
And I guess somebody that works at the not the National Archives, but the Library of Congress that keeps all these
the
national
largest private collection
like
of flutes in existence.
Indeed. As we've all found out now. Yes, Deborah, so gross. Whether that was my comment earlier or this one, but I'm going to go with this one. Apparently somebody that worked there was like a big fan or whatever and like arranged it so that she would come to the Library of Congress and play the crystal flute that was owned by John Adams?
James Madison.
And originally she did. She came there. She was dressed as...
John Adams don't play no fucking music.
No. But he was gifted this crystal flute, I think, by somebody in France, I think was the story. And so she was invited to go to the Library of Congress and perform something because Lizzo, as it turns out, is a professional flautist.
Yeah. She's a talented musician. There's no doubt about that.
There's no doubt about that. She's just, she's Lizzo.
She is Lizzo. That's true.
And so there are... Actually, I wonder if I could find them. But there's two videos out there now.
Is there one respectful one and one non-respectful one? Is that
yes,
kind of the
that's
way?
Kind of the way it works. Some people are just offended, period, and some people are offended by one but not the other.
I'm not like offended by her playing the flute. I don't get it. I don't understand why. The twerking thing, I don't...
The twerking thing is a thing, right?
Yeah,
that's another conversation.
Even...
fucking Washington Post. You're going to do some bullshit about this. Let's pull this up. I think this is it. So this was the original when she was invited to the Library of Congress, and she played the flute. She's wearing jeans, but, she's fully clothed But with Lizzo, that's a plus every time you can catch her fully clothed, for the most part. And she's playing the crystal flute, and she's just doing her thing. It's nice, it's tasteful. What an honor! You can go do that. It's pretty sweet. That I didn't know she did that then, but.
And this was a gift to
and then later on.
French crystal flute designer. To celebrate his second term.
This was actually at her concert. This is the most distasteful one. This is the one everybody's really pissed off about. I didn't know every video I saw of the previous video where she's fully clothed and in the library. I didn't know she shook her ass a little bit. That's the first time I saw that.
Okay.
Right there. I've seen like multiple videos of this, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's fine." She's doing. Even Ben Shapiro was like, "Oh no, that's fine. I saw that's no big deal." And then. We have this one.
The George Washington and this crystal flute right here.
Okay. So I've only seen the first one. I haven't seen this one.
You haven't seen this one?
No, I've only seen the first one.
Oh,
and so that's
this is the one.
Okay. So when I saw it, I was like, I wonder why people are so upset about this. Like,
I wonder if she'll go into it because it's WAPO. They're probably trying to cover, but zoom in. Show me the angle of everybody else. And she's like, you can't really see it there, but she's like shaking her butt. That's a bad video. That's a bad video right there.
Okay.
Either way. But yeah, that's the one where she's... I'll see if I can find another video real quick.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not good, man.
You got to type in twerking, or else you're not going to get the twerking one.
Yeah, Lizzo, twerk. How do you spell twerk?
I think like that.
Lizzo twerks, playing flute.
Okay.
There we go. All right, everybody, close your eyes. Let's make sure we can get through this without any vomit on the floor.
Oh my goodness!
Let's do it.
You're like Crowder.
It's just-
Jordan's gonna tell you off next time she sees you. Okay.
Lizzo's
There it is.
performance
So you
was
saw that.
one for the.
So she shakes. It's the whole deal. Why is she gonna tell me off, bro? It's fine.
Because Jordan's all about body positivity.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Be body positive. I mean, be body positive. That's fine. I don't. That's cool. Go do your thing. But if you're, I don't know, man. If you're gonna do that with the National Archive deal, just come on now. Amazing book review. You guys are killing it. Hey, look at that. What if you watched one of our videos earlier today?
No, the only
Shout
reason I'm
out.
saying that is because you said let's make it through without some puke, right? And
Well,
I
it's
don't.
because. Come on now. I don't want to see that. I'm sorry. I'm a shallow motherfucker.
And
My
that's
bad.
fine. I don't disagree with you. I'm
I'm
not
a bad
attracted to
person.
Lizzo either, but I don't think that it's necessarily tasteful to talk about how disgusting somebody looks. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm talking about. Is
What if we're talking about Rachel Maddow? Can I say that?
I
I'm sorry. I'm poking the bear now. That's fine. That's fine.
That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
fine. My
don't
bad.
disagree with you that it's not. It's not tasteful at all. It's
Okay.
very not tasteful. There's a weird.
Lizzo is a very strong, powerful,
That's
beautiful woman.
we've known each other for way too long for you to be taking this way. What I'm saying to you is it doesn't beneficial or add anything to it to talk about how gross she looks.
You're
right.
This
It
is
doesn't.
true.
It doesn't add anything to it because
But-
of course she's overweight. But
I
her
will say
whole
this.
stick is that she's overweight and she's beautiful and she's whatever. So
That's
that's my only point is that doesn't take or add anything away from it to talk about
It
that
does
she
not.
looks gross.
It does
right?
not.
The point isn't that she's fat because it would be just as disrespectful as if it was Nicki Minaj or Kim Kardashian or any other person who is fit and
Yes.
also likes to twerk. It would be the same fucking thing.
The point is that this is somebody that is in a very exposed, like unitard looking, very exposed, very unprofessional,
It's
very
very weird.
disrespectful,
100%.
kind of like very undeferential
Yes.
outfit while playing a very historical archived, item like
And
that.
I
That's
don't-
that's not cool.
And I don't disagree with you to underline all of this, but like I said, it doesn't. That to me doesn't.
No.
it doesn't add or take away from the scenario
doesn't.
itself.
I'm just a pig, and I apologize.
We sat here talking about how hot like 5-year-old girls were last week, so I'm just more inclined to talk about how attractive someone is and how disgusting someone is.
This is true.
That's just me. I'm also not going to say don't fucking say that about her because I don't care. I don't know her.
You're right, and I will say
But
this
the next
too.
time you see Jordan, because
Part
she
of that,
watches
she's
the
gonna
show,
beat
she
the
also
shit out
likes
of me.
Lizzo. She's
That's
going to give you
fine.
shit for it. I'm
That's
just telling you.
You can hit me, Jordan. It's not a big
She's
deal.
going to give you shit for it.
No.
She's not going to put hands on you.
Just
Don't
right
hurt
there.
people and don't take their stuff, Colin. You know the two big rules.
Damn it!
You
Got
know
me
the
on
two
that
big
one.
rules.
Base Matt Kibbe doing me dirty.
No, and I don't. I don't know. I hate being like it's
feel-
disrespectful, but it's fucking weird.
It's
a super weird choice.
Yes, it
And
is.
I don't understand how we arrived at a point in which someone is like Lizzo should definitely come and play James Madison's flute. Like
Well-
that just seems very odd.
Okay.
That's what we've decided. I don't know.
If you are going to be in a setting in which anybody, like Lizzo, I think more along the lines of kind of like you're a popular pop culture person. You are indeed talented. You are a professional flautist. You can play the flute. Not a lot of like hip hop stars, if you will, could probably play the flute. A
Probably
lot
not
of
the flute. Yeah, I
yeah,
think the
because the
piano and
flute's kind
stuff.
of like an obscure deal,
Yeah,
right?
it's
a
pretty
very
unique.
like it's like you're in primary school, elementary
Right.
school, junior high, high school. You play that, and then
right.
it's not like a huge pop culture instrument, right?
Piano and stuff is pretty common.
Very
Guitar
much
and
so.
whatnot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
much more common in popular culture than
Right.
like the flute, right? But
The oboe.
if you were to find somebody like that to come in and play it in a setting at which you feel does the artifact its justice for what it is, right?
Yeah.
For the import of this crystal
Boys.
flute that has never been played before ever.
Never ever.
Never ever.
Oh.
It was, 'cause James Madison, he wasn't a flautist.
Oh, he just owned
it was just a thing, right? Because
And
a
no
flute,
one's ever played it before.
that's the story at this point. Yes, she was the very first person to do it, right? Which is powerful.
Odd choice. It is it's an odd choice.
But it's an odd choice, right? Because there's a lot
it's
of
going to be in a history book.
Professional or orchestral flautists, I'm sure, that you could have chosen as well,
Right.
but they wouldn't be as
oppressed
popular.
as Lizzo is?
No, they wouldn't be as popular as Lizzo.
Oh, I thought the point was that a Lizzo is oppressed. Isn't that her claim, is that she's oppressed?
Yeah, maybe that's why I also make that comment, too, because it's also kind of part of the deal. But that is kind of part of the deal of what Lizzo is, right?
Yeah,
like
no, I'm here for it.
She's extremely body positive to like...
to a fault.
To a fault.
That's true. That's
because
true.
she ain't going to live that long.
Yep.
She's not gonna,
we've talked about it before.
period.
That's true.
Right? But...
I'll give you the point back.
Like, you didn't pull a POC flautist from like the Boston Orchestra
like
or
the
something
best
like that,
POC
right?
flautist there is.
Yeah, you didn't do that. You picked somebody that was popular, which is probably a good idea because that person would not have drawn such an audience as somebody like Lizzo is, who has the young popular.
Right, because now look at how insane this fucking whole thing has become.
Oh, it's become a deal.
Yeah,
and honestly,
which is
I think
exactly
it's just
what they could have asked for. You know.
Yeah, and it's only become a deal because everybody's been like, "Oh my lord, how could you do that?" And then it didn't help that she twerked on stage, which I don't want to accept that twerking is something that people can just do and. I don't want it to become mainstream. Do you know what I mean?
Should be just doing all the
but
time.
that also makes me feel like super old man. Like, well, you kids are all dancing together and bumping uglies and shit.
Yeah.
Because when I was growing up, that was still the story. And I don't want to be that guy, but also, I feel like there's an objective line somewhere. I don't know where it's at, but I feel like that gets pretty close.
I do not disagree with you. There are a lot of things that
I want more beer.
I personally find to be inappropriate.
What are your feelings on this?
It's not a good look.
But why though? Like, is it because of the artifact itself? Is it because it's
the
Lizzo?
Artifact? It seems like it should be given more respect than, like you said, to be twerking it while you were playing it on stage. That seems like.
But you want a little bit more respectful.
It should just be more of a little bit of like an official situation, especially if you're the first person to play it. I find it odd that they allowed her to take it to a concert. That seems very, very weird to me. I don't think her going there and playing it there, I don't think it's weird at all. That seems like a very appropriate setting where you're there, you're doing something.
You're in the halls of the Library of Congress.
Very appropriate for that setting. I think the twerking thing, even there, is weird.
If you're going to shake your booty a little bit there, it's a different story, though.
It's weird. I guess it is within your character, so it is what it is.
Yeah.
But
like we knew who we invited.
But even if it was just that, I think there are people who are going to be like, you shouldn't be doing that. You know, that's not respectful. It's not whatever. And I would probably contest it more than I think doing it at a concert is very weird. I think allowing her even to bring it to a concert is very weird.
Yeah. Well, somebody, there was a custodian and stuff. They delivered it to her and stuff like that. But still.
I find it odd.
It is strange. It's very strange.
And you would think that as like the owners of or the curators of that thing, you would like, I want this to be, you know, highbrow. We don't need to be fucking black tie about it, but you know, let's respect it for what it is. Let's fucking, if you work there, you got a crazy stick up your ass for how cool all America is, and you're mad patriotic, and you think, you know, all this shit needs to be mad preserved. That's why you work there. So I would expect the respect.
But obviously not, though.
Right.
National Archive lets Lizzo toot a horn on stage, but Trump can't have fake. And let's be realistic about that. Trump's probably got all the papers of all the corrupt actions that were involved with him in Russiagate. I mean,
all
let's
the
be
shit
realistic.
They don't want getting out.
Exactly. Let's remember what we're probably talking about in that case. God, that's gonna be a shit show.
Nuclear materials, you know.
It's new. He's selling them to Saudi Arabia, bro. Obviously, duh. Anyways.
Definitely seems like a weird look.
Yeah, it's
I'm right
definitely a
there
weird
with
look.
you.
Yeah, and also, I just, out of all the people though, I'm just like, why Lizzo? I guess, you know, because she is generally popular in the mainstream. You know, she's up there.
She is,
and she can play flute. That's got to be a very, very.
She's a flautist.
You know, finding a popular flautist has got to be like one of two max.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Especially in somebody in the pop culture like that. I mean, I guess she was probably like the only one, but I don't know. It almost sounds more of like it was like a happenstance thing. Somebody at the national
reached out to her.
Yeah, at the Congressional Library was like, "Oh my God, Lizzo's here. She's a flautist. We have this flute. We should do this thing. Let's get a hold of her. Let's do this thing."
Yeah,
like it was probably just circumstance, and that's how it happened. Because yeah, like you said, we got the biggest flute collective or whatever in the world. So that just it's just so weird. It's so odd.
It's very odd.
And the circumstances at play just led us to this point. It's almost like something more divine saying like, "Oh, hey, guess what we're going to do to you guys in your culture right now? Have fun with this. What were the chances that this could happen? We're going to do it."
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Anyways. So, yeah, there's that. You got anything in particular else you want to talk about?
Let's see. I have some stuff, but I almost like it's all really serious.
Oh yeah,
and I don't really want to do a bunch of serious stuff because we're already having fun, and I don't want to make it worse, you know. Let me see. Show notes. Edward Snowden is a Russian citizen. We can talk about this. Let's do the food equity thing.
The what?
Food equity.
Oh my God!
Then we'll do food equity. So
I gotta see if I can find that commercial.
Yeah, I'll introduce this. You try and find the food equity thing. So earlier this week, Russia, Vladimir Putin announced that Edward Snowden is now a Russian citizen. Right, his citizenship has been accepted, and there's all kinds of different takes on that. I'm pretty sure that I can speak for Colin and say Edward Snowden is a hero, and that's pretty much the end of that story.
I mean, he's a weirdo.
He's definitely a weirdo.
But he did a really good thing by exposing what the government is doing to us.
He's a patriot for sure and an American hero. How about that?
I will give that. We'll say that. I'm just not on the like the Ed Snowden train. But I do believe that there is absolutely no reason that the government should be going after him.
The
We'll put it that
reason
way.
that I say that he's a hero is because he released the information that people desperately needed, and I'm not sure there was anybody else who was going to do that at the time, who in that position.
Hero, I'm good with.
So, speaking for myself and Colin a little bit. Rarely
with
do I assume
reservation.
that I can speak for Colin. This time was a bad time to start. So,
I will say this though about Ed Snowden versus Assange. I feel like I'm more on the Ed Snowden train than the Assange train.
Yeah,
we'll put it that way. Like,
Deal. Me too.
Pardon both of them, but also not like a fanboy.
Me too. So
there you go.
If we all remember back in the day, Edward Snowden worked for the INS. No, that's not for the INS. He worked for the NSA.
NSA.
He worked for the NSA, and he did information. He did tech stuff. He found out that he had access to COINTELPRO and all these different documents, all this horrific stuff, all this drone footage, all these things, and he took these documents, released them to several different reporters with Julian Assange to expose them to the world. He then had to flee and was on his way. I don't remember where he was trying to go, but he was stopped in Russia when his passport was pulled and everything, so he couldn't go anywhere. He's been in Russia ever since like 2008 or some such shit, and his citizenship was finally accepted in Russia. Ned Price, who is the communications, the press secretary for the Department of Defense, said that he said that he thinks that Edward Snowden. I have the article here, so I'll read his quotes here. Russian citizenship. Let's see. Edward Snowden could be drafted to fight in Russia's war in Ukraine after Putin granted the U.S. whistleblower full Russian citizenship. State Department spokesman Ned Price said on Monday, "Our position has not changed. Mr. Snowden should return to the United States, where he should face justice as any other American citizen would. Perhaps the only thing that has changed is that as a result of his Russian citizenship, apparently now he may well be conscripted to fight in Russia's war in Ukraine." First of all, that's never going to happen. He's not going to be conscripted to fight in Russia's war in Ukraine. Second of all, fuck you, Ned Price. You are a piece of shit. In no world should Edward Snowden be charged with anything in America, and in no world Jesus Christ, he's a piece of shit. Not Edward Snowden, Ned Price.
Yeah, I mean we're talking about what we're going to charge him under the Espionage Act.
Yep.
Which is how old of a law at this point? It's over 100 years old, I believe, at this point, and it's
2013. Edward Snowden.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
when he fled.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
said
yeah,
2008 earlier.
Oh, okay. But no, man, it's so stupid, and essentially what we have here is an asset to American patriotism in an ideological sense and not like a governmental sense, mind you, because fuck the government, but also I believe Ed Snowden be down with that. But it bothers me at this point that we've come to, he's not a political pawn, but he has been used, it's been attempted, his use as a political pawn has been attempted. Because simply by the fact of Putin giving that, by Russia granting him citizenship, they, especially at this point in time, they know that that's just going to really, really piss off the government. Yeah. Doesn't really have an effect, I don't think, on anybody really in the United States, really that much, like the citizenry. Nobody really gives a shit that, like Cassandra Fairbanks ain't going to care that Ed Snowden is now a Russian citizen compared to not being one. Like, the people that support Ed Snowden don't give a shit about that. Like, we don't care. What he believes and what he thinks and what he does is what they care about. The only thing that really did was piss off the U.S. government. Correct?
Yes.
Like, I don't think it's not something that matters in the culture war. I don't think it matters on a societal level. It's mostly just
the citizenship status. No,
yeah,
it doesn't
I think
change
it's
anything.
just a governmental fuck you to
He
the
can
U.S.
operate
government.
in a freer stance now in Russia, and that's it changes things for Edward Snowden, but like you said, not effectively for the country.
Yeah,
or
and all the people, like, I think you mentioned that when I went out, but like all the people talking about, oh yeah, he might be able to be called up on the mobilization and shit like that. They're not going to do that, dude.
He's 39.
For one, yeah, he's old enough. I believe he has kids, and for one,
he's never been in the military.
They know what kind of asset he could be if they wanted to enlist his services. It's not going to be to put a gun in his hand and send him to the front line. They're going to be like, hey, come to the Kremlin real quick. Let's talk about some computer shit.
Report to this troll farm. We got shit to do.
Amen. Report to the troll farm.
Yep.
Deborah said it's all CERN's fault.
It's all CERN's fault.
I'm telling you. We were all good. Everything was peaceful, and then CERN kicked off, and they're like, hey,
a black hole.
Let's just change your reality for a minute. Not into it. Now, I don't know. I pulled up the video, by the way.
Let's do it. Food equity.
I don't know. I recognize some of the photos here, but I don't know if it's the full video. This is something from the Daily Caller, so I'm hoping it's the actual commercial.
We'll see what we got.
But this is a commercial put out by the Los Angeles United School District, I believe is what it's called. And it's all about like the nutritional program and shit like that for the LA School District. In regards to, what people should be intaking into their bodies nutritionally and stuff like that. So, we all remember the food pyramid. This is the LA School District.
Big ass donuts.
Play. Oh no, we got to turn the sound on. Come on. Did Tim Pool there for a minute.
You're judging my food choices based on a false standard of health again, aren't you? Guilty.
Guilty. Oh, come on, Daily Caller. Just play it.
I got us donuts. Those are so bad for you. Oh no, are they moldy? I mean, are they poisoned? Are you allergic? No, I'm just saying. You're judging my food choices based on a false standard of health again, aren't you? Guilty.
Diet culture, fat phobia, and systems of oppression have created false hierarchies of food, and it shows up everywhere.
For instance, harmful thought patterns like earning food through exercising, or that dessert is the reward for the punishment of eating vegetables.
Remember that you do not need to earn food.
We are all incorrectly taught from a young age that our size, and therefore the foods that we eat, are markers of our self-worth. Moralizing food can lead to harmful relationships with food and disordered eating.
Instead of focusing
honestly, the nose ring is what caught my attention on that one.
Try to approach food.
I like nose ring for yourself. I like
the
a nose
only
ring.
Foods that are bad for you are foods that contain allergens, poisons, and contaminants.
And
or food that is
processed
spoiled
sugars
or is
and
otherwise
seed
chemical.
oils, starches.
Eat without
And,
guilt,
oh wait, no, we're not talking about
regardless
that.
of what society says.
So that's the
All right,
new.
I'll accept your comments now.
That's the new.
I'll accept
It's
your
not
comments
good,
now.
man.
I'll accept your comments now.
Will you?
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that
Savage X Fatty. That's her tag. That's her ad name.
Okay.
Say what you want. You call yourself a fatty. Say what you want. I'm not. Savage X Fatty.
all I'm saying.
That's so awesome.
You're.
That's
Yes.
so awesome.
Okay.
And
Yes.
it's different models and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like this is also a different level. Like because you're putting it out on display. This is a whole deal. You know what I'm saying?
Objectively, what I said was wrong. No, because I used the term ugly. I used the disgusting, whatever. I was
Scott,
like,
I
throw it
love
up, right?
that I
That's
did this,
different.
though.
But what we're talking about here is an objective
not
point
good.
of health.
Yeah.
That ain't
100%.
healthy. That's not good. That's bad.
I love that I did this for the show. I love that I did this to the show. Deborah's like, what did I involve myself in?
What did we do here?
Like, do they care about nothing, or do they care about feelings, or what's like? What?
No, we care about liberty. That's what we care about.
That's true.
We care about the ability to call somebody accidentally
Yes.
something we shouldn't, perhaps, because it's insensitive.
I love this so much.
I'm just really trying to dig the grave deeper for when
I
I
love it
see
so
your
much.
wife next. She's going to beat the shit out of me, and I love it.
No, and you're right. And this is the terms in which we've discussed Lizzo before. Is
Well,
on the health perspective.
And
right?
let's remember, this is targeted towards a younger school
Children
age
specifically.
audience, right? This is the key point in time. This is when you develop diabetes at a young age
Yeah.
like that, right? If
It's
you
also-
set up yourself to be eating a bunch of sugar,
Yeah.
and to say, well, it's food freedom. Like I don't have to earn this. I should. Oh, I'm trying to think of a weird term, but like, fuck the consequences. I can eat whatever I want, and there
Yeah.
are no consequences because #food freedom. I can eat whatever I want. No, man. Especially when you're talking about a young developing mind, when you go to school in the morning,
Right.
like if you're on the breakfast program or something like that, you're gonna go get going to go eat a fucking like apple fritter in the morning compared to like
A Pop-Tart. A Pop-Tart is an example for what you're talking about.
Yeah,
versus...
like a Pop-Tart versus like something actually real. I don't know, like I'm trying to think of school
a
breakfast.
breakfast
but
sandwich or something.
Something at least that as compared to a fucking donut.
Right.
A breakfast sandwich ain't that great either because there's a bunch of shit in that too, but at least there's like an egg and sausage.
And that's what I mean.
there's
If you have
meat
like an
and
English
protein,
muffin and you know what I'm saying?
brain food.
Yeah.
There's brain food involved because that's not just a term you use. I mean, that's a real life.
For a high schooler, an English muffin or like a breakfast sandwich is not a bad thing to have to start your day.
No, it is not. And if
an adult who's moderating their calories and shit is maybe not the
Word.
best choice. But
That's-
for a
yeah.
fucking 17-year-old,
Yeah,
having
having
breakfast sandwiches all day.
Yeah, and having a bowl of fucking Fruit Loops is basically the equivalent of eating a goddamn apple fritter.
Right.
There's not much different there. And yes, one is objectively better than the other.
Right.
One will lead you.
Some egg cups.
One will lead you into that.
Yeah.
One will lead you into
yes,
that.
It will. Yes, it will.
As well as a bunch of other extremely terrible health consequences that will shorten your lifespan. 100% will.
Yeah, this whole deal of there's
And one
the
will
only
not.
foods that are bad for you are ones that are that's not true. There's no
man.
Bad and good are moral terms, right? But
Well,
there
and
are
everybody
foods,
is also different too.
Yes, but
right?
there are foods that are good for you objectively and bad for you objectively.
Yes.
That does not mean that you should never eat the bad foods because fucking again, eat whatever you want. If you want to have some fucking chips, you want to eat a donut, you want to fucking whatever, that's fine,
Yeah.
right? But
Have a
those
soda.
foods in moderation, they're fine.
But
They're
also-
not great for you,
Yeah.
right? In moderation, they're fine. But like you said, if you eat only those foods, only processed foods, only fucking donuts and chips and high sugary content foods and foods with a bunch of seed oils and stuff,
bad.
You absolutely will become obese.
Yes.
100%. And as somebody, even on this show, from the time that we've begun to now, I have swung up and down in weight in 20, 30 pounds, right?
Well, every time you go up now, it's just because muscle mass.
but I
you're
have
swole.
gained and lost weight in the time that we've been on this show. So as someone who struggles with food in particular, and I've talked to you about food so much over the last few months, in food in particular and with their weight, this is not true, and this is going to kill people. This is setting people up to be unhealthy, and children in particular, like you were talking about, that is when you set like your patterns of eating. You know, if you eat processed foods all through your childhood, that's what you're going to be used to eating when you are an adult. That is what you are going to buy when you are an adult, and that's what you're going to eat. The first few years that I was out of the house, that's what I was eating, is processed food, fucking chicken nuggets and taquitos and that type of stuff, because that's what I ate when I was at home. That's what I ate when I was a kid.
Oh yeah,
It's
I had a bowl of sugar cereal every night at 8:30 for fucking treat time every night for over a decade. Probably I'm going to say 2 decades, because I did it as an adult as well, because it was, like you said, it's like a habit thing that you just do. I don't do that shit anymore.
Right.
But like I did for a very long time, and I have essentially 20 years of intaking a high amount of sugar and fucking corn at the end of the night that I'm going to have to live with for the rest of my life. I can't get those back. Setting these kids up for failure at this point to say that's okay is a fucking problem, dude.
And it doesn't just make you fucking obese, because some people can eat like that and they'll stay relative shape, right? And that's what you're talking about. Everybody is different, but it also will wreak havoc on your gut and on your microbiome
and your heart and your cardiovascular system.
Lungs. Yeah, the way that your body is going to recover when you exercise, when you do different things.
Diabetes is a big issue.
100%. 100%. You don't have to be fat to have diabetes.
No, it's all about like the amount of sugar you intake,
Chemicals,
and then how your body metabolizes sugar, because isn't that essentially, I'm not a fucking doctor, but isn't that kind of like, there's like type 1, type 2 diabetes,
but process sugar.
It's all about how that works.
Stuff like that, right?
Yeah, and of course, if you set your body up to like have just a constant flow of fucking sugar from the jump, isn't your body going to be like, well, I don't need to fucking make this shit no more, I'm fine.
She also uses they, them pronouns. That's awesome.
We are in LA.
Yeah,
so.
No, that's awesome.
Of course we do.
No, this is not good. And the fact that woman is a nutritionist and she's walking around telling people that there are no foods that are inherently good or bad, and there are these what are they, like fabricated hierarchies of foods, you know. That's not true.
Nope.
You can definitely take
there is a fabricated hierarchy of food, and it's called the food
pyramid. Yes.
Yeah,
but
that's bullshit.
You can definitely take foods. If you fucking randomly walk around the store and grab 30 grocery items, you could definitely put them in an order of most healthy to least healthy, starting with protein density or nutrient density in the food. That's a very good place to start.
It's a good place to start.
How nutrient dense is it? What are you going to get the most out of when you eat the smallest amount of this
added
food?
Sugar.
Yes.
Does that say 0 or no?
There are a lot of things that you can look at that will easily tell you whether or not something is generally good or generally bad for you. That does not tell you definitively whether you should or should not eat it.
Indeed.
But it does tell you generally how good that item is for you.
Yeah.
There are fucking whole applications that will tell you how good something is generally for you.
Yeah.
The food that I have, or the app that I have to help me track my calories and stuff, gives every food a general grade. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
From A+ and minus all the way down to fucking F. You know, just depending on how good that food is. So it is what it is.
I wonder, because it's funny, because that almost builds like your baseline, right?
Yeah.
Like we know there's, like you said, objectively bad things for the human to consume, right? And then there's some people that have, and I hate saying this, but like a gluten intolerance, if you will, right? Regardless,
dairy and stuff.
Sometimes there's reasons for that. Yeah. And so, like, some people might thrive on a more high protein, high dairy type diet for whatever reason, and some people might have extreme problems with that.
Yeah.
Some people might do well. Like, there's some people that thrive on this carnivore thing. Some people don't. Some people thrive on like a keto based thing. Some people don't. Some people
fuck with a lot of carbs, a lot of pasta and bread.
Some
and shit
people
like that.
do.
It's like people are just into that. You know?
And sometimes that's
runners and stuff like that. You know, if you do a mass amount of exercising, then carb intake is going to be a huge portion of your diet because you're burning so much energy. Yeah. So I don't remember what the fighter's name was, but he's a jiu-jitsu guy, and he was on Joe Rogan. And he was talking about how his diet mainly consists of pizza and pasta. Like he trains every day and won't eat for most of the day, and then comes home and will make a pasta dish and a pizza.
Dave Portnoy?
and will eat a pasta dish and a pizza almost every day. That's like the vast majority of his diet. And part of it's just because he burns so many calories during the day that the protein and fats and stuff that he gets from the cheese and all of the olive oils, plus all of the carbohydrates, is like he's operating on a weird ketogenic diet that's almost just carbs and fat.
That's so weird.
But he's like super lean and very fit, and is a competitive championship jiu-jitsu fighter or roller, because it's weird, you know?
Yeah, and I think if there's one thing that essentially...
Also, your genetics, and I'm not to interrupt you, your genetics plays a role, speaking into like where your family came from. You know, that's a huge part of it.
That's a huge deal.
Yeah, if your family, if you're fucking 90% Irish, you're going to tolerate a lot of carbohydrates. That's
your
body's made to deal with a lot of carbohydrates, right?
Potatoes, right?
Yeah, but if you're coming from somewhere that's like more Mediterranean and stuff, you're built for more of a ketogenic diet of a lot of fats and stuff like that. So you're going to thrive on that type of diet, you know? So it depends on where your family comes from, where you're evolutionarily are from, you know?
So two things.
Yes.
The first one being, I think the last, 4 years maybe in particular, have really, I think, painted the picture that when it comes to diet nutrition, every individual person has such varying independent needs to their body.
100%.
And it's all based off of multiple factors, to include genetics and all that stuff too, right? It's very, very strange, and I think it's a good personal responsibility thing to try to embrace that and try to experiment with different things. And if you're I've done the cutout diet thing before, where like you just don't eat this thing for a while, like you steer away from sugars, period, or you stay away from this, period, or you stay away from that, period. And if you do it for a long enough time, you might be able to gauge how you feel about different things. And also, I have a very good I got a good like healthcare situation going on with, like, if I want to go get like blood work done like on demand on the regular, all I got to do is pay less than $20 and I can do that, and I get a full panel, and I can find out, and I can monitor with my doctor about other things, and I could do that in a responsible manner. And I can also do it very irresponsibly, whatever episode the fuck that was when I passed out on camera. But that was a whole deal. Deborah, you weren't around for those days. That was a whole thing. That's back in the archives. We got to find that episode at some point. But but on the other end, I heard fucking Joe Rogan talking about this with somebody else the other day. But I did that. I gave the corporations, the fucking globalists, I gave the government my DNA at some point, because I did the
23andMe?
DNA.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I did that thing. I did it through Ancestry.com back then. So, maybe the offshoot, maybe that was the first one to get picked up, maybe not. But the question comes into play. I get my results back, and I got Ancestry coming back from like northeastern Europe, northwestern Europe, Wales, the Netherlands, or the Norway and shit like that, like very Scandinavian and German and
hella white.
Yeah, about the whitest you can get, but like
Jordan 2.
Vikingo white, like
Jordan 2.
Like we raped and murdered your family. It's
Jordan
fine.
2.
How long is it going to take for like the American ancestry to become a thing, like the contemporary American ancestry? Because we've done something in the modern American culture that is very, very, very new in human existence. We said, hey world, we're here, and y'all motherfuckers are welcome to come here too. Throughout human history, that's not been the way it's worked. It's always been, your people have been from this area.
Right.
Your people have been from this area. There are some cross mingling and some commingling and some migration and this, that, and the other thing. But for the most part, people were where they were for a very, very long time, at least as far as contemporary human written history and shit like that. This is a new deal. This is a new thing where everybody from, like, the ultimate melting pot has occurred in the United States, whether we like to think it has or not at this point, and whether it's good or bad. It is an objectively good thing, I do believe. But how long is it until people are going to be, like, objectively American?
And that's
like,
really
like
tough.
Northern American,
That's
I
really
guess.
tough, because there's always going to be immigrants specifically who come here. So I'm here because it's a better opportunity than where I'm from. But my culture is still very important to me. So there's always going to be people who want to marry within their culture to keep that around. Well, you know,
to add to that though, just to make sure like we get to that, because part of the melting pot aspect of it is, no matter which way you cut it or how homogenized you get to the American culture, like no matter what happens, you bring a percentage of that culture with you regardless, and that doesn't die. I mean, fucking Tex-Mex everywhere you want around the entire country, right? I mean, cuisine especially is a whole deal. That is culture melting right there. I mean, entertainment, it's huge in entertainment. I mean, hip hop. That is the cultural fucking phenomena of contemporary America. Yeah. That didn't stem from here. Like jazz did not stem from here. All this shit. Even what we call American culture is just some weird blender version of all these other cultures mixed together, and then certain spikes of other cultures stand through it. But at the same time, overall, it's still like this weird mixed blend melted together to make something new. So yes, you did lose like the Ethiopian immigrants that come over here, and then second or third generation or whatever, they might be more Americanized than ever before as far as culture goes and this and that. But there's something that original first two generations brought over that impacted whatever local culture they were at in some percentage, that got intermingled with the other cultures that it interacted with, and this and that and the other thing. And then 3 generations later, you got something else that you're living in now that we recognize as American, but does have percentages of all this other influence, which is supposed to be what America was about, you know, and that's a good thing. But how do you ultimately, like in 100 years, 500 years, there's going to be people here regardless at some point, whatever we call it at that point. What is that going to be? That's so weird.
And I think that is American culture probably because we're a melting pot. So the fact that you can go to different regions and there is a majority or like a large, generally, there's a large population of a certain immigrant community there. You know, here there's a lot of Pacific Islanders. We have a lot of Pacific Islanders.
Definitely.
Partially proximity, right? We're on the Pacific side of the Northwest. Or
a lot of Asian influence out here also.
Yeah, 100%. It's Asian, Pacific Islander,
Japanese,
in
Chinese.
general. Yeah, a lot of that.
All the rest.
Right. Part of it is proximity. Another part is like the military cooperation between the Philippines and the United States. There are a lot of people who they're just because they joined the Navy and there are big Navy bases here. So part of it is military, you know, and so
you come back with a Gourmetian wife type
exactly,
of deal,
and also people who join when they're over there, you know, and then they come and they serve over here, and so that happens all the time. They settle, they bring their family here. So
yeah, I was on this fucking I was on a training program, right? I was in Petaluma, California, of all places. Awesome town. I've been there so many times. I love it. But it's just north of San Francisco, and I was there, and one of the guys that I just like
a lot of
clicked with right away.
California too.
Oh yeah, definitely. A lot of that had to do with like industry and shit, like the railroad system and all that shit, right?
Huge.
But like one of the guys that I met with over there was Nigerian, and he was, what do you call it? Like his parents had just immigrated. He was the first, like the next generation
like
or
second
whatever,
gen,
but had, you know, was an American citizen at that point and had joined the military and all this stuff, and like he introduced me to so many aspects of his culture from Nigeria.
Right.
And like we were able to take advantage of that because we were in like we could go visit San Francisco and shit like that. So we had like a lot of restaurants and this, that, and the other thing. And food is like the ultimate.
Yes.
That's where, because you get so much more culture around the food too. Like you go to a legit Nigerian restaurant in like a part of town where a bunch of other Nigerian immigrants might go to.
People meeting there with their families.
You're going to get more of that culture there, man. And like, I have never been more thankful in my life than like meeting that dude and being exposed to that culture, because that was like the first real, like truly like African centric, like culture I was experienced to. And it was, for one, the food was just stupid. It was like to die for, man. Like you can't you can't get like that's when I first experienced cassava root or you might call it yucca. In a
Okay.
lot of places, right? It's the same shit.
Yeah.
But like, oh, that changed my life. And then all of a sudden, Spanish wife, that whole deal. That
Right.
They also use the same thing. It's like it's just you can't get that anywhere else than like a cultural melting pot like America, and that makes everybody better off, I think,
Right.
in the end, to be perfectly honest.
It's
But-
the same thing as like if you go to China, different dialects and different cultures within China. Muslim cultures, Buddhist cultures, just religious based. But past that, like I said, all the different dialects and stuff like that, different regions, they're just all Chinese, and they just all look a little bit more alike than we do here because they're all fucking Chinese. In America, we're all just a bunch of fucks. We're just all a bunch of fucks. And so it's still regional like that because the culture is going to attract other people of that culture. If you go to anywhere along the southern border, there's going to be a bunch of different Hispanic people of any different variety. South American, in the middle of Venezuelan, you'll get more stuff like that. On the East Coast, you're talking about Cubans, all the way down in Florida and all that type of stuff.
And there's all these these enclaves of migrant communities.
Yeah.
Rhode Island.
Right.
Providence, Rhode Island has a massive Portuguese population.
Shit like
right?
that happens. Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
100%.
Dude, some of the Portuguese the Portuguese have this special bread.
Yeah.
That is you can't get anywhere else in the world, but you can get it in Providence, Rhode Island, and you can get it in Portugal.
Right.
And that's about it, dude.
Yeah.
And
that type of stuff happens.
eye-opening.
And that's why the big cities become so multicultural, is because there's just more room to have everything.
Yeah, yeah.
There's more room for everything. If you have a town like Bremerton, you can only fit so many different cultures in Bremerton and have it all still work.
Yeah.
So
And then you get the fucking hamburger, which is like the universal homogenization of everything and nothing.
that's what I'm saying. The pioneers and settlers that turned into the industry men of America are going to take a little bit from everybody.
Yep.
And they're going to make it easy to sell to everybody else.
Yeah.
So that's
So
whoever
to
the
answer
fuck-
my question, how long before we have an American genome?
Yeah. that's
100,
it.
500 years, who fucking
As
knows?
soon as you see, when you are of a different culture and you see that your culture is being whititized and sold to other people, you're American. That's it.
Interesting.
When your culture is being, and not like making it shitty, but appropriated to make money, you're American. You are officially incorporated in the melting pot because the powers that be have decided this is good
worth
enough.
it.
Other people are going to like it.
And ain't that the fucking bitch of it all? Because if there's one thing America exports these days to the world, it's culture.
Yeah.
And isn't that because our culture is
Other people's
a blender of everyone's culture?
Yeah.
Ain't that some shit? Fucking America, dude.
Yeah.
And that's the shitty thing about, everything we talk about when it comes to how shitty the government is and how much they try to control us and all this stuff, because deep underlining that is the American spirit of freedom and liberty, which has
Tenacity.
led us to this point, which the government didn't do this, where we have this wonderful homogenization of the uniculture,
No,
right?
this was the people.
We did this.
This was the people.
All they do is exist to hinder it. And that's fucking sad, man. That's why they're bad, and that's why anarchy's the only way. No.
That's why individual liberty and freedom is the pathway forward for everybody.
That's the only way. And when I say anarchy, that's basically every time I think of anarchy, that's what I think about, honestly, is just individual liberty all the way. 100%. It's you do you. You don't need them. All they do is exist to make you subservient to them. Fuck them. We are the way forward. We got this shit. The last thing we need is them and their fucking influence. Period. Full stop.
It's just scarier when you say anarchism. People go, "Wait, what?"
That's scary,
Yeah,
isn't it? They're
it's
like
just
dudes
scarier.
with fucking shoulder pads and spikes and shit.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Individual
not really.
freedom and liberty.
It depends on how it goes
Same
down, though.
thing as anarchism. It's
Yeah.
the same thing. It's the freedom of choice. It's
That's
the
right.
same thing.
That's
Yeah.
yes, it 100% is.
Anarchism just scares people. The word just scares people.
Yeah, and that's partly due to popularized culture and fiction, though.
Same thing with guns and shit. We talked about that. Just having a gun.
Just having a gun is scary. It's not good.
It's the same reason
You're gonna
I'm
hurt
scared
somebody.
for people to see my gun when I'm in public.
That's why YouTube is scared when you show it on the internet.
Yeah.
Because they go, oh, no, extremists, shut it down.
They don't like that.
Shadow ban achieved.
You're going to love us next episode, YouTube.
Word. Because that shit's gonna get hard.
It's gonna be nice.
I'm excited though. I'm very excited to see where the next season of Jan 6, takes us, and
Season 3,
and the trial of those particular individuals of. All of a sudden, I can't get Proud Boys out of my head, but
Oath Keepers.
Oath Keepers. Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. We're going to have I'm sure we're going to have a lot to talk about next episode. Hopefully, we don't have to talk about World War III again.
That's right.
I would love.
Hopefully,
to
it's
not
all
do
blown
that.
over by then.
Amen. How much faith do I have? 0.
Well, I think with that,
hopefully, I redeem myself in Jordan's eyes. I'm not that bad at it.
I love and hate that I did this. With
love it
that,
all the way.
Unless you have anything else that you want to add to this,
I have exhausted myself. I think we're good.
We'll be back in 2 weeks for a brand new episode 135 of Salt of the Streets.
That's
I've been
right.
Donovan.
I have been Colin.
And I want to thank you again for watching us here at youtube.com, Salt of the Streets, Instagram.com, Salt of the Streets, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, help us make more better content just like this. We also have the newsletters, we have the book club, we have the beer shows, the live streams.
I will be live on Friday at 4:30 Pacific time, so be there, be square.
Book club review preview dropped today, newsletter dropped yesterday. Go there. Help us make more better content just like this. Location Skate Shop, JP Bakery, Lexi Kayo, Swab Blended. That's everyone.
I love you, buddy. It's a good episode.
I love you.
Peace out, everybody.
Everyone.
Thanks for hanging